Sarasatenta. Partners for years, our work with Sarasatenta has covered violence directed at protesters and journalists in Colombia. Recently, that centered on the story of Indigenous journalist
Everybody to take their seats, preferably here in front. You know, come, be nice to our speakers. Sit here in front. Yes, thank you. All right, people at the back, please also come and take a seat. Notes, which are somewhere here in this random set. All right, Elliot, to prepare for this interview, I of course listened to a few podcasts and I read online, and I've got your book, and there are stories that you must have told like 300,000 times by now, right? So the name Bellingcat, the Russian journalist at your mother's house, the council flat in Leicester. So we don't do that. Everybody here knows the origin story. We're not going to cover that. What I wanted to start with was something really small. In 2016, so 2014, it was also, the start of Bellingcat, the plane with all the Dutch people that got shot down, of course, MH17, which for anybody in the Netherlands, everybody in the Netherlands had somebody on that plane they were connected to. So it was a big story. And then in 2016, 2 years later, I invited you to come and speak in Amsterdam. We published a little book in Dutch. We translated his talk in Dutch. It was in all the bookstores in the Netherlands. And in that speech, one of the things you said, there's only 100 people around the world working on this right now. Imagine if it would be 1,000. And that was in 2016. When you started Bellingcat, did you have any idea of what it could be in 10 years? Was there... I know you ended up there by, just by dogged interest in what the Russians were doing, but when you started it as an organization, did you have any idea where it could go?
I didn't really kind of set an expectation in that way. When I founded Bellingcat, it was really with two simple goals in mind. One was to have a space where people could come and publish articles, and also a place where they could learn how to do open source investigation. So really having a community space and educating people has been, I think, the core idea of Bellingcat in many cases, not just the open source investigation, but obviously that's a huge part of it. Really, for me, over the years, it's been seeing that those ideas develop into something kind of more larger, more complicated, involving more people. But it's something that's always been part of Bellingcat, really, even though sometimes I think I forget that. It's I was looking at so for those of you who don't have to apply for funding and have had to learn how to do that yourselves, there is an art to it, and it's something I had to figure out. And part of it was the question of what is the 5-year plan for Bellingcat. I was always asked that, 3 years or 5 years. I always had to make something up, because I honestly was like just waiting to see what happened the next day. I wasn't worrying about 3 or 4 or 5 years time. So I was looking at this document I wrote in 2015, which is full of spelling mistakes and grammar errors, and it was, I think it was to RSF. It was actually an application for. But it's, what is your long-term plan? And it was, again, working on education, teaching other people how to do this, and building those communities and networks that are what I felt at the time was so important to where I found myself. And I think everything we've done as we've grown as an organization has always come back to those core ideas. And even as, now we're doing work with, universities, we're looking at secondary school education, that's still based on those core principles.
So even if you didn't know where it could go, the principles are still there. It's still the same thing you are building out. It's the teaching of the skills. It's the, the investigations themselves, of course.
Yeah, and it's always felt with Bellingcat that there's so much kind of opportunity to do that in different areas. So I've never felt that there's been a kind of restriction. It's obviously you have to meet people and organize things, but there's always been so much opportunity to work with people, to develop communities, to find ways to partnership with other organizations, and especially for education. How many people here have we trained, just by a show of hands, just out of interest? Yeah, so education is a big part of the work that we do at Bellingcat, because it allows us to build and support this community. So it's been really satisfying to see, how many people we've managed to train, the impact that's had on open source investigation as a field.
There's another question that you always get asked, so I'll get it out of the way right now. As mentioned, when I invited you, and this was 8 years ago, I immediately got Russian mails, and I was completely spooked by this, right? There was nothing happening, but you've had non-stop for 10 years been, I don't know what happens, but are you never scared? You just, you're the figurehead, if they go after Bellingcat, they go after you. What's...
I think I was very lucky early on when I first started doing all this stuff is I met people who worked on various topics where there are threats to them. So they kind of taught me very early on how to kind of approach those kind of threats just through my own behavior, kind of ideas around security. So it never felt like a shock when this stuff started happening that this could happen. So I think I had, in a sense,
And if you say
processed it.
this stuff started happening, what is this stuff?
Well, I mean, if you look at since 2014 in Russia, I mean, that really started in early 2015 after we published one of our first MH17 reports, our major ones. That started with articles in Sputnik and on Russia Today kind of attacking me and Bellingcat, and then on the TV channels that eventually evolved into cyber campaigns targeting us, phishing attempts. Our website got hacked, and there's always been that kind of constant interest from Russia in that way. But for me, it's kind of escalated alongside the kind of escalation of my career and the work with Bellingcat. So they're kind of weirdly intertwined, but also...
So a career perk, they're watching me, things
Well,
go
it's
well.
like recently they've been doing this campaign on Twitter over the last year where they're producing these videos, and they're from, major news organizations like the BBC and CNN, but also Bellingcat. And I think that's actually a huge compliment to our work that we're included in all these fake videos with all these big news organizations.
Okay, but on a personal level, I completely understand you wouldn't want to talk about all these things are happening, but you seem unfazed.
I've unfortunately had to come to get used to it, but a lot of it is because, at Bellingcat we have a great team that's supporting us. We have Hisham who's looking after our security stuff all the time, so that's a comfort.
Well, I mean, I'm just in awe about, the courage of all of you, but especially here on stage. We want to talk, we're going to open it up to the audience as well. And there's a lot of Bellingcat people, staff in the room, as well as a lot of friends and family of Bellingcat. And you will have questions as well. But what I want to discuss first a little bit is the information landscape, how it has changed over the last 10 years and where we're going. And you have given this a lot of thought. So maybe how would you describe the enormous changes in the last 10 years?
I've been thinking a lot recently about the idea of information disorder and really what that means in terms of the work that we do at Bellingcat, where we can approach this from different perspectives. Often when we hear about the idea of disinformation, especially since 2016, it's focused very much on the idea of foreign interference impacting how our society is reacting to various things. We're having the wool pulled over our eyes by outside actors. But really, for me, looking at how the kind of groups that we interact with over the last 10 years of work with Bellingcat, people who deny things around Syria, MH17, flat earthers, whoever that may be, kind of understanding why they come to be such strong believers in those kind of things. And that's really, for me, I've spent the last few months working on that quite intensely, writing a paper about it. And I kind of look at this in terms of information disorder into there being like these four main actors. So you've got the official government and state actors. So these are, the various people at the UN making announcements or official publications, anything like that. You have proxy actors like Russia Today, Press TV, the Internet Research Agency, either covert or overt actors working on behalf of governments. And then you have what I call the opportunistic manipulators. So these are, people who are just grifting, really, but in various ways. It could be for their own political or personal interests. It could be just to make money. It could just be an element of, the shitification of the internet where something's popular, so then you get people doing fake versions of it. Have I gone on about hoof videos yet? Because that's my favorite thing at the moment. Do you know hoof cleaning videos? You should, they're great. But so basically, like one example, there's this guy called Hoof GP, who's this lovely Scottish guy who goes around cleaning cow hoofs, and it's very relaxing. He gets millions of views. But there started being fake hoof cleaning videos where people are clearly buying dead animal legs and then putting them in like a vice, and then like putting loads of horrible stuff on it, which is like a bit triggering to look at if you've got those kind of whole Furbies and stuff like that. But it's like, he'll put like worms on it to make it look even worse. And then they carve them with a musical background. And it's to get the same algorithmic kind of people who are looking at the hoof videos. So they do this with the rust cleaning video. So these are the kind of opportunistic manipulators where they're basically just grifting, just to build their own audiences. But you get that on all kinds of subjects. But you have those three sets of actors, and then at the center of it, you have the true believers. So these are the people who really believe this stuff. And these are what those three other actors are really trying to influence. And those are the communities that will, they'll be around for years and years and years. If you look at, the MH17 truther community, they're still going at it despite there being multiple court cases, vast amounts of evidence. They're always going to be out there really believing this stuff is true, and they become big drivers for a lot of disinformation and misinformation that's being spread. So you then have to think, why do these true believers exist in the first place? What makes them different from, sensible people like us? And if you start looking at that, then you start seeing very clearly there's issues of trust. People are losing trust more and more in the sources of authority that define the world for them. It's not merely like saying, I read a newspaper and believe everything that's in there, but really through the way democratic societies, information within democratic societies work, we have a broad agreement on what the world looks like, broadly speaking. We may come from it from a left or right-hand perspective, but that's the traditional way of really looking at the world. But it's changing now, because rather than having these traditional systems of information that we've all grown up with, we now have peer-to-peer consumption of information. You have people connecting to each other directly. You have young people, Gen A in particular, who get all their information from social media. So when we're talking about how do we deal with these issues of trust and how do we stop people being drawn into these conspiracy communities, we also have to understand that the way people consume information is changing.
Yeah.
And that's really, I think, where there needs to be most kind of adaptation in society, because we are still trying to put that kind of the round kind of peg of peer-to-peer social media information systems into the square hole of traditional media and authority. And I think that has changed really, really dramatically, and a lot more than we realize in a society. And then we have things like, the election of Donald Trump, when everyone's scratching their heads because, it looks like Harris did everything perfectly in terms of, traditional engagement. But it seems that maybe that is a media space that's been left open, because I think kind of more kind of liberal-minded people in the US still trust the mainstream media, and therefore when they fund stuff, it's in that area. And whilst it's just left a huge space open in alternative media that they kind of thought was, oh, that's the things for the funny internet people that no one listens to. But now, that's enough of a population to make a difference.
Now, if you look at the last 10 years, it probably would be wrong to call it just social media, but just, other sources of information. And right now it might be Twitter or TikTok, whatever, but people find other sources of information and find each other, as you describe. And yesterday we listened to the New York Times and the FT and BBC, who do fantastic work, but they don't reach those audiences anymore. So, and they don't reach them partly also because of a huge mistrust in mainstream media, as you describe. So looking forward the next 10 years, do you feel that the mainstream media should act differently or find their audience elsewhere? Or is there a role for governments, regulators to do something? Or is there, as you started Bellingfest, a bunch of people on the internet that could just band together and do something there? I mean, where's the option to sort of counterbalance this
I would say it's a bit of everything that you've mentioned there, but not too much of the wrong things. Like government intervention, for example, that can go too far when it becomes more about kind of censorship and removing platforms that have become the social spaces of young people. I don't think that presents a solution. Things like, banning TikTok. TikTok has become a social space, and I think physical social spaces have in one sense become less important to young people in terms of how they communicate and connect to each other. So in one way, we need to think about, okay, what solution actually isn't about taking away something and saying, this is the right way of doing it, pick up this newspaper and read it because this is how you get information. We have to actually look at designing a response around the needs of the young people and how they communicate. What I'm quite keen to do at Bellingcat at the moment is look at how we do education at secondary level. We've done some of that work ready in the last year. We worked with an organization called the Student View, who did a really great job going into schools, educating young people, using various techniques for doing investigations. For me, it's important to engage people like that because it's engaging them with the society around them. It's saying to them, actually, rather than feeling powerless and finding communities that give you this kind of false sense of empowerment by agreeing with you and finding other people you're angry with on the internet, actually, how do you look at stuff you care about? How do you find information about that? How do you actually connect to the people who can have an impact from having that information, be it NGOs or journalists, whoever that may be? Because if we teach young people the truth is really, really important, and then we show them how to find the truth, and then nothing happens because of that, that just drives that same sense of distrust in mainstream authorities.
Nothing will happen
that
anyway.
Causes the problem. Yeah.
We have so many topics to cover. I'm just looking at it now. Because just really briefly then, you mentioned those different actors, the state actors, the proxy, the grifters, basically. I mean, okay, in this field, Elon Musk is the top grifter, right? I mean, he's profiting from it. He has his own network, etc. Do you see any huge changes there? I mean, are we moving to lots more influence from non-state actors, for instance, or do you think state actors are still the area where a lot of the misinformation is coming from?
Certainly state actors are trying. If you look at the US election, and there was a lot of attempts of Russia to spread disinformation, I don't think that was very successful at all. And I think a lot of the engagement was false engagement, so they could report it back as real engagement to their funders.
Just bots liking everything.
Yeah, and I think that was more about their KPIs more than actual impact. But these kind of, individual grifters, these communities that come together around effectively emotionally engaging people on the topic rather than actually trying to find the truth is something that's growing and growing. If just by the nature of how people use social media, just scrolling through, especially, I've seen young people do this, scrolling through video content, you have to grab them within seconds. You've got to be able to engage with them really, really quickly on, if you're doing investigations, complex ideas. So that's kind of one of the challenges I think that we face as a community. How do you actually work in that information environment when we're about the details and facts and evidence, not about just grabbing people emotionally and making them believe, what they already believe is true and correct all the time?
Yeah, but then you do have to grab them and say, look, here is dry factual evidence. You have to they have to be able to find you for all the factual evidence.
Yeah, it's for me, always with what we do with Bellingcat, we have the research and the investigation we do, and then kind of what we do as a product on top of that can be different because we've done all the we've got the raw materials. It's like, okay, can we do, short form video content that is more engaging for a certain audience, but they can then still click the link and see all the detailed articles with all the evidence in it. It's just, how you engage with them.
Just briefly on the Bellingcat as an organization, I mean, it's growing, the community is bigger, it's not just a few people on the internet that find each other. This also means that, this idea of, everybody here is good, doing the research really well, and there's a world out there of bad actors, and we're counterbalancing that. The more popular you get, the more bad actors might be able to find their way into either your organization, your network, or might be able to use the same tools, but then for bad, right? I mean, have you experienced that over the last 10 years, and do you expect more of that?
I've kind of always thought, in a way, the reason we train and provide education material is to have a head start, beyond those bad actors who I feel inevitably will figure this stuff out anyway.
Yeah.
I do feel that a lot of what's happened, it was like it was said yesterday, if there wasn't a Bellingcat, there'd be something else similar to Bellingcat, because this is something that I think is almost a natural emergence from online communities, social media. Yeah. And I mean, that's always going to be something that's constantly evolving and changing, and that there are going to be some people who use that for, negative reasons. I mean, certainly it's one of the debates we've had when we've been talking about teaching young people this is making sure that we teach the stuff they can use responsibly and be very careful about teaching them stuff they can use irresponsibly, because there's plenty of that with this kind of work. So that's kind of where the challenge is. It's like a big part of what we can do is educate people about what's ethical and what's the right way to use this kind of stuff as well. So that's also a good reason for, getting as many people involved with this as possible.
Okay. I have a whole series of questions about what's happening right now, because obviously, I mean, this week's news and also all the appointments that Donald Trump right now is making, it's there's new things going on right now that will also be completely relevant for Bellingcat. So let's go there after I first open it up to the audience, because I know there's people in the audience that have questions they want to ask. Who wants to go first? And then we'll go back to this hellhole we're in right now. Yes.
What's Tristan Lee from Bellingcat? What's a conspiracy theory that you actually believe? Could be serious or goofy, big or small.
Oh, my heart is still connected to a certain 2016 videotape that I hope is real. But yeah, it's mainly that one.
And what is that about?
Oh, it's a home video of Donald Trump in a Russian hotel.
Okay. Yes, very good answer. Other questions from the audience? Don't be shy. Now's your time. Yes, one over there, please.
Hi, I'm Gijan from the University of Amsterdam. So yesterday there was a little bit of a conversation about synthetic media and deepfakes, but it was not very extensive. Some people in the panel said that they were not worried about it. And some other people in the panel said, well, I'm actually a little bit worried about it. So I was wondering if, as a community of practice, there is anything that we can do to sort of start preparing for a possible moment in which this crisis of synthetic media becomes so intense that the people that we or that trust us, like for example judges or decision makers, suddenly start not trusting us at some point.
Yeah, I think there's a kind of growing cultural shift because of that, and I think it's kind of a really stupid cultural shift in many senses. It's kind of like I saw a video that was shared in relation to the P. Diddy arrest story that showed police officers entering a bathroom that was filled with tubs of lotion. And it was an AI-generated video used to illustrate the story, but that got it more engagement. And I think as we see more AI video generation, we're going to see more and more of these videos to illustrate social media posts that aren't really real videos related to it. And I think that's going to start, just that by itself, start impacting how people trust video content. It's already an issue with pictures, with people saying, oh, that's fake, that's not a real picture. But I think you're going to see that happening a lot more often when video content starts being shared in that way. I think a lot of the stuff that's being done with AI now is really just a version of what's already been done in the past without AI. It's reattributing, an image to another context. We've seen these fake news sites kind of from 2016 where they copy and pasted articles from other websites. You're seeing that again now, but now they get AI to rewrite the articles, which actually makes it just as easy to spot because things like GPT-0 will pick that up and show what's false and what's real on those websites. So that kind of is something else that's also, it's not a new problem. It's just now got an extra tool to make it more annoying. It does make it a lot easier to churn out content. We're already seeing that emotionally engaging content that was shared on Twitter around the situation in Gaza, some of that was AI generated. That got a lot of engagement. But some of that, again, was authentic imagery from other contexts that was being reshared. So I'm not completely terrified at the moment about AI. It's something that we need to keep an eye on. We're already seeing some things like background infills being used to alter images, so it's harder for geolocation to be done with them. So that's already having an impact. We've only seen that in a couple of circumstances, but yeah, I mean, for me, I'm more worried about things like deep fakes and especially targeting women, because that's something that's clearly happening a lot. The barrier technologically of entry to be able to do that has dropped dramatically. That's, find the right Discord server, then you can, go ahead and do that.
Anybody can do anything, yeah.
Yeah, and that I find really, really worrying because it's clear it's already being used to target, girls at secondary school. It impacts women, more and more every day because it just is so much easier to do that. And I think it's not really being looked at carefully and not enough. And I think by the time there is legislation will only really come around in the way it needs to be after something terrible's happened with that, and that really concerns me a great deal.
Yeah, and that's happening already. But also what you mentioned, the AI generated video that sort of illustrates a story in the news. It's also, I mean, if you flick through a lot of images and video on your phone, then I mean, this is entertaining. This is really, it gives you a dopamine hit. It's entertaining. So suddenly news that used to be, in the paper or on the evening news becomes a source of entertainment. And news being entertaining, it's almost like people chose Donald Trump maybe also because he's an entertainer, he plays the game, he knows how media works. So that's also, if news is entertainment, the truth is not so important simply. It's not that people care or not care about the truth. The truth is maybe a bit boring. And
well, the truth is often a bit harder to explain than telling people they're right. And that's what people engage with. It's like, I think, in terms of the kind of AI generated video news stories, I was just I was discussing the death of Michael Jackson, and can you imagine what that would have been like with AI generated videos and the kind of content that would be shared from a big breaking celebrity news event where there is going to be a limited amount of video access. And we already saw that with the kind of lotion in the bathroom video.
Yeah.
People will fill those gaps, and if you have a video first platform like TikTok, that's something people are flicking through. You make an engaging 3-second video to start your clip with. You're going to be engaging people with that content very, very easily.
One more question from the audience, maybe. Let me see. Yes, one over there. And there was also one over there, right? Yeah. So let's do this one first, and then you're next. Yes. Yes, please.
Good morning, Sarah from Bellingcat Discord. Recently you joined Blue Sky, and I was wondering what your experience there has been, and if you're optimistic that could be something that replaces what we all miss with Twitter.
So yeah, basically after the election, I thought I'm not going to post on Twitter anymore because it's just full of horrible people now. That I discovered at the same time as Trump's victory was a really big dopamine hit on me. I was like just unconsciously opening in Chrome and typing in Twitter before I was realizing what I was doing. So yeah, it hooks in me quite deeply. But after a couple of days, that wears off. So Blue Sky seems, it reminds me of Twitter 10 years ago. It's not full of just people who are constantly mad at you about stuff. The Twitter kind of sub-communities that kind of form the kind of open source communities kind of forming there quite quickly, and the kind of people who engage with stuff with Ukraine, you're not getting more of the kind of, one thing that was great about Twitter is you had people on the ground who in real time were sharing information about stuff. And there's just not enough people on Blue Sky for that kind of thing to emerge yet, but it is growing really, really quickly. But generally, people seem to be just less tolerant of kind of abuse on that platform. And because you have things like, if you block someone on Blue Sky, everyone who follows you will also see them blocked in the conversation you're having with them. So it really cuts down those kind of negative interactions. So I'm going to try and post some stuff there, but then I realized I don't have anything interesting to say, so I kind of do a Guardian link or something like that.
I'm in tech events, that's my background, and so I always feel I have to follow whatever's out there. So I make an account on anything. So I also have an account on Truth Social. And do you do that as well? Do you sort of go to all the...
No. I kind of, because Twitter was my first big social media platform, that's where I kind of gave my crippling addiction to social media. And I realized I don't want to do that anywhere else. And I've really only gone to Blue Sky because I wasn't planning to do that. I was kind of hoping to go down with the ship on Twitter, but then Twitter got so gross that I just thought I'll switch rather than do that.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing the kind of emails you get once you register for one of those. They try to convince me to give money to Trump all the time. There was a question over there. Yeah, please.
I was wondering, since you mentioned young people are getting the news in different ways, and many of us as well, how do you reconcile? How do you think Bellingcat and other news platforms can share their content and compete with dopamine hits provided by car hoof cleaning and other exciting things, and at the same time also build a following on platforms that are for profit. So they have their own way to monetize and might get sold to someone else or die, like Snapchat. How do you reconcile those different things?
I find it difficult because I don't know how. I don't use social media in the same way that people of my children's generation use it. But I think we need to understand that, and that's why I think when we're looking at the work we're doing at Bellingcat in terms of education and going into universities and secondary schools, it's about learning from them how they want to present that to their peers, because that's really the information model they exist in. They're either consuming information other people have created, or they're creating that and sharing it with other people. So how do we actually get them to look at the stuff that we're doing and then actually turn that into stuff that other people in their peer group actually want to look at? Because I have ideas about how that's done, but I'd rather they led it, especially when in social media, the trends, the way it's used evolves so quickly that by the time you figured it out from an outsider's perspective, it's already kind of moved on to something else. It's kind of like the way Elon Musk uses memes from 10 years ago in an attempt to seem cool, but really now all the kids are about skibbity toilet and those kind of things that it's that really actually going with them rather than saying this is how you're going to consume information and consume the media.
All right. Yes, there's one in the back over there. Then I'll go back to...
Hi, Elliot. You said, for example, banning TikTok isn't a good solution to the kinds of problems that you've been talking about. What do you think the role of government and policy should or could be to address this stuff?
I think one, they have to look at education and how that's done. There's been some good work done on that already. There was an OECD report recently that looked at how different countries in those regions work on countering disinformation. Finland and Estonia are really leading the way there, and that's really about integrating critical thinking more within education, not just having it as an hour lesson once a term, or just something that's clipped onto something else. I think there as well that I think what we saw with COVID is when we saw the censorship of discussions around vaccines from social media platforms, they're then pushed into kind of more fringe spaces where they're less obvious and you can't observe them. I think so often when governments look at disinformation, they only see the stuff that makes it into the newspapers. They aren't seeing that actually underneath that, there's loads of other things that are happening, different dynamics that they need to understand in their approach to these issues. So when they're dealing with education as well, they really need to, I think beyond just the traditional approaches we've had to countering disinformation, which is like, here's how we teach all the kids to become fact checkers. These are kind of not just skills that are used for a specific career like journalism, which is a very tiny number of what those kids, if any, will be involved with. It's core skills in how they're interacting with information. It's breaking down what they're seeing, understanding it, so they themselves can become kind of participants in the creation of that information as well. Because I always come back to this idea that the way people consume information has changed, and they're participants in that process, not just consumers one way of that information. So that's where I think we need to focus at the core, our education efforts, because without that, then we don't have a solid foundation for actually dealing with the other issues that are emerging from this.
Now, this is, I think we all agree it would be great to teach all kids those critical skills, but bringing it back to Bellingcat as an organization, which started out as a bunch of people on the internet that find each other, right? And they found each other because you had this blog, and you've built this community of fantastic researchers who very often also go to media organizations or go elsewhere in society. So how do you spot the talent, or is there a specific Bellingcat person? You feel this in this room, right?
Yeah.
I
would say
together.
You would have an obsessive streak. I would say you need to be someone who can sit through and look through lots of little folders and documents and search results pages looking for, I remember I was doing, the first time I saw a missile from a BM-30 Smerch was in Syria, and I didn't know what it was. So eventually, by measuring the length of the foot of the person stood next to a missile casing, I got a range of what missiles it could be based off its width. And then I searched those on Google. And I remember for the particular missile I was looking at, I went back more than 100 pages in kind of Google searches, checking every single one to find the one photograph from an obscure Russian museum where they had one with a cutaway that actually showed all the bits I was using to ID it. Now, if you understand why you would do that, then that's the kind of person we're looking for.
All right, there's a question over here. A follow-up question, Daniel.
Thank you. Elliot, in We Are Bellingcat, one of the interesting things you talk about is how the Bellingcat community is a kind of a mirror image of some of the very online conspiracy communities. Both have this obsessive streak that you're talking about. The conspiracy communities that might engage in, for example, QAnon or Pizzagate or any one of these conspiracy theories, I think that many of them see themselves as truth seekers who are piecing together different pieces of evidence into chains of evidence that lead towards conclusions, which is very similar to what this community, the Bellingcat community, is doing. Do you know of any examples where the truth seekers from those kind of communities and the truth seekers from Bellingcat type communities have converged on the same conclusion?
Oh, God.
Can we have the microphone over here? Because this, yeah, please. Yeah. Oh.
Is Eric here? Yeah. The guys in Russia, and sorry, Ukraine, who were trying to calculate the look. You remember that story?
Eric, yeah. Now you need the microphone because it's.
The army has just left, but the shooting continues. The man who records the soldiers with his camera doesn't run away.
A 20-minute story I'll try to do in 20 seconds. So there was this...
Here's Abelardo Liz, an indigenous journalist who seconds later will film his own death.
Forums and message boards in the early 2000s, right? So Russia, which is 10, 20 years behind everything, still had message boards doing this sort of thing. And there was this one message board that kind of did its own amateur OSINT-ish kind of stuff. And some of the stuff was pretty good. They were good at like tracking, vehicles and all that from a Russian context. And they were also a little, they were Russian, pro-Russian, all that. And they were trying to disprove the Bellingcat hypotheses about MH17. And there's this one photo that was very, very key in the MH17 evidence, because it showed the smoke trail of the missile, the Buk that shot down MH17. This photo was taken 4 or 5 minutes, like 4:24, 4:25 p.m. The shoot down was at 4:20 p.m. So this was a very key piece of evidence, and the Dutch-led criminal investigation used it as a key, plank to their case that it was a Russian missile launcher, because you could still see the smoke trail, and it wasn't air-to-air missile or whatever. You can still see the ground, surface-to-air missile trail. By the way, 20 seconds has already passed, so yeah. And we had done analysis on this. We had had the original photo. We talked to the photographer. We got the metadata, and it was fine. In this photo, it's a very, very high resolution photo, because the guy who took it is a local back in Ukraine. He's a nice guy. We talked to him, and I met him a few times. It's a nice guy. He had a very nice camera. He was like an amateur photographer, so it was like a super high resolution photo. And 90% of the photo is the sky and the smoke trail. If you look really close, there's a little bit of the town below. And if you zoom in and in, there's like a shadow on the side of a roof on there. And so their hypothesis to disprove us was, we're going to calculate by the azimuth of the sun, all that. We're going to calculate the shadow that you see here. So they went to this village. Some guy lived nearby, and he set a camera up like on a little like bootleg tripod kind of a thing. And he took photos regularly of this shadow, because it was like a telephone pole that was casting a shadow onto a house. And they were trying to figure out, like, if you like recalibrate the time, you could say like, okay, this is, we're taking this at September 17th, but at July 17th, 2014, the azimuth of the sun, blah, 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 you can translate it, right? Like time zones and all that. And so they took photos like every 30 seconds as the shadow of this pole moved across the roof. And so they're trying to see like when it corresponds to the exact same shadow as it appears in the photos, like a sundial, exactly, right? Like the original clock, right? So they, these obsessive Russians who, they're very good, STEM education, they had all the science and the math and they were great at this. They were going to disprove Bellingcat once and for all and prove that we were frauds. And this photo actually was taken on a different day at a different time. And this does not show the missile trail for MH17 shoot down. This is some other photo that we deceptively presented as evidence, and it's not true. Well, they did their calculations and they accidentally found that it did actually correspond exactly at the time that we said it was. And they were they're like, it was actually a different day, they thought of this. The CIA thought of everything, right? They happened to have the shadow at the exact right time, and they scouted the location ahead of time, and they faked the photo, and they put the shadow at the exact time to throw us off the trail, right? So they accidentally proved us correct with their scientific analysis of the shadow, and we never thought of that because we never thought this random shadow on a roof to do. Plus, we didn't have, we can't go to this occupied area, Ukraine, to set up a tripod to take a photo like they did. So they accidentally proved us correct. So thank you. Random Russians on some message board. Yeah.
There's a fantastic documentary about flat Earth people trying to figure out if the Earth is really flat, but it's the same love of science. They really try to prove it. And it doesn't work. But because I saw the slide you make when you show the whole information system. The true believer, you have some respect for the true believer in there. You don't look down on them. You understand they believe something, the wrong thing, but well, let's move to what's happening right now in the world. I mean, we just have Tulsi Gabbard appointed as the head of all intel in the United States. She is a friend of Assad, so to speak. Does this mean there's all kinds of new legal and legal dangers for your researchers? I mean, what's going to happen here? This is a new situation.
Well, it's quite chaotic, I think, as well. You've got a lot of interesting and strong personalities that are joining the Trump administration. It's I see RFK Jr. in health, and Tulsi Gabbard's in intelligence. And, yeah.
They're not for they don't love the truth, I would say.
No, and I certainly think there are authoritarian tendencies in the Trump administration that could be quite dangerous for any independent media. We're just at the moment opening a kind of US division of Bellingcat to work there, so the timing of that's been very interesting indeed. And really, what we're looking at the moment is, what are the big issues that are going to affect people in the US? Fortunately, we have Project 2025 as a template for what a lot of them plan to do. Okay. So I think that's something that's going to be watched very closely. But I also think that if we're working in the US, we need to be looking at those communities that get overlooked, outside of election pit times, because those are the ones who are going to have the biggest impact, I think, from what Trump will be doing. I mean, getting rid of things like the Affordable Care Act, environmental regulations that are being changed, that's all going to have an impact on those communities. So I think those are worth looking at more closely, and those are worth working with in terms of finding partners, looking at what's left of the local media in those communities, if there's anything, and working with them.
Because you have something what you call the Bellingcat onion, right? Which is civil society, researchers, technologists, funders, and you're going to find your partners in the United States as well for this in this time and this day and age. It's right.
Yeah, I mean, we've done a bit of work in there already. Collaborative projects in the past, but being able to build something that's more consistent, and I think it's going to be really useful.
I see we have 53 seconds left, about 12 questions here. So let's see. What do you want to share with this audience?
I'd like to say, first of all, a really big thank you to the Bellingcat staff members who's organised this event. I think the first day was fantastic.
Absolutely, absolutely.
They've worked really, really hard. I think I've enjoyed everything we've seen on stage so far, as well as meeting so many of you. I hope Like I said yesterday morning, you'll have all had a chance to speak to each other. You're really interesting people, so I'm sure you've got plenty to talk about. Thank you for attending, and thank you for being part of Bellingcat's journey over the last 10 years.
Thank you so much. Now, for our next speaker, Dr. Robert Mayer will talk about the sounds of bullets. You will hear a lot of bullets as well, I'm warning you. He's a professor of electrical and computer engineering at Montana State University, traveled a whole few hours to get here. And we're delighted that we will talk about the principles of forensic audio analysis. So with no further ado, Dr. Mayer, floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. What a privilege to be here. I'm really honored to participate in this discussion. I was thinking back, I think the first time I heard of Bellingcat was not 10 years ago, it was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And then I had a call in 2022 from Nick Park, I think, or an email regarding the shooting of Shireen Abu Akleh. And that led to a whole bunch of other investigations and related work. And then more recently, studying the killing of Eduardo Liz in Colombia and some of the information there, and then many other connections. So I'm kind of unworthy to be here when I'm meeting the people who are actually able to tell these stories, and I have this little narrow niche interest. It's quite remarkable. So anyway, thanks to the organizers, and really delighted to be here today. So for my remarks, the next half hour or so, I want to talk about audio forensic analysis. And I'll bring this from the direction that I usually work, which is in helping defense and prosecuting attorneys on cases in criminal court in the United States. And so that's usually the angle that I come from. And I've been interested in this work for maybe 15 or 20 years for a variety of reasons. And the fact that it's applicable in many of the open source investigations, I think, is terrific. Very interesting to see that. So I'll mention specifically about gunshot acoustics, which is a very strange area that I've gotten involved in, and that is kind of the area of audio forensics I primarily work in now. So I'm often asked, and sadly in the United States, there are many sounds of gunshots recorded, and so often that's the topic that I look at. And if time is there, I'll talk about a few case studies as examples of the way that this work is done. And if I manage my time correctly, well, there'll be plenty of time for questions and discussion or comments or rebuttal or whatever. I'd really love that. So we'll see. So just a frame of reference here. So I live in Bozeman, Montana, which way out in the Rocky Mountain part of the United States, a long way from Washington, D.C., thankfully. And so it's a small town, university town out there. If you've heard of Yellowstone National Park in the United States, we're about an hour. I can get in my car and drive an hour, and I'm in Yellowstone. Great, remarkable place to visit. If you're a Star Trek aficionado, do you know Bozeman, Montana in Star Trek? Okay, so this is where first contact will occur in 2063. So Zefram Cochrane will invent warp drive, and that first meeting with the Vulcans is in Bozeman, Montana. So I don't know if I'll be there then, but some of you maybe will be. And so the time of year now, we're starting to get into the start of winter, and so this is our campus where I live. So when I'm working in my office there, looking out the window, and I'm hearing about what's going on in Gaza or Ukraine or Colombia or all the other places that many of you work, it's pretty jarring to consider the privileges I have to live in such a nice place. Okay, so what is audio forensic analysis? So audio forensics is the field of forensic science related to audio recordings that will likely end up in court or in some official venue. So like DNA analysis or fingerprints or trace evidence, things like that, it's a scientific discipline that's intended to inform the court of information that's relevant to an investigation. Most of my work, again, is involving criminal activity and investigations, but this could also be, for instance, cockpit voice recorders from an airliner accident. That would be an example of audio forensic analysis that is also there. From my standpoint, the principles and methods that we use in audio forensic analysis need to be accepted by the scientific community, and often the standard is whether there has been peer review and an assumption that the techniques are valid and defendable. And then also there's this need to explain the techniques in a way that a judge or jury or the public can understand. At least in the United States, typically the jury is more or less random folks, and so any kind of technical evidence that's presented that needs to be explained in a way that people can understand. And as a professional educator, that's one of the things I work a lot on, is trying to figure out a way to explain things that make sense, or at least are not dumbed down so much that it's no longer a science. So there are three primary concerns of audio forensics, and these will be very familiar to those of you who work in journalism. Authenticity is probably the first consideration. So is the recording intact? Has it been edited or altered, either deliberately or inadvertently, in the process of obtaining that information? Years ago, authenticity often involved a physical carrier of some kind, magnetic tape, some kind of mechanism that was used. Nowadays, of course, we almost never have that, except some historical case that comes up. Nowadays, it's always a digital file, and the authenticity concerns are very high in that kind of thing. Very difficult to be certain that there has been no modification. Second area of audio forensics that commonly comes up is enhancement. This is pretty much used in context of speech communication. So especially if something is going to be presented to a judge or a jury who is not accustomed to listening to audio that's been recorded under usually not very good circumstances, there's a desire to try to reduce the noise and distortion so that it's more intelligible, or that people can interpret more clearly what's happening. Enhancement is fraught with lots of problems, because as soon as we start changing the audio, now we have the possibility that the changes are in fact changing the meaning, and there's a whole area of research I'm getting involved in now to look into this topic. But enhancement is the second concern. And the third one is interpretation and documentation, and this is the area I primarily work in, which is once we have a recording of interest in an investigation, what can we make out of it? What is the timeline? How much time elapsed between different events? Who shot first? What background sounds are there? This kind of thing. And so this is most of the work I do is in this interpretation area. The primary way that we do audio forensics now involves three techniques: critical listening, which is just what it says. This is listening very carefully to a recording. Our human auditory system has evolved in a very interesting way over the years, that we're very able to pick out certain details that are hard to describe in a mathematical sense, but the first impression is often very helpful in this type of analysis. The second tool is waveform analysis. So we look at the recorded waveform, the pressure disturbance that's been recorded by the microphone. That often involves some consideration about the type of microphone, its location, and the behavior of the recording system. And then an area I work a lot in is spectrographic analysis. So this is a spectrogram, which is taking a Fourier transform of short segments of the input signal to look at what frequency content is present at various times. And when you're trained or get skilled at using this type of representation, it's a nice way to take something that is entirely temporal. You know, audio really only exists as a function of time, but we want to look at it in a static form, and so a spectrogram is a convenient way to do that. So why is audio forensics increasingly important today? I think maybe this is obvious, but I'll just mention it. It is so trivially easy to make audio recordings nowadays compared to the past. The ability to carry around a mobile device that can make a video or audio, or people have surveillance systems at their home In the US, there are millions of doorbell cameras to the extent now that after some kind of incident in a jurisdiction, the law enforcement officers will go door to door to find out who might have a recording of what happened. Often it's showing an empty street, but a block down where the shooting occurred, that got recorded. And so this information is increasingly available, and I can't imagine it'll be less important as time goes on. All right, so I'm going to be playing a few examples just to kind of give an idea here, and I want you to be aware that these are gunshot sounds, and like any other field, when you work in the field a lot, you get used to this and don't think about it perhaps as much as we should, but I just want to make you aware that there'll be some sounds of gunfire that are present in this. The only reason we're doing that is not for emotional impact, but is to try to get across a point I'm going to make about assumptions we might make about the way the world works, and then the reality of how the world works and what it sounds like. So with gunshot sounds specifically, the forensic interpretation that we have usually involves establishing a timeline. One of the very helpful things about an audio recording is its ability to look at things in very precise time order. With video, there's framing, different individual frames per second. There are artifacts due to the coding from one frame to the next, and there's a little bit of leeway in what things happen. Audio also has some coding effects that I'll mention a little bit later, but generally we can see when something happened very clearly and what order it happened. The other interesting thing about the time aspects is the fact that the speed of sound is relatively slow. So at room temperature, 343 meters per second. So in America, we talk about feet, so it's 1 foot in a millisecond. And so it's very easy to measure times at much higher precision than that. So sound has only moved 1 foot in that thousandth of a second time. So we can measure distances in terms of time, and that's often a very helpful thing in an investigation. And those of you I've worked with, often this comes up in the discussion. There's often a question of whether the sound that is in the recording is a gunshot or something else. Especially for distant sounds, there are many other things, slamming door, a construction site, a firecracker, many other things that might have an impulsive sound that could be mistaken for a gunshot. In forensic cases and some of the journalist cases that we've worked on, there's multiple firearms involved. And the question is, how many shots were from different firearms at what time? The who shot first is, again, in criminal cases often comes up. There's a claim of self-defense, and so the worry is, did this person shoot first or second, and what were the sequence? And a lot of the work I do in research, I'll mention in a minute here, has to do with the firearm orientation. It often seemed that my assumption was the bang of a gun was omnidirectional and equal in all directions, and that's in fact not true at all. And so there are many things that are helpful to understand scientifically about this. So when I first started working on this and living in Montana in the United States, if you know anything about Montana, it's kind of still has this sort of cowboy frontier culture, and people have ranches and things like that. They go hunting. So firearms are not so much of a concern for criminal activity. They're more just part of the culture that people will go out shooting, and things like that. So I'm not really a gun aficionado. I don't know much about firearms, but I have no trouble finding people in my department at the university or elsewhere who know a lot about guns. So when I got into this, I thought, well, I know what guns sound like. I've heard plenty of gun sounds in video games and things like that. And very quickly I found it's much more complicated than I first thought. And that intrigued me as an engineer, that I need to understand more about this, because my first impressions were not what we really have. So in fact, I went out with a colleague who had a 308 caliber hunting rifle, and I brought along my professional recording microphones. And before I'd ever done this before, we set them up at a shooting range, and I said, shoot past the microphone. Don't hit the microphone, but shoot toward the microphone. I want to record this. So he took one shot, and this was my recording. So I had thought, well, something malfunctioned here. I was expecting there was just be a bang and then it would die out. That's what my ear tells me, and that's what I assumed it would be. But it had all of this detail, and I'm thinking, well, what happened? Much more complicated than I thought. So what I discovered in analyzing this is the first impulse that was present in the microphone was the ballistic shock wave. This particular rifle fired a bullet that travels faster than the speed of sound. So as it leaves the firearm, it's outpacing the bang of the gun. So it goes downrange and gets farther and farther ahead of the sound of the gun. But the bullet itself, being supersonic, makes a miniature sonic boom, just like you would have with a supersonic aircraft. And that miniature sonic boom is what we're seeing here in this initial crack. And it's very audible, and people who are in the military or around firearms like this often will report they can hear that sound. It's an acoustic effect. The second impulse here is actually a reflection of that shock wave off the ground. So as the bullet was traveling along, we were in a shooting range. It was January, very icy, solid surface, and so the sound reflected off the ground, and then that arrived at the microphone. Then the actual bang of the gun, the muzzle blast, arrived. This is 10 or 15 meters away. And then the reflection of the muzzle blast off the ground. So it bounced off the ground and arrived at the microphone. So we have sort of 4 different things here in that one recording. And so I was starting to think, oh my gosh, if I've got a recording with several gunshots in a more complicated environment that isn't just the ground surface, but has walls of buildings and cars and other reflecting surfaces, this recording is going to be a mess. And I said, okay, well, this is interesting because this is, again, not what I expected at all. The other thing that was very surprising to me was that the bang of the gun lasted only 4 milliseconds. It's not a like we always think of in video games. It is just a pop. And in fact, very often when I'm in court and reading witness accounts, people will say, I didn't think it was a gun. It just went pop, 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 and it didn't sound like a gun. I thought it was firecrackers. I didn't know what was happening. So from the gunshot acoustics, we've got that muzzle blast, but we also have other sounds that might be picked up depending on the location of the microphone. So the mechanical action of the firearm, the cocking mechanism, loading the ammunition, and so forth. If the microphone is close to that, those sounds are audible. A semi-automatic firearm or an automatic firearm will eject spent cartridges, which often clink on the ground nearby, and those sounds can be picked up as well if it's close to it. Supersonic projectiles, I mentioned, have their own sound and their own timing relationship. And then we have the acoustical environment, the reflections of sound off the various surfaces that can be quite confusing and confounding in the recording. Okay, I'm going to play an example of a forensic recording here, and what I would like you to listen to here is can you tell that there are different firearms involved in this recording? Okay, so what happened there? Can you tell from the scene? Yes, so you heard the racking sound of a shotgun, if you're familiar with how those firearms work. So an officer was shooting a beanbag round. So this is a shotgun that shoots out sort of rubbery particles that are, I guess, used in riot control and things like that. It's not supposed to be lethal. And after the gun is shot, this particular one has a pump action, so the officer did that, ejected the cartridge, and if you listen carefully, you can hear that clink on the ground afterwards. Okay? Then at the end of the recording, another officer fired a handgun, and so there was another recorded sound in there. So the order in which things happened, how long it took, there were commands by the law enforcement officer, all of that could be relevant in a court case. See if you can count how many gunshots are in this example. So a human listener, you're not going to be able to count all those. Obviously, from an audio forensic standpoint, though, we can look at the time waveform. We can identify very carefully the different shot sounds in there and make a good estimate. Often that is then compared to the crime scene people who go around and pick up all the shell casings, and they want to match up all the audible shots with the casings that are found, just as a way to be consistent about it. Here's another one that involves gunshots and a taser. So the taser is an electronic control device that shoots darts that then apply a shock to the person. But if they don't encounter a person, then the device sends little pulses, and you could hear that ratcheting kind of sort of sound. And again, in an investigation, that might be important. One more. So that recording was from a particular location, and then the question was, well, where were the guns with respect to the microphone? And with a single recording, it's often very difficult to know, but if there are multiple recordings, then it's possible to pick those things out. Here was an incident back in July.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Okay, so after that incident, assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, how many gunshots did you hear? Okay, so people at the scene said, we didn't think it was a gun. We just heard this little kind of sound. It didn't sound like gunfire. Okay, well, we'll see this recording in just a minute. And to me, of course, well, these are the ballistic shock waves of supersonic bullets. This is not a handgun situation. And so within 30 minutes, it was possible to identify that there had been a single shooter at a single location and so forth, just from the acoustical analysis in that case. And so this will also have an open source aspect, because reporters found about 25 other recordings of this from people at the scene with their phones who happened to be recording at the time of the incident. So there were 25 different versions of this acoustics, which to me was, what a wonderful, well, I shouldn't say that, but it was interesting that way. All right, so most of what people attribute to gunshot sounds is actually the reflections and reverberation. So the actual sound of the gun is that, but most of the recordings you listen to were reverberant. So the microphone picked up not just the direct sound, but the sound that bounced around in the venue. Sometimes that reflected sound is useful because it helps confirm that this was a gun fired in a particular location, because we can look at echoes and other things there. Other times it's very difficult then to pick what kind of firearm it was, because there is so much overlapping of those reflections. Another important aspect that's a challenge is that mobile phones, home surveillance systems, body-worn cameras are not designed for gunshot sounds. The microphones usually are not really good enough. The dynamic range is not good enough. So often there's a lot of distortion there. The other thing that's in some ways worse is that essentially all the audio that we deal with nowadays is perceptually compressed, which means there's an algorithm that looks at the waveform and converts it into a version that to a human listener sounds the same as the original. So that we've reduced by 90%, we've thrown away 90% of the information, and what's left should sound the same to a human listener. But from a forensic standpoint, that's not desirable, because it means that there's a lot of details in the waveform we can't trust, because they've probably been manipulated by the coding algorithm. And that has to be always remembered when we are looking at these audio recordings. As I mentioned earlier about the shock wave from a supersonic bullet, this is another example of the kind of thing that has some uncertainty to it. The bullet traveling along left to right here trails essentially a cone that represents the shock wave that's expanding out. The shock wave itself, once it's launched, travels at the speed of sound. So the bullet is supersonic, the shock wave is at the speed of sound. If the bullet is very fast, the shock wave cone is very narrow. And so the shock wave is propagating more or less perpendicular from the trajectory. If the speed of sound is just barely supersonic, then the shock wave cone is very broad and the shock wave is propagating parallel to the trajectory. So whenever there's a recording that includes the shock wave, part of the question is how fast was the bullet? Because generally that's not known, and so we have to have some assumptions. As the bullet travels, it slows down. Okay. So the shock wave cone that's narrow at the muzzle broadens downrange, and so this is another effect that has to be taken into account as that's analyzed. So again, as the bullet travels, it has its shock wave propagation that the microphone detects, and then the sound from the muzzle blast arrives at a later time, and the time gap gets longer as the bullet travels because it's moving faster than sound. It's getting farther and farther ahead downrange. So in a recording, what we would see looking at the time waveform or at the spectrogram here is this time difference between the arrival of the shock wave and then the arrival of the muzzle blast. And I refer to that as a crack pop sequence. And it's audible when you're used to listening to these. You hear the in the recording. And so that's, again, usually an indication that this is what's going on in the effect. And then mathematically, based on the time difference, the speed of sound, and then the speed of the bullet, or the assumption, we can calculate what that distance was for the firearm. So for instance, in the case of Shireen Abu Akleh's shooting, this was one of the considerations, was how far away was that gun? And this type of calculation was what was used on that case. When we do research on this, one of the questions was, well, if you really had perfect microphones in a recording system, could you do, what's possible? Because we know that a real recording in a forensic case will have a poor microphone, not placed well, of speech, or an audio coder. So what could we do if we actually were able to measure it? So for us, the laboratory is going out in a field and setting up specialized microphones in an arc around the shooter. And so the gun is placed in the middle around in options. We raise this off the ground so that we can make what's called an anechoic recording. So the sound of the gun arrives at the microphone before the reflection off the ground. So by raising everything up, we essentially delay that reflection arrival so we can get a clean recording of just the bang of the gun or the other sounds before that arrives. So this, again, is not something that would be in a forensic recording typically. This is what we would have in this specialized recording to say, here's the best way that we could do it. So here's an example of one of these recordings of a 308 rifle with the microphone that's 16 degrees azimuth, so just slightly off center of the trajectory. So we see again the impulse here of the shock wave. There's no reflection, again, because we've been careful to avoid that. And then here is the muzzle blast and the bang of the gun. And then the sound of the gun dies out very quickly after that gas escapes. Now, if we look at 49 degrees, so now we're kind of diagonal from the gun, there's no shock wave present there. So you might say, well, what happened? Did we miss the recording? Well, the physics of the shockwave production is that it is moving downrange, and once you get far enough off to the side, you're no longer in the shockwave zone. So just because there's no shockwave in a recording does not necessarily mean there's no rifle or no supersonic bullet. It may mean that you're to the side or behind. So you still hear the muzzle blast, but the shockwave is not there. And as we get farther behind, you can see the amplitude is much reduced. And finally, 180 degrees, right behind the shooter, there's very little sound there at all. Now, in a real situation, often you will hear sound because the forward sound is reflected off surfaces. And so you're hearing the reverberation. But the gun itself makes very little sound, relatively speaking, in the rear direction. So this is, again, surprising to me. I had no idea. I thought it would be very uniform. And here's a picture with a .308 rifle at different angles showing the waveform comparison, and then a 9mm handgun under the same type of recording situation that has a very elaborate set of impulse sounds at the side and behind associated with the semi-automatic gun, that as you fire it, gas is escaping different places in order to position the new piece of ammunition. And so it has a very distinctive characteristic there in the sound. So again, coming close to the end here, the basic observations that we have are these real gunshot sounds are very brief, they are highly directional, and theoretically from these careful laboratory recordings, we can distinguish many different kinds of firearms very well, because the waveforms are very different at this kind of level. Real forensic recordings, almost never do you have that type of situation. You always have reflections and overlaps and other things, and you generally don't have good microphones and so on. So they're generally not clean and tidy the way we can do in a laboratory recording. So we have all of these challenges with real recordings, and the recordings that I've done in collaboration with some of you often have distortion. We have this issue of the perceptual compression. Lots of other things going on, the type and orientation and so forth. So from a scientific standpoint, if I write a paper for other audio engineers, I'm including all of this information about the uncertainty and the angles and the temperature effects and other things. And of course, in a courtroom, the advocates don't want that. You know, they want certainty and things to be expressed. And so I think the times I've spoken with you on different cases, I think you probably get some of that, so that you also would like a simple answer, and you hear me talking about all of the uncertainty and the variability and the, and sorry, but that's kind of the way science actually works. Okay, so I've pretty much used up my time, and I did want to see if we can have some discussion, but I'll give an example of, here is an incident that had 5 different recordings, and the green lines here are the waveforms from different versions of this same incident. So the recording very close to the site, whoop. So there's a taser, there's people shouting, the microphone's so close, the reverberation, you can't hear anything. Well, it turned out there was several police cars parked in the vicinity. Here's one that was a block or so away that had a dashboard camera. Okay, so since it's farther away inside a closed cabin, we could pick out the gunshots much more easily in that recording. And you can see there's different versions. There's one of these that the car had a radio playing. So interesting mixture, but the fact that there were multiple recordings was very helpful. Here's the example from the Donald Trump assassination attempt. And I've just shown a set of 5 different recordings from different locations of that. The first one, this is the recording from the podium, from the lectern microphone. Here's a recording from an individual who was close to where the shooter was located. So there are 8 audible shots that happen quickly, then a 9th shot and a 10th shot in this recording. The first 8 shots, all of the recordings that were made available to me, the timing between them was exactly the same. So this is consistent with a single shooter at a single location, so that no matter where the observation was, the than the scale, but it's a different time on the different recordings, and J is a different time and also different than I. So we could tell that I and J were two other shots, not from the original location and not either one of those from the same location. And so it turned out to be there was a law enforcement officer on the ground who fired at the perpetrator, and then J, this
It happened on August 13th.
having this available within an hour after the shooting, I hope cut down on the number of these conspiracy theories. Although, in fact, I got an email last night from somebody who had some other recording that they purport to have, you know, the grassy knoll shooter or something. But it's when you have 20 and there's one that's different, again, I hope in open source, this is one of the examples of maybe a way to try to look at the validity a little bit. Okay, I'll jump to the end here. There's a variety of different things that are happening, but this audio forensic evidence, as you all know, is increasingly available. The reference recordings and research that we've done, and I'm going to continue to do, offer some hope that there's information there that we can use. And I think the interesting thing for us and for the investigation is that it's increasingly common that we'll have multiple recordings. In Colombia, for instance, we had how many recordings there, Carlos? Yeah, so again, 20 different recordings, and so that allows a little bit more comparison and things going on. So, all right, thank you very much for your attention, and I don't know who's in charge here. If there are any questions or discussion, I'd love to hear it.
Thank you. My name is Bastian van der Laken. I just have a quick question, and I know it's a bit because of the times, and I hate that everything comes this way, but yesterday we talked about now on-device optimization or AI, generative AI optimization.
Don't know. So there's going to be a lot of questions about that. For forensic use, of course, we would like nothing to be done to the audio and have all of the background sounds present and no noise reduction. So this may be something for training that we should be thinking about, is if we want people to get audio that will be verifiable and have good content, is what things to turn off or what apps to use that will not engage any of that type of manipulation. Because you're absolutely right, it's going to be a problem for the analysis.
Thank you. Galen Rouge, Bellingcat. We spoke a little bit yesterday, so thank you very much for this excellent talk. One of the things that I'm quite concerned about, or rather interested in, is tool development and ways to make technologies accessible to researchers and journalists. So my question is, to what extent do you think it's possible and responsible to take the kind of deeply technical knowledge from your academic field and automate and create tools for researchers and journalists to do some of this analysis themselves?
Yeah, very good question. I think that I'm optimistic about that, But as I've kind of revealed, a lot of my assumptions that went into things are changing and have changed and continue to change. And so it's difficult for me to imagine writing or asking somebody to write a tool that will somehow do this when I think there's still some details there. So I think maybe what I will imagine happening first is that once there's a recording that has gunshots in it, some of this identification and timing extraction and things like that should be able to be automated. And I'm sure you could write a tool that would basically do that kind of thing. And I think that would be something that we should see, and maybe people are already doing that. Yep.
So first of all, thank you for actually joining us, in this conference. So I'm really pleased to actually work with you in the previous investigations and the support that you have given us through the time.
Yeah, it's my privilege. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So obviously, between the case of sharing out, like you can hear one shot isolated, let's say, you can easily sort of like start thinking about distance to the shooter, etc. But when we have more shooting and also overlapped, then the situation is more difficult. So for us researcher, my question is, what we should actually focus on or look for to start, drafting some conclusions in terms, for example, of basic findings like directionality, also who shot first. So that kind of like aspects of what could be 3 aspects to actually focus on as a researcher without knowing the science behind this.
I think probably the things that come to my mind immediately are the geolocation aspect. So if I'm given a recording and no other information, I can analyze the recording. But if it's possible from the video or from other sources to try to get a pretty precise location of where that microphone was that made the recording, that is very, very helpful. So those sorts of things, I think, are probably the first thing I think of. The other things that I recommend to people who are making these recordings is to not start and stop the recording. And there was a time when we used this material called tape, and you had to really worry about it. It was like when we had film and you had to conserve your shots. But now with audio especially, and even video, trying to let it run, and so to have more time without interruptions helps a lot with the timing and intervals and things like that. I don't know, are there any other things you think of that would be a question?
What actually helped us to contrast the data of the Army company, for example, was that they say that they were shooting in one particular direction, but having different cameras in different places with short lines to the shockwave zone that you were speaking about. So that helped us to understand they are not telling the truth.
Yeah, so that was a good example. What Carlos is mentioning is that there were several different cameras in different locations. Some of the recordings picked up this shockwave characteristic and others didn't. So the question would be, well, why not? And so the explanation would be, well, if the firearm was pointed toward these microphones, they will pick up the shockwave. If the microphone is behind, then it won't, or it'll only have a reflection there. So by looking at that effect on several of these, it was clear which direction the gun was pointing because of that one piece of information. So that's the sort of detective work, I guess, that can be helpful if you have some understanding of the basic physics and the characteristics of these things. Yeah. Okay.
Hi, thanks, Rob. Great presentation. Just thinking about, aside from the artifacts in the design of microphones or devices, could you speak a little bit to AI-generated audio, which seems to be, better at, or potentially better at fooling people than video is at the moment? And if there are artifacts or aspects of the construction of that type of audio that allows us to detect it, or allows experts like you to detect it, and how we might go about that if we were relying on a single piece of audio.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge, and I don't know that I've got a perfect solution there. I think the casual AI-generated sounds, typically people will take gunshots out of a sound effects library or something like that, and I hope what I've gotten across here is that's not what real gunshots sound like. So one of the suspicions I would have if somebody presented me with a recording and its authenticity is, are these very static, video game style gunshots, or do they have the nuances and details that a real firearm discharge would have? So I think I would be looking for that. But that being said, I'm very concerned about sophisticated adversaries who are with a security agency or something like that, who know this information. And I think we are going to be very quickly finding that people are able to make very convincing audio recordings that have all of these details in them, because they're able to compute these things. And I think at that point, again, we're going to be in another realm of trying to find corroborating recordings or some other things to make that difference. Because I think, you're going to face this pretty soon, if you haven't already, is those types of recordings that really seem plausible, and they will be difficult to authenticate, at least in my lab. So.
Thank you so
Okay, thanks very much.
We're off for a half-hour break. See you back here in 30 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good.
2020, during the eviction of hundreds of indigenous people Spotlight on a collaboration, Sarah Setenta. Partners for years, our work with Sarah Setenta has covered violence directed at protesters and journalists in Colombia. Recently, that centered on the story of Indigenous journalist Abelardo Liz. The army has just left, but the shooting continues. The man who records the soldiers with his camera doesn't run away. He is Abelardo Liz, an indigenous journalist who seconds later will film his own death. It happened on August 13th, 2020, during the eviction of hundreds of indigenous people occupying some land owned by a sugar mill in Corinto, in northern Cauca, Colombia. The indigenous community claim that Abelardo was killed by the army, but the army denies it.
Es de resaltar que las tropas del Ejército Nacional nunca accionaron sus armas de dotación en contra de la comunidad indígena.
Moreover, they stated they only opened fire in response to an attack by dissident groups from the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC. 3 years later, the investigation into the murder of Abelardo Liz remains at a standstill, even though there appears to be enough evidence to find some answers and rule out some other versions. Abelardo Liz was 34 years old. He worked at the radio station Nación Nasa Estéreo and was part of the communications network of the Indigenous Council of Corinto. On the day of his killing, Abelardo, who can be seen here in a yellow t-shirt and rag over his head, was covering with his own camera a land eviction operation in the Quebrada Seca farm, which is 3 kilometers from Corinto and owned by the Incorca sugar mill. The police and the anti-riot squad ESMAD took part in the operation. The Colombian army was also on site because of the possible presence of dissidents from the FARC. Cauca is a department with a historical dispute over land ownership that has confronted peasant farmers, Afro-Colombians, indigenous people and landowners. In addition to this, there is the presence of illegally armed actors that even after the peace agreement between the Colombian government and the FARC, continue disputing the control over this land. One of the most frequent struggles is the one between sugar mills that have private property rights over the land and the indigenous communities that claim ancestral rights over the same territory. One of the strategies of the indigenous people has been to occupy these lands de facto. They call it liberation of Mother Earth. In the neighbouring farm to where Abelardo was shot, 2 other indigenous people have been killed in similar clashes. On August 13th, the army soldiers were divided into 2 platoons, Aguia and Butra, the first one under the command of Sergeant Carlos Alvarez Rodriguez. The Aguia platoon monitored the eviction from the area known as Las Piramides, about 800 meters away from this dirt road. Around noon, the eviction operation ended, and the Aguia platoon began to descend in this direction. According to their own statements, around this point, they diverted into the corn crops after some 50 indigenous people allegedly blocked their passage. But the indigenous community claim that the army deviated in an act of provocation. However, there is no record of this moment. The other platoon was here, next to the police forces and the ESMAD. This video, recorded immediately afterwards, shows 21 soldiers from the Aguia platoon moving along this route, amidst insults and pushing from the surrounding indigenous community. When they reached this road, some indigenous people blocked their way, and the platoon was divided. 12 soldiers made it across, and 9 others were fenced in. This man appeared to steal a large knife from this soldier, who remains in the rear group. Some members of the indigenous community surrounded and seemed to threaten the soldiers with machetes. This man grabbed a soldier's rifle and struggled with him. It is Jose Ernesto Riviera. He and Abelardo Liz will be deadly wounded in the next minute. Sarah Setenta and Bellingfest analysed 118 videos filmed that day, 16 out of which were recorded during the 67 seconds the shooting lasted. We synchronised these videos by matching the sound of the bullets. We consulted two audio forensic experts, Stephen Beck and Dr. Robert Mayer. Their analysis offers more information about details not visible in the videos during the minute the shooting lasted. The version from the army is that they responded to enemy fire. However, our analysis shows the army appears to have started the shooting. The first shots heard in this video correspond to an M60 machine gun, followed by Galil rifle shots. This is evidenced by the analysis of Stephen Beck, who stated that the frequency of the shots corresponds to those weapons. The official case file and video evidence show that machine guns, M60s and Galil rifles were indeed among those carried by the platoon. In the midst of the shooting, the rest of the platoon managed to cross the road. None of the soldiers appeared to seek cover under the alleged enemy fire. Immediately after, this video recorded by Abelardo shows at least 3 soldiers firing into the ground very close to where the community was. As they fired, they moved away from the road. These images contradict the version of the soldiers who stated that they did not shoot at the community or carry out any dissuasive shots. About 25 seconds after the shooting started, we hear members of the community shouting that someone had been wounded. According to the official case files, only 3 people were reached by bullets during the whole shooting: Abelardo Liz, Jose Ernesto Riviera, and Julio Cesar Tumbo. Right at this moment, we see Abelardo and Julio standing uninjured here. This leaves Ernesto as the possible person that was wounded during the first episode of the shooting. But further investigations are needed to confirm this. However, it is unclear why the soldiers denied having fired dissuasive shots. This raises questions as to what really happened and what level of training the platoon had received to manage such situations. Forensic science expert Maurice Tibble-Binns, Special Rapporteur on Extrajudicial Executions at the United Nations, says that the soldiers acted outside the norms and parameters established by international standards for the use of force by law enforcement officials. In doing so, they violated the necessity, proportionality, precaution and responsibility, including, for example, by using highly lethal weapons of war to disperse a demonstration. The shooting paused as the soldiers retreated, and these 3 videos registered 11 shots that, according to experts, could have come from a location different to the one occupied by the soldiers, which were here and here. The experts identified that these 11 shots and others fired that day correspond to supersonic bullets. These bullets feature 2 distinctive sounds: a typical crack, which can be heard when the supersonic bullet passes near the receptor, followed by the sound of the muzzle blast, which originated when the same bullet left the barrel of the gun. The muzzle blast sound arrives later because the bullet travels faster than the speed of sound. The audio forensic experts calculated the distance to the potential shooter by measuring the time difference between 2 sounds associated with the supersonic bullets. Triangulating the information from the 3 cameras, the experts estimate a potential shooter could have been located here, a sector which the indigenous community was occupying during the shooting. The data also suggests these 11 bullets could have been shot towards the area around Abelardo or the soldiers, but not towards the mountains. For this reason, an exchange of gunfire cannot be ruled out. However, there is no visual evidence of where these shots came from, nor is there evidence that anyone within the indigenous community had firearms. Without this material to complement the sound of the bullets, it is impossible to know who fired these shots. What the evidence does show is that the gunshots analysed seem to have come from locations closer to Abelardo, while soldiers claim they opened fire in response to an attack by FARC dissidents, who according to them were in the mountains, specifically here in a sector called Las Pyramidas. However, in this video, recorded from the same sector, the shots heard appear distant. Synchronizing and triangulating this video with those filmed closer to Abelardo, the distant blast pattern appears to correspond to sequences where the soldiers were seen shooting, or with shots that were heard closer to the road where Abelardo was shot. According to experts, in this video, supersonic bullets can also be heard traveling towards the person recording in the mountains. There seems to be no evidence, either visual or audible, of other shooters in the immediate area around this camera. This appears to contradict the version from the soldiers who stated they were being attacked from the mountains. But this analysis is limited because there is only one video that recorded what happened from that location. The 11 shots fired close to the road gave way to another more intensified round, in which Abelardo Liz, who was still filming with his camera, was deadly wounded. According to the autopsy, the trajectory of the bullet in Abelardo's body was that it entered through the right side, between his ribs, and descended from right to left until it lodged in one of his last vertebrae. Based on this information, the bullet which killed Abelardo couldn't have come from behind his back or the mountains. This video, recorded by himself, captured the moment in which Abelardo was hit by a bullet. In the footage, we can see these two trees, which are located here and here. The position of these two trees indicate the direction towards which Abelardo was pointing his camera. Another video shows the approximate position and orientation of Abelardo's body before being hit by the bullet. Among the videos analysed, there is no evidence of any other actor besides the security forces on the right side of the road where the bullet that killed Abelardo Liz appeared to have come from. The army soldiers can be seen precisely here. The autopsy and ballistic reports prepared by the Colombian National Institute of Legal Medicine and Forensic Science, which is the entity in charge of the investigation, indicate that the bullet recovered from Abelardo Liz's body was likely fired by the same type of gun carried by the soldiers that day. However, the forensic team couldn't determine whether or not it came from any of those rifles, citing that there were not enough microscopic marks or striations on the bullet to establish who shot him. On August 13th, the day ended with 2 dead men and 1 injured. The indigenous journalist Abelardo Liz, community member Jose Ernesto Riviera, and Julio Cesar Tumbo, who was arrested at the hospital and charged with land invasion. But he has not been convicted. There appears to be no records of wounded soldiers by knives or firearms during the events analysed by Sarah Setenta and Bellingcat. In response to a request for public information made by this journalistic alliance to the army, the commander of the High Mountain Battalion No. 8, Lieutenant Colonel Jorge Amando Rojas, assured that the disciplinary investigation into what happened that day was carried out by the same battalion. However, he added that the investigations had been already archived since they found no evidence of disciplinary offences by any of the soldiers. He claimed that the work of the police and the army was interrupted by illegal armed groups that carried out flagrant violations against international humanitarian law and human rights by shooting at the troops and the civilian population. 3 years later, the case shows no significant progress in the Attorney General's office, which has much of the video and testimonial evidence analysed by this journalistic team. The forensic evidence in the case seems to be limited to 19 gun shells despite a larger number of gunshots heard during the incident. The sound of bullets. Who killed journalist Abelardo Liz? Following the publication of our investigation with Sarah Setenta, UN Special Rapporteurs called on the Colombian government to urgently called effective investigation into the allegations outlined in Bellingcat and Saracenta's report to determine who is responsible and ensure justice is served. However, the Colombian government is still yet to respond to those calls. Following the publication of our investigation, we were given the opportunity to spotlight the special investigative techniques we used in an exhibition. The exhibition was called Visual Investigations and was happening at the Architecture Museum in Munich. The exhibition focused on visual analysis and featured work from forensic architecture, Situ New York, and FT's own Alison Killing. The exhibition is running from the 10th of October 2024 to the 9th of February 2025 and focuses on the intersections between advocacy, journalism, and law. Working with Sarah Stenter and Dr. Robert Maher, an audio forensic expert who had assisted with the investigation, we adapted the documentary video that we'd already produced and investigation into a sound and visual experience. The layout was simple. On the first wall, we had text copy of the investigation. On the second, we had the synced timeline of videos captured by Abelardo Liz himself and others at the scene of the killing. And in the third room, we had our sound experience with a visual display projected onto a block in the center of the room. On opposite sides of the rooms, we had speakers, so you could hear the direction of the bullet and understand our sound analysis from the investigation. The experience was guided by Dr. Robert Maher, audio forensic expert, and Charlotte Marr from our Bellingcat team, as they walked you through the investigation and the special visual and audio analysis techniques that we took to uncover more about the circumstances of Abelardo Liz's death. You can see here some of the exhibition, from the text copy wall on the first wall to the timeline of synced videos on the second. And this was the visual display that accompanied our sound experience. The exhibition is still open. Go have a look at all the incredible exhibits, focused on open source research and visual analysis. Available only at the Architecture Museum in Munich until February the 9th. Thanks has to go to our partners Sarah Stenter, Dr. Robert Maher, all of the faculty and staff of the exhibition and the museum, the Communications Network of the Indigenous Council of Corinto, and Abelardo's family and representatives for allowing us to share the analysis of his killing in the exhibition.
This is a satellite image showing a Russian cargo ship, the Mikhail Neneshov, at a port in occupied Crimea loading Ukrainian grain. This is that same ship on video as it passes through the Bosphorus Strait in Istanbul, Turkey. And this is another satellite image showing the Neneshov at port in Iran, offloading the same grain. The Neneshov and its path from occupied Ukraine through Turkey and out to the international market is part of a systematic, years-long effort by Russia to profit off of grain harvested from occupied Ukraine, robbing Ukraine of one of its most valuable resources and reshaping the global grain market. Working with Bellingcat and Lloyd's List, and using satellite imagery and shipping data, Scripps News has found suspect ships that have taken grain from Sevastopol dozens of times since the start of the invasion, feeding into expanding Russian ship transfers in the Black Sea. Before Russia's invasion, Ukraine ranked among the world's largest exporters of staple grains, such as wheat, corn, and barley. In 2021, it exported almost 10% of the world's wheat, a vital food source for countries like Egypt, which is one of the world's largest importers of wheat. But Ukraine's place in that global food system changed after February 2022, when Russia invaded and started to occupy a large swath of Ukraine's agricultural land and blocked Ukraine's maritime activity in the Black Sea. While Ukraine has been able to dislodge Russian forces from much of what they initially occupied, Vladimir Putin announced the annexation of parts of Ukraine's southern land, including Zaporizhzhia and Kherson.
About 30% of Ukraine is occupied, and so an immediate concern is theft of grain from that occupied region, but a longer-term question is related to agricultural production and domestic productivity within Ukraine, and the challenges that will come when you have a foreign entity occupying part of a country.
Russia is taking harvested crops from those regions and smuggling them through major occupied ports, including the Avlita grain terminal in Sevastopol, Crimea.
Сьогодні ми на нашому полі. Це врожай пшениці 2023 року. Пшениця в цьому році дає нам по 60 центнерів з гектару. Пшениця – це золото України, яка поставляє пшеничку не тільки в Європу, а весь світ. Ми на цій території, на цих полях вже ось на оцих на всіх працюємо 15 років. Вирощуємо ми зернові, пшеницю, ячмінь, кукурузу, гречку, сою та сонях. Сьогодні ми працюємо, збираємо пшеницю, бо в нас на Україні кажуть, що хліб всьому голова. Ну, заробіток по пшениці зараз упав. Упав і практично це відсотків на 60. Наша територія конкретно, це поле, на якому сьогодні зараз стоїмо, воно знаходиться 6,5-7 кілометрів до границі з Росією. З території Росії йдуть постійні обстріли і мінометами, і важкою артилерією. У нас Білопілля обстрілювали градами. Оце такі воронки від мінометних обстрілів, які йдуть з боку Росії. І по нашим полям ми боремось, ми все робимо для того, щоб зібрати своєчасно і забезпечити зерном і Україну, і всі інші країни, які сьогодні потребують. Я ж вам кажу, а куди мені виїжджати? У мене 700 голов свиней. Куди я можу поїхати? Мені їх випустять, хай бігають по полям, на мінах підриваються. Ну це буде неправильно. Будемо працювати, будемо надіятися на Бога, будемо працювати. І будемо вірити в перемогу, що ми переможемо. Михайлович, вправо! Вправо руль! Ні! Не туди, туди треба. Люди не хочуть їхати за зерном до нас, бо у нас тут обстріли постійні, і тому водії не хочуть їхати. Із-за цього ми Коли вже дуже комусь потреба є, то тоді вони приїздять і беруть. А так дуже важко. З реалізацією дуже важко. Я не знаю, як буде цього року по реалізації зерна, бо з кожним днем все важче і важче.
It's not just the farmers in Ukrainian-controlled territory that are unsure about the future. Scripps News spoke with the CEO and co-owner of an agricultural group that owns farms across Ukraine and is in contact with farmers in occupied regions.
It's like mafia rule. So you have to collaborate, you have to create something which make this that you are not enemies, that you are support Russians, so and you need to do some practical way. So and only after such way the people can stay in these territories.
Other farmers from occupied regions told the Associated Press and PBS the same thing in an investigation last year, saying they have little choice but to sell at whatever price Russian authorities set for them. It's not exactly a state secret that Russia is taking this grain either. The acting governor of occupied Zaporizhzhia said in early July that the region was preparing to ship grain to the Middle East. Later, he announced that the region was ready to export to African nations. The head of occupied Crimea also announced last June that there were plans to export grain from Zaporizhzhia and Kherson out of Sevastopol. Even Russia's president, Vladimir Putin, has said this is something planned for occupied ports.
Существует другая возможность. Да, порты Азовского моря, Бердянск, Мариуполь находятся под нашим контролем. Мы готовы обеспечить беспроблемный вывоз, в том числе украинского зерна через эти порты.
5 months into the war, Russia, Ukraine, Turkey, and the United Nations struck a remarkable deal called the Black Sea Grain Initiative, essentially allowing Ukraine to bypass Russia's blockade and ship grain abroad. But that deal fell apart almost a year later.
I deeply regret the decision by the Russian Federation to terminate the implementation of the Black Sea Initiative, including the withdrawal of Russian security guarantees for navigation in the northwestern part of the Black Sea.
And even before the deal ended, Russia was already moving grain from fertile lands in occupied Ukrainian territories, such as Zaporizhzhia. One of the main conduits for smuggling this grain is the Avlita grain terminal in Sevastopol, Crimea. It's a sanctioned port. Russia has 3 main tactics for shipping this grain out of the Black Sea. The first is fairly simple. A cargo ship docks at the terminal in Sevastopol, loads up with grain, and travels directly to another port in countries like Syria or Iran. The second are a little more complicated and involve something called a ship-to-ship transfer. This is where 2 ships line up next to each other and transfer cargo from one to the other. Russian ships will do this either a single time or multiple times after loading up on grain from Sevastopol, effectively masking the origin of the grain before it goes out to the international market. And it all happens here in the Kerch Strait. Much of this activity is hidden through another method commonly used to evade sanctions, by turning off a ship's automatic identification system, or AIS. The Mikhail Neneshov turned off its AIS while in Sevastopol and only turned it back on after it sailed to the Kerch Strait, ostensibly in order to make it appear like it was shipping from a Russian port, as opposed to an occupied Crimean port.
What we see a lot of the time is ships coming out of the Bosphorus into the Black Sea, but oftentimes we lose these ships from their AIS signals because they turn off their transponders and they show up in different locations.
Ali Ballinger was able to use AIS data from Lloyd's List Intelligence, which tracks ships throughout the world, and satellite imagery from Planet Labs to pinpoint ship-to-ship transfers in the Kerch Strait, even if the ship had its AIS transponder turned off.
One of the things that makes this such a difficult issue to track is that if one ship meets up with another, but that second ship meets up with 2 ships, and each one of those meets up with others, it quickly becomes unmanageable for a human to just like go through and try to trace all of the possible directions that grain shipment has been through. That's kind of the point of laundering, right? It's making the process really difficult to untangle. If we conceptualize of the ships as nodes, sort of as dots in a big network, and each node is linked to another node if they have at some point conducted one of these ship-to-ship transfers with each other. There are on the order of 12,000 ship-to-ship transfers that have occurred in this area over the past few years. And sometimes it's 3 ships, 4 ships meeting together simultaneously. So what you get is this big sort of tangle of nodes and edges, this really complex network. We've got a list of ships that we know have been to, or that we're fairly certain have been to Sevastopol and that have picked up stolen Ukrainian grain. The vast majority of them cleanly fall within one of these 2 communities. If you look at who they load their grain onto, you very quickly realize there are 4 or 5 big ships. And if you look at the owner of that ship, you realize that actually they're all...
At least 3 grain shipments that we and other outlets have tracked from Sevastopol made transfers with ships previously owned by a company called GTCS. But those same ships have recently started operating under another company's name, Alimax. While much of the trade that occurs in the Kerch Strait is legitimate, there are a lot of trades that take place there. That's something that can easily obscure illegitimate trades. There's one place these ships can't hide, though. That's the Bosphorus Strait, the narrow passage that runs through Istanbul in Turkey, connecting Russia, Ukraine, and the Black Sea with the wider Mediterranean and international shipping lanes. The Bosphorus has been a crucial military and commercial route for thousands of years, and it plays a key role in resources, both as an entry point into international shipping lanes and as a choke point where ships can be spotted and identified. And maybe no one is better at spotting and identifying these ships than Yorick Ishik, an analyst who runs the Bosphorus Observer, tracking marine traffic and providing data for numerous international publications.
I really like to solve the mysteries of the ships, and then who's carrying, which ship is going where, what they're carrying, and then trying to make conclusions about the world affairs by observing the maritime traffic. With the advance of social media, it's became so much easier to cooperate with like-minded people around the world, to put 2 and 2 together, to solve some puzzles about what's happening around you. Without any bias or without adding any spin on it, I can just report what I see in some kind of, very basics of citizen journalism, maybe. What is noticed here when you observe the shipping traffic on Bosphorus, there are actually certain vessels, they work these routes a lot, and so I'm familiar with those ships. So when I see a nicer looking ship coming from very far away, which is not a usual pairing for the ports in Turkey, it attracts attention. And then I saw these vessels returning full, carrying grain after major AIS gaps in the Black Sea. Those were all signs of suspicion. And later on, with the help of the satellite imagery and the pictures start coming from the ground, that Russia systematically was plundering and carrying industrial amounts of grain, millions of tons grain, from the occupied parts of Ukraine to the world market to sell.
Many of these ships tracked through the Bosphorus Strait we can follow as they make deliveries to close Russian allies like Syria or Iran. The direct to Iran grain routes from the Mikhail Neneshov and another ship, Matros Shevchenko, are new and haven't been reported on before. Our investigation, along with those from other outlets, has also found evidence of grain deliveries going to other countries, like Turkey, a NATO member, and to Egypt, one of the world's biggest importers of grain. While the methods and movements of these Russian vessels obscure the source of these trades, trading for shipments from occupied Crimea violates sanctions from the US, European Union, and United Kingdom. Some more recent ships have started taking grain directly to Russian ports as well. This can be seen in the occupied port of Mariupol, where one ship has picked up grain, multiple shipped it into Russian.
Grain is coming out of Russia and out of Russian stuff. It doesn't go back to the people of Russia. It goes into the coffers of Vladimir Putin and his henchmen, his personal banking. So, I mean, Vladimir Putin has made probably billions of dollars on this evasion.
David Crane is a veteran prosecutor who led the International War Crimes Tribunal in West Africa in the early 2000s. Scripps News and its partners showed him some of our findings from our investigation.
Prosecutor, that's just good circumstantial evidence that they know what they're doing is wrong and they're doing it. And so when they turn off the EIS, they're basically telling me, if I was prosecuting them, that we know this is wrong, we're still going to do it, and we're still going to ignore international law and continue to make money off the backs of the Ukrainian people.
Russia's use of ship-to-ship transfers has only increased, though they're also going dark more often and turning off their AIS transponders when doing so. For now, Ukraine continues to build up other routes for getting its grain to the world. The European Union is helping, but Ukraine still faces challenges, including Russian attacks on agriculture that continue to threaten both Ukraine's people and its resources. Israel's military campaign in Gaza has been devastating. Tens of thousands have been killed, many of them women and children, and many more have been injured. More than half of all buildings in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. Among those places are important sites like mosques, museums, historical sites, and even cemeteries. Working with our partners at Bellingcat, Scripps News used satellite imagery and open source videos and photos to identify over 150 cultural heritage or religious sites that have either been damaged or destroyed in Gaza. While the Israel Defense Forces told us there is no doctrine that aims to cause maximal damage to civilian infrastructure regardless of military necessity, some of the sites examined by Scripps News and Bellingcat appear to have been targeted, such as destroyed cemeteries or demolished mosques. The widespread destruction has already drawn the attention of the United Nations, as the intentional targeting of cultural heritage sites would violate international law. It is also eroding the very foundation that connects Palestinians to their homes in Gaza. The war in Gaza has led to unprecedented destruction in one of the most densely populated places in the world. After 8 months of war, more than 35,000 Palestinians and 1,200 Israelis have been killed. According to the United Nations, more than 75% of Gaza's population has been forced out of their homes.
روحانا وتعالى روحانا روحانا كل يوم نازحين كل ساعة بننزح كل ساعة بننزح.
Some forced to move repeatedly.
وهي رابع مرة احنا ننزح كل مرة بننزح نروح مكان بننزح من مكان.
Throughout the destruction and displacement, many cultural or religious buildings in Gaza have either been damaged or destroyed. Some of these sites are ancient archaeological finds, dating back thousands of years. One of these archaeological sites lies on the coast, north of Gaza City. Excavations between 1995 and 2005 unearthed sites ranging from Iron Age ramparts to an ancient Greco-Roman wall. The site was already damaged in 2021 by airstrikes from Israel.
Damage from the successive strikes is also seen here, very close to the mosque and residential area of the Al-Shati camp, making apparent the constant threat posed to Palestinian lives.
Forensic Architecture, a research group based in the United Kingdom, analyzed damage to the site from airstrikes in 2022 and then again in 2023 after the ground invasion took place.
We were able to identify on satellite images dozens of craters across the site. Then in the second phase, we can see a kind of ground invasion moving into the site. So we were able to identify dozens of very large vehicles. We believe them to be likely military vehicles and tanks, which are effectively terraforming the area, moving Earth around.
Using a remote sensing analysis, forensic architecture determined that there had been extensive damage to the site due to the clearing activity by the IDF.
In this specific case, the darker shades of red indicate where there has been more movement in the terrain, so where there has been kind of an accumulation over the time. And it's interesting to see that most of this part where there's been an accumulation, it's of course related to like the position of the tanks and the bulldozer, how they moved over the time.
Additionally, stations built to pump seawater into Hamas tunnels underneath Gaza threatened the land over the long term.
On top of being, again, further destruction to the archaeological remains here is something that environmentalists have cautioned will destroy Gaza's groundwater supply for generations to come.
Archaeological hills, or tells, have also been damaged since the ground invasion. There are numerous tell sites throughout the Gaza Strip, but one in particular, Tel Ali Muntar, has been heavily damaged, as is visible in satellite imagery from Planet Labs. Throughout the last months of 2023 and going into 2024, we can see, after initial airstrikes on the Tel, the hill was eventually cleared by bulldozers.
The understanding of the Tel site is that it's a site that is occupied continuously over many generations, over centuries.
Archaeologist Luis Steele was at the site in the 90s.
The building materials gradually collapse and they get left in situ and people build on top of them. And so you just get this layer upon layer upon layer of occupation.
It's not just military activity that endangers these sites, though. Something both forensic architecture and Professor Steele spoke of was something called land pressure. That land is at such a premium in the tightly packed space that is the Gaza Strip that even sites that may hold archaeological discoveries are built on top of.
The old city of Gaza it's almost impossible to imagine how densely occupied that was. Muntar, there was this sense of a mound surrounded, right up to the edge of the mound, with buildings right up to the edge of it.
Because it is under occupation, it's very densely built, there's very little space, you cannot expand, and so any bit of open space is often very quickly taken up in order to build housing for the people who live there or essential infrastructure to support those people. We can see all of these pressures coming together around this site, which are not only the pressures facing archaeology and heritage sites, but also the pressures facing the Palestinian people who live in Gaza.
One site, Tel, damaged due to construction projects years ago by the Hamas-run government. But there are more archaeological dig sites that have been damaged by Israel's war on Hamas, based on available satellite imagery. A Byzantine mosaic was discovered under an olive grove east of the city of Berej in 2022. We were able to geolocate the site and, by using Labs, see that the area around the mosaic was heavily damaged earlier in this year. When asked about this site specifically, the IDF did not comment on whether it was aware of the status of the mosaic. After we reached out to the IDF for comment, the military conducted another operation in Berej. Additional Planet Labs satellite imagery from June 10th shows that the Byzantine mosaic site now appears to have been completely destroyed. Satellite imagery also shows damage around a site where Roman tombs were uncovered. While the site was initially spared any damage from IDF clearing activity, the temporary structures built for the dig site were eventually destroyed, as well as what appears to be part of the dig site. Cultural heritage sites in Gaza are more than just archaeological dig sites, though. Some of the more famous sites, such as the Al-Omari Mosque in Gaza's Old City, have been destroyed or greatly damaged. The significance of sites like these isn't just historical.
The destruction of heritage, of course, is impacting the life, especially, the heritage which is very close to the daily life of the people.
Isper Sabrin with the Heritage for Peace NGO says places like the Al Omari Mosque were part of the daily lives of Palestinians in Gaza.
The destruction of the Omari Mosque in Gaza is also the destruction of the life of the people.
The destruction of most of these sites is visible in satellite imagery. It's particularly evident in Gaza's Old City in early December, when Israel's military can be seen making its way through the streets. A large part of the Al Omari Mosque complex can be seen destroyed after it was hit in an airstrike. Then, days later, IDF vehicles are seen entering the area of the Basha Palace, a building that dates back to the 13th century and serves as a museum. Sabrin and his group Heritage for Peace have been documenting damage or destruction of cultural heritage sites in Gaza. In November, the group released a report documenting damage to multiple sites throughout the Strip.
When the war will be over, and hopefully the day after, what it need to be done, make a complete evaluation of damage and they create a damage assessment of the destroyed sites.
More than half of the sites examined by Scripps News and Bellingcat were what would be considered religious sites. In all, we found 100 mosques that were either damaged or destroyed. 10 of those were captured on video, either showing controlled demolitions or airstrikes. At least 43 of them were the only damaged structure within a 50 to 100 meter radius as well. The IDF has claimed before that there are tunnels under some mosques, though their claims can't be verified for every mosque that's been damaged or destroyed, as the IDF has only released evidence for a few cases. Even cemeteries have been destroyed. Using satellite imagery, Scripps News and Bellingcat found 21 total cemeteries that have been damaged or destroyed, either by ground forces or in airstrikes. Some of these have been completely wiped away, such as the Tufa Cemetery in Gaza. When asked about the damage to these cemeteries throughout the war, the IDF told Scripps News and Bellingcat that it should be clear that the IDF in no way targets cemeteries as such, and has no policy of harming or desecrating cemeteries, adding that, quote, exceptional incidents are reviewed, unquote. The widespread destruction of these kinds of sites has brought into question whether Israel is violating international law. The Hague Convention explicitly states that cultural property is protected during armed conflicts. The destruction of these kinds of sites was used as part of South Africa's case against Israel at the International Criminal Court.
South Africa had hoped, when we last appeared before this court, to halt this genocidal process, to preserve Palestine and its people.
Very early on, since the Nakba 1948, it's not only a question of the land being occupied and us being expelled. There was a cultural erasure.
Nizar Farsak is a lecturer at George Washington University and helped create the Museum of the Palestinian People in Washington, D.C. Farsak says the amount of destruction only makes preserving and showing Palestinian culture like the museum in D.C. does an even more important task.
With the level of devastation that we've seen in Gaza, including the very explicit and unapologetic announcements by different Israeli officials, we know that our culture is under attack, and therefore we're going to have to double down on protecting that cultural heritage. We're trying to create our own museums that speak to us.
Much of Gaza will need to be rebuilt when the war is over. In May, the United Nations said that there was an estimated 37 million tons of debris in the enclave. That includes historical sites or places linked to Palestinian people's culture, something Farsak says will require creativity to rebuild.
Taking into consideration our 75 history of what we suffered under the Israeli occupation, and how can you build a more sustainable, resilient cities and towns, one thing that's going for us is that, in fact, Palestinians have been famous for being exceptionally resilient.
Before he helped open the museum in D.C., Farsak advised senior Palestinian leaders in their negotiations with Israel. Based off that experience, he says the future of Israeli-Palestinian relations is unclear.
Ultimately, of course, there's going to be a ceasefire and there's going to be a political resolution. My worry is that the level of trauma and the level of injury that the Palestinians have sustained is going to make Israeli rapprochement a very, very long order. It saddened me. I mean, I'm 50, and I have to say this is the worst it's been.
Right now, there is no plan for the day after in Gaza. Israel's military operations in southern Gaza and Rafah have forced almost 1 million people to flee hostilities and bombardment once again. As long as the conflict continues, conditions in Gaza will continue to get worse, and that includes the condition of irreplaceable historical and cultural heritage.
Do you like to gamble? Earn a little wonga whilst watching the game? Bet on your favourite teams, perhaps? It's all a bit of fun, right? What about betting on this Squid Game-esque setup? Well, this is what one big gambling company is offering to you. Listen in as we expose the bizarre and sinister gambling practices of OneXBet, where you bet on players who switch teams and nationalities, where there's no spectators or referees. Just arenas and gyms full of strangers playing senseless matches. The camera is rolling 24/7 live for gamblers worldwide, all brought to you by a company that claims it can turn the enthusiast into a gambling addict. This is Street Teams. This investigation was done in partnership with Josimar.
Gambling is a big money industry and it's rising in profitability. The revenue from online gambling practices in 2024 is projected to be $97 billion. More and more consumers are looking for online offerings to bet on their favorite sports and stars. And to stand out in this competitive industry, you need your gambling company to be advertised on the big screens in front of millions. Gambling company OneXBet managed to do just that. They've been sponsoring some of the world's biggest teams. In football, they sponsored Liverpool and Chelsea. And they're currently the official sponsor of PSG and Barcelona. OneXBet has been investing in the MMA as a partner in the Professional Fighters League. And they're investing in the cricket competitions in Pakistan under another name, OneXBet.
But behind these big sponsorships and advertisements, this company is connected to something a little more dark. And they're sometimes plain weird. OneXBet is a Russian-founded Cypriot-based bookmaker that is licensed in Curacao. Despite its origins, the company is currently prohibited from operating in Russia, the UK, and is unlicensed in many European countries. It has faced criminal investigations in Russia, Morocco, and bankruptcy proceedings in the Netherlands. Because of this, Premier League clubs Liverpool, Chelsea, and Tottenham Hotspur severed their advertising deals with the company in 2019, but the company continues to sponsor both Barcelona and Paris Saint-Germain. They recently renewed their contract with Barcelona, making it the club's official betting partner until 2029. You may have seen their ads whilst watching some of the big games, behind the faces of some of the world's most famous football players.
Cameroon, oh, it's Osimhen, can he find his goal? Oh, it's a beautiful opportunity there, Lookman has got it!
When we actually looked into their website, we found some games that were far from the splendour of the Champions League.
At first glance, it might look like any other gambling website. But when you start to explore, you start coming across some confusing live streams you're able to bet on. Some of these live streams appear to have been filmed in what looks like a local school or gymnasium. A single grainy camera shoots the game from above, giving you a bird's eye view perspective, as if you're watching CCTV footage. You can choose from short football, basketball, ice hockey, volleyball, tennis, table tennis, or cricket. Whatever sport you watch, the format is the same. It is shot in an industrial-sized warehouse or a gymnasium. Sometimes we find 2D spectators painted onto the walls. The set almost starts to look like as if we're watching the TV show Squid Game.
Watch a while, and you notice the same faces playing multiple games, sometimes swapping teams and nationalities. Once a Man City player, now a Man United. Once playing for Brazil, and now Argentina. Not something you'd expect to see in normal matches. The games are set up like a sports factory, churning out games for gamblers. Players compete for hours at a time, sometimes through the night, with little to no enthusiasm. For this investigation, Bellingfest for a period of 24 hours and set 97 games of short football were streamed during that 24-hour period. Players rarely celebrated scoring. Some games are played side by side on pitches divided by curtains. Watching one game at 4:30 a.m., a goalie for Amsterdam from another streamed match, retrieving a runaway ball. This is not an uncommon sight. Almost 1,300 amateur football games were streamed across those 24 hours. By comparison, the Bundesliga, Premier League and La Liga play a combined 1,066 league games per season. If this is indicative of OneXpert's daily schedule, the number of short football games streamed could approach 500,000. OneXpert doesn't just stream short football. Many other sports are streamed with the same regularity. OneXpert appears to be streaming what looks like a battery farm system set up and run by other third-party gambling production companies. But instead of chickens on the farm, it's people. But wait, that's not all. There's more. Ever seen table basketball before? Neither had we, but OneXpert offers you the opportunity to bet on it. A neon-lit arcade machine game played by two people pretending to represent countries from around the world. And then there's soccer, real-life table football of some sort, with two men sat opposite each other, staring at each other's legs in a small mesh cage, kicking the ball to each other for hours and hours and hours of live streams every single day.
It may all seem harmless, but for the players being filmed, this practice is no joke. Our publishing partner, Josimar, spoke to one of the players working for one of the companies that's producing these games. He claimed they were being paid $20 to $30 a day, expected to play multiple games of sometimes multiple sports for hours on end. They also suggest that players face a lie detector test before a match. They do this in order to ensure there's no match fixing. A claim that was also advertised on one of the production company's websites. Bellingcat has also found cases where OneXBet and other lesser-known gambling companies that were streaming these productions were allowing you to bet on games with players as young as 14 participating. In one of the games, Floorball, we found a list of players on the Floorball Federation's website. Included is the birth year of those participating. Although this is from the Women's League, the average age in the game we watched was 15.86. All but 3 individuals were between 14 and 17.
Despite OneXpert being banned from operating in Russia and blocked in Belarus, we found that it was streaming games filmed within both countries, as well as Ukraine, even though the country banned OneXpert from operating in Ukraine after Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022. The locations of these games are never fully disclosed. We wanted to get to the bottom of where these streams were taking place, so we watched hundreds of videos from the live streams to try and geolocate the locations. We used features seen around the grounds and on the walls to pinpoint the locations of these streams. Some of the games are played in a football school that hosts children's soccer leagues in Russia. The school is partnered, amongst others, with Vladimir Putin's ruling party, United Russia, and controversial and widely sanctioned energy supplier Gazprom. Although the soccer matches from this children's football school are not streamed, the worlds of children's soccer and global gambling have collided, like seen in this moment from our analysis of the OneXBet website. Other streams come from this sports complex that advertises medicine classes. Here, teams with names like Audit and Policy compete in a student league, 5-a-side matches that are available to bet on OneXBet. Whilst the league has a website, there is no information on their website about where the games are held. Basketball games are streamed from an arena in a war zone in Kiev, barely a kilometre away. A drone struck a kindergarten in November 2023. Or from Mogilev in Belarus, in an empty arena, home to BC Borisov. Tennis is also streamed from a club in Belarus.
We asked OneXBet about its strange and at times unethical streaming services, but they failed to respond to multiple calls, emails and messages on social ahead of publication. Barcelona FC declined to comment on their ongoing relationship with OneXBet, and Paris Saint-Germain also didn't respond to our questions in time for publication. We contacted all of the venues we managed to geolocate from the streams. Out of 6, only 1 responded to our claims. The Svoy Arena in Ukraine said it was not aware of cooperation with OneXBet, but did not respond to further questions.
So who are you betting on when you bet on these streams? The French team, whose player was just playing for England? Children? Seems like the bet you're taking is placing your money in the hands of this company with its suspicious betting practices. Keep an eye on our platforms as Bellingcat and our partners Josimar continue to investigate the corrupt and systematic operations of online gambling sites, all at bellingcat.com.
Technology officer, data scientist, and researcher at Bellingcat. Satellite imagery, as you all know, has become a really indispensable part of the open source investigation process. And since Bellingcat was founded 10 years ago, it's also changed really dramatically. There's newer high-resolution imagery that's actually affordable to many researchers, new tools for processing lots of imagery and making sense of it, and new types of remote sensing like greenhouse gas detection and synthetic aperture radar, photogrammetry that are ready to become part of the open source toolkit. So I'm joined on stage by 3 people with really diverse backgrounds to talk through some of what's changed in the last 10 years and maybe where we're headed next and how open source researchers can use that. So Grega Milczynski co-founded Synergize in September 2008. Their best known product, which many of you have used, is Sentinel Hub. They were acquired by Planet Labs last August. And Sentinel Hub now processes more than 500 million requests every month, powering tens of thousands of applications and machine learning workflows worldwide. Lisa Bruckhausen is the technical lead at Space for Good, which is a satellite imagery analysis benefit corporation in The Hague. She works on technical strategies and directions, but also hands-on in predictive modeling and spatial data analytics, with a focus on vegetation and environmental crime. And finally, Thomas Bordeaux is a graduate student at Georgia Tech's School of Architecture with interests in the intersection of open source research and 3D modeling, and he's also a volunteer with Bellingcat's Global Authentication Project. So I'll hand it over to Grega now to say a little bit more about your background and your slides. So I'm not sure where the clicker is.
Are the slides here as well? Will be, no, can I, clicker?
Does anyone know where the clicker went?
Room for
I think it's
journalists,
from a different
guys.
computer, so I'm not sure you'll be able to use
No
that
problem.
one.
I mean, I can see them here. That's fine.
Okay.
Just as long as. Thank you. So yeah, I came here prepared for a lecture to let you know how you can use satellite imagery in the journalism, and then I listened to the panel before and I said, ah, shit. So I'll improvise. I mean, I realized that you know more about this than probably anyone else, and definitely more than me. So maybe better than going through that, I'll just walk you through a bit of a story how Sentinel Hub really came to be, because that may be interesting. So about 10 years ago or so, a bit less, we were working on like a geospatial software company. We were working on a project in Ghana, and we wanted to get some satellite imagery. And that was just at the time when Sentinel was starting to get launched, and there was a lot of promotion, how you'll get all this data globally every few days. And I said, that's exactly what we need. And then we were looking at how to get this data into the software, as being the software engineers. And we looked at the typical processes that are actually pioneered by Google. You know, just take the image and you split it into smaller chunks, and that's it. And then we did some math, and we realized that if you do this on Sentinel constellation, which has data all over the world every few days, it just doesn't work, right? I mean, or it's like hugely expensive. And then you know how in every organization you have a couple of clever guys who think they can know better than anyone else, like even Google, and that you just need to give them a chance and they'll do it. And typically doesn't work out, but sometimes it does. And we were lucky this time. It works. So they really made the technology which allowed us to make the whole archive of Sentinel data accessible to anywhere, to anyone, anywhere. And I mean, we did this like a big thing that previously only, I don't know, guys like Google or like that could do. And we were a small company of what, 50 people at the time. And we done this, and it was like, oh, that's really cool. But then it was like, oh, that's cool, but what should we do with that, right? I mean, this is all the data, we don't know anything about satellite imagery. We're just the engineers. And then we decided to just put the data on the website, at the time called Sentinel Playground, the Neo browser, and let other people who know something about the data just show us and the world how you can really make use of the data. And I mean, and we were like just monitoring, and we were hoping that along the line we will kind of find a way how to monetize stuff. Now, not everyone was happy. I mean, we did break some processes where some people were complaining. I mean, but if you do the innovation, you cannot do this without breaking some parts on the way, right? Having all this archive accessible easily by everyone, that I mean, you cannot avoid shoring up some very sad stories. And I mean, obviously there are plenty, but I think that's important, right? We all should look into all these bad things that is happening in the world, because even if it's far away, it is impacting us. And I think this is super important to communicate these things to the general public and allow them to look at the satellite imagery so that they see it with their own eyes. Now, we had some people that were doing some really crazy stuff, right? These guys were trying to find penguins in Antarctica with Sentinel, but then the only thing that they found was their shit. But still, they made some articles on that. Then this guy, there was a guy who was lost in the American National Park, and he sent this photo of his hairy legs in some unspecific background, kind of asking someone, do you know where I am? And then there was a guy on the other side who took this photo and took your browser and the Google Earth, and he was able to geolocate this photo, which didn't have a GPS coordinate in it, just looking at the background, right? I mean, that's crazy. And to the accuracy that he was able to communicate this with the rescue team, and they came there and they found a guy like a couple of hundreds of meters away. So it was like really amazing, and they saved his life. And we were amazed to see how you have all these people with different backgrounds, different experience, different interests, using the data in completely different ways and coming up with like new stuff. And that, to us, that was like, we learned so much about it. Now, the years were passing, and we were just, chugging along, trying to do some better stuff and so on. Then two cool things happened. One was that European Commission and European Space Agency finally realized how important this kind of technology is for uptake of the Copernicus data. And when they were building the new distribution system, they decided they would like to have this technology in. And so now, in addition to your browser, we also have Copernicus browser, which is the same, but a bit better, really. And importantly, now this is part of the official source, meaning that it's A, authoritative, and B, it has like a secure future for many, many years to come, because, I mean, it is like they're part of the core infrastructure. The other thing that happened is, as it was mentioned, Planet Labs, which you probably know quite well now with all this data that you're using, they realized that their data, and I mean, again, Planet Labs is probably one of the coolest companies in the world, because they also managed something that nobody else was able to do, to set up a constellation to get data every day. I mean, that's something that, I don't know, you could have a US government doing it, but rather it was a rather small company who did it first, and I think that's like a big success. However, they also realized that the uptake of the data is far below what it could be, right? Because it's difficult to use it. And they realized that the platform like Sentinel Hub could be a source for it. And so we became part of Planet a year ago. Now, one thing which I find very important with satellite data is that it is objective and systematic source. I mean, there are very few sources at such a scale that allow us to get data about what's happening in the world every day or every few days. And this is important because AI is coming into the satellite imagery as well. And I'm sure you've seen some examples of having a blurry Sentinel-2 image with 10-meter resolution, and then amazing, super resolved 1-meter resolution data that you just can't believe this is true that you're able to do that. And sometimes really it is not true, right? Because if you look at the real data, like proper high-resolution data, you see that it looks similar. However, some cul-de-sac there in the right side of the middle, it's now a building, right? And then down there, I mean, and this is happening across the everything you do. That's an example of a pure Sentinel-2, very blurry, you don't see much. I mean, you probably see it, but I don't. And then the super resolved image, super sharp. but what is that, right? I mean, really, you can't see what's there. And if you compare it with the spot data from a day later, you see that this up there on the pier that looks like a pier is actually a boat, but it was somehow integrated in the pier. And all these structures on the pier are actually containers. So, I mean, you can make a huge mistake by reading this. And I wouldn't say that the AI super resolution is not useful. I think it has some use. It can point you to some things and can shore up some interpretation that it's difficult to do without it. But you really, really need to be careful using it and double check it whether it's correct, because often it will not be. Especially because all this generative AI works, creates stuff as it is typically there, whereas we all typically are looking for things that are different to what is typically there. So therefore, I mean, often it will be in a way. Now, what I'm really looking for, though, is the integration of large language models with the satellite imagery, because I think this could really significantly bridge the gap between the data, which is still complicated, and a common person. And I'm looking forward for, like a common person being able to ask a question and then get an answer directly linking to the satellite imagery that people still trust. One of the things I feel that people still trust. And then just, seeing it with their own eyes and then kind of allowing the uptake to go on. Stop here.
Thank you, Grega. Lisa, could you tell us a little bit about your background and what you work on at Space for Good?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks for this. I think I've got some nice connection points as well that I already see. I've been aware of the program since the Copernicus Masters back in the days when I was around startup work. So I'm Lisa, technology at Space for Good. And at Space for Good, we do a lot of Earth observation, data analytics. Yeah. Yes, thank you. We do a lot of Earth observation, data analytics. So we look at what's happening on the world based on whatever data we can get. Mostly that is openly available satellite data. So we work a lot with the Sentinel data, 10-meter resolution. Now, it often doesn't really look like you can see a lot, but we have a long, long history now. So we can build up what's going on. And that's why I agree the super resolution is amazing, I think mainly for storytelling and for visualization purposes, and indeed to guides to what can you see. But if you look at the history, then you can actually train a model on that based on the pure data rather than on the increased data, because we don't need to have a big change in order to see it if we know what we can expect from a certain object, certain pixel, certain location, how it will behave. So what we do a lot is deforestation detection, where we scan with radar satellites every week to see, we use the radar satellites that are out there every week to see what is changing in the forest. And then based on our models, we can see what do we expect the forest to look like in this time of year. Under these conditions, is it dry? We know how a dry forest looks like because we have the history for that specific site. Is it wet? Is there a high slope? So if we see a big change happening, we might say it's deforestation, or we might say just it's a big change, or we might say, well, this is likely a landslide because it's on a very steep slope after rainfall. This is going to be a landslide. No need to intervene. And what we then do, which I'm really excited about, we send WhatsApp alerts to security guards in the field who take action. So then we get back from them a WhatsApp message saying like, yeah, we got them. And it's like, yeah, we got you. Which feels very motivational. It's not always the biggest impact because it tends to be one or a few small areas, but it feels like direct impact, right? That's cool. And then next to that, what we do a lot is we work with proxies because we can't see what's going on in an area exactly. But we did a project, for example, in Syria, looking at likely explosions. So then we do another simple change detection. Saying simple, but we'll just keep it that way. To look at where is there a rapid change? And then obviously, if we see that in a village, there's suddenly something very big changing, we can't on Sentinel data always see what's exactly changing. But if in the meantime, we have reports from social media that say there has been a major explosion here, 1 and 1 is 2, right? We don't have the direct effort, but we have an aim like, hey, this is something to investigate. The same with proxies looking at, we did a project around landmine clearance. Now, we can't see landmines with satellites. Might be some ways with ground penetrating radar on drones, but not accurate enough at the moment and not large scale enough. But if you want to know where to start a clearance, or if you want to report on a larger area, if a piece of land is not being used for an extended period of time, that might have a reason. And if a piece of land is being plowed over every year, there's probably not going to be any mines there. So looking at the different proxies, because in a lot of cases, local people know, but you can't exactly ask them all. And what we then do is we really work with the satellites. We say, these are the patterns we see. We say, these are the patterns we expect within the next years when that's for a certain project needed. And then it's up to local communities, it's up to investigation with what's happening on the site and what's the history of this specific location to find out what's actually going on. But the satellites are a very important role to play in the very large scale analysis because, and even with high resolution data, if you want to scan 200,000 hectares of forest every day, very few companies actually are willing to pay for that. But if we have the Sentinel data for free, then everyone is suddenly saying like, yes, that's only computing, that's very affordable. So yeah, that's a little bit about what we do. And
Thank you, Lisa. Yeah. Thomas, could you tell us a little bit?
Hi, I'm Thomas. I'm one of the Bellingcat volunteers with the Global Authentication Project. But before that, I was and still am a college student who cannot afford satellite data. So there's incredible data available out there, but for someone like me, I can't afford anything better than Sentinel-2 or MICFI or that kind of imagery. So my kind of attitude was, well, I'll just make my own data. Within architecture, I study a lot of cultural heritage documentation. So things like crawling under houses with a $40,000 3D scanner to document the construction on it and the like wood details and everything. But I also do a lot of work with LiDAR and photogrammetry. Photogrammetry is the derivation of a kind of measured cloud of points from parallax in the motion between different images. And what that means is you can take a set of images, in this case, say a video, and turn that into a 3D model just derived from that video, which then I was saying, well, let's just turn it into kind of a generated ortho photo for geolocation. Typically, photogrammetry is all done in a controlled environment where you're taking the photos, you're doing all the work yourself, but it can also be done with this kind of like user-generated content. And I've been experimenting with different areas that this can be applied to. Can we do like quickly like respond to something and derive a measurable model of it in the first few hours after an airstrike? Or can we get detailed like maps and like models of different buildings that have been destroyed in Sudan or in Ukraine here? We can also use this kind of like technique to derive really, really useful measurable models. In this case, it was on the Tobago investigation about an oil spill that happened there earlier this year that I got to work on. And one of the first things we did was try and figure out how accurate the measurements of this unidentified ghost ship were. And we were able to pretty quickly verify a realistic actual measurement of the boat length of 330 meters above the water. Some of the other really cool applications of photogrammetry to open source research is that you can do kind of damage mapping. In this case, it's a series of images taken by the Civil Air Patrol in the US of Asheville, North Carolina, following Hurricane Helene. The town was really, really devastated by the flooding there. And in the first few days, the Civil Air Patrol flew a series of missions photographing the city and surrounding areas to create an ortho photo for first responders to use for like just even navigating. But from those images, I was able to derive this 3D model which I can then compare against an older scan from the US Geological Survey to make a really, really detailed damage map of where buildings have been destroyed, erosion, that kind of thing. But while that's really cool, the true kind of root of open source research is in geolocation. And I think we all know just how useful the Google Maps 3D models are. They're made with photogrammetry as well, but they have pretty limited coverage worldwide. So again, my kind of attitude was, well, let's just make our own data. We can take drone videos filmed, say, in Jenin in the West Bank, and turn it into a 3D model that we can use. And the nice thing is, it's all also measurable. So we can take measurements of this thing and get a ton of detail that you couldn't get with just a regular satellite image. I'll show in a second. Like, you can get all sorts of height, you get undercuts and that kind of thing too, which is a huge advantage. And you can also see what things look like kind of from the ground. One of my favorite jokes is that you can make anything better by just adding like the phrase like on ice or covered in bees to it. So like you could get Bellingcat on ice, but in this case, I want to do photogrammetry in space. It's possible to take satellite images and do large scale like 3D reconstructions of huge areas. This was about 200 square kilometers of Hobart in Tasmania that took about 6 hours of processing time on my laptop. So just imagine the kind of possibilities that there are for doing this at scale in places like Gaza, where there's incredible devastation, but that you really, without this, can't show the true scale of it. It's impossible to capture in just a single photo. It takes a kind of navigable map to do. So going forward, my hope is that we can continue to develop this farther at Bellingcat and make some really cool tools for researchers, but also publish some really interesting articles. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Really interesting range of backgrounds and approaches to remote sensing data, I think. Lisa, I wanted to start with you. The radar satellite data. You use radar satellite data for, there's a lot of different audiences in the room, and maybe some people are familiar with radar or SAR satellites and some people less so. So could you tell us a little bit about what a radar satellite is and why it's a little bit different than some of the satellite imagery that we saw on the screen just now, and how it's useful for deforestation?
Collaboration.
So the main reason why we use that is because we do a lot of work in tropical regions where there's a lot of clouds, and they are really, really annoying because with optical data you can't see anything other than clouds. If you want to make like an annual map of where a city is, you'll probably be able to, but if you have deforestation, then it's kind of annoying if you say, this was deforested somewhere in the past year and a half. We don't know exactly when, but it's gone now by. Not really helpful if you want to take direct action. So that's why we use radar, which sends out a signal and basically measures when the signal comes back. It's a bit more tricky to interpret, but you can get a lot of information about textures of what you're monitoring, and you can penetrate clouds, which is like really nice if you want to operate in a cloudy region. It's always a bit, yeah, it's a bit tricky to work with, but especially when you work with longer time series, you can see quite a lot of small differences as well.
Thanks. Have you ever worked with trying to use phase coherency in radar images to try to detect changes? Does that work at all in a tropical context?
Yes, it works, and you've got the wrong person in our team. We've got one radar specialist currently finishing up a PhD, so she does this all and can tell a lot about it. I have to say I touched upon it in my studies, worked a little bit on it, but I'm mainly on optical. Some of the new hyperspectral data as well, when you look at vegetation, gives a lot of information. But that's about where I specialize in.
Great. You mentioned the interpretability challenge of SAR imagery. And it's not just SAR imagery that has this interpretability challenge, I think. When Bellingcat or any journalist publishes a satellite image, Greg, as you mentioned, it's often viewed as this very objective thing. I think much in the way that photographs were maybe 50 years ago or so. But in reality, I think the interpretation of a satellite image can be a little bit slipperier than that. And most satellite images that we see are processed in some way, even if it's just taking, you know, the green channel, which might be higher resolution than the red and blue channel, and using that to improve the resolution of the other colors, for instance. So I'm curious, for all of you, have you ever looked at something in a satellite image and really were convinced you were looking at one thing when in reality eventually you realized it was a little bit more complicated or different than that?
All the time. So, and that's why the knowledge of the specific location is important. But one of the things we've seen, for example, was a project around deforestation detection in national parks. And we proved that there was deforestation in certain regions, but the first analysis, and we were like shocked with how much it was. This was using planetscope data, looking at high resolution, seeing what's going on. But due to that, we had a limited time frame. What happened? There was a drought. The plants lost their leaves, didn't die, we're still there. And only after follow-up checks, we were like, okay, wait, this doesn't make sense. What's going on? Okay, there's a specific situation happening right now. So that's always the important, like, what do you expect? What are you seeing? What is actually going on in the field? And talking to people who know what's going on, who have been there, who know the sites. You can't just look at satellite data. Actually, all data is processed, because if you get the digital number from the satellites, you're not going to be able to see what's going on at all. If you get your binary value, like, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, actually, there is a kind of interesting reader comment that Jake and I received recently. We worked together on a piece looking at destruction in Gaza, and someone emailed and said, oh, this is a clear example of Bellingcat bias. Look, you tweaked this after image to make it look all desaturated and yellowish, to make it look more destroyed. And, you know, of course, we didn't do that, but the reality is you always have to tweak the color balance of any image to make it something that you can actually look at and communicate data with. Greg, have there been any notable interpretability challenges that you or your team have run into?
I'll just follow up on this thought first. I think what is important is that if we are able to, with the pictures, also provide access to people to the actual data, let's say through Copernicus browser as an example, so that they can tweak it themselves and they can see, and I feel that then there is just more trust in it, right? Still, it's I mean, as you say, you always have to tweak it to actually make it presentable. But if you give access to the real data that is somehow trusted, then I feel, you know, this is getting better. That said, I mean, we work a lot in the monitoring of agriculture for the subsidies, and there, I mean, you always are looking at things at mass, and you always look at how things like using the signals and whatnot, and you make direct interpretation. This is how it is. The problem is that very often you don't have any ground truth, so you cannot even like compare it to anything. You just need to believe that this is the case. And I mean, people see lots of stuff like, I know, you do tillage, and they see what kind of a tillage it is with a 10-meter resolution image, even though you know that tillage is like, I don't know, 20-centimeter stuff, which obviously cannot be seen. So people do always, I think they oversell the data often just to, and if you take some data out of context and show it how well it works, you can really show that it works. But then if you try the same method in other places, it's complete bullshit, which brings me back, if you can point to how this can be done and let users to actually try it out themselves, I think this is where the value is happening.
Thanks. And I think that question also shows some of your kind of thinking about how to represent the data. Your background is in physics, and in the early days of Synergize, you worked on some scientific data projects and things like that. Is there anything that you think journalists could learn from the way that science and using it to come to conclusions?
I mean, not remote sensing data, because as mentioned, I have no experience in remote sensing whatsoever. That said, what I think is, I mean, there is a thing to learn. With scientists, you always have a paper, which is, I don't know, 2-3 pages, like interpretation and so on. And then there is like a 20-page auxiliary documents behind, which is all the data that people put in there. Nobody looks at that, right? But a few of the, I don't know, graduate students who try to actually repeat the experiment. But just the fact that this data is there already gives a lot of value to what is in that paper. And I mean, if journalists are able to like write an article, because obviously people can only, I don't know, focus for 5 minutes now, no longer. So it needs to be a short one, but then put all the proofs behind it for people to see in as interactive way as possible. I think this kind of, just builds trust.
Thanks. Lisa, returning to something you mentioned about hyperspectral imaging. So when a satellite captures data, it doesn't just capture the red, green, and blue channels that we're used to seeing. Many satellites capture 4, 8, 12, or sometimes even more different types of color data. And sometimes I think in the journalism and even open source world, we're very attached to seeing things in red, green, and blue. So what are some of the ways that hyperspectral data is useful for the work that you do? And how do you think journalists could use that as well?
Yeah, so I would say first step is multispectral. So hyperspectral, then you're really looking at very narrow color bands. So then you have, for example, 10 different colors of red, which you can compare to. You can see a lot of details that way if you look at, for example, vegetation health or moisture or conditions or diseases. Amazing work to be done. Hyperspectral satellites are really new. I would say a lot of it is still in the experimental phase. Seems a bit early, but if you look at multispectral, for example, with Sentinel, we also have bands in the near infrared. Then we can look at colors that we can't see. How I always start a project is experiment a bit with the different color scales, with the different colors. So you can do the stretching and say, I'm going to really emphasize the green here because I don't see a lot of green colors and I want to see where the focus is. But also, especially the near infrared bands of Sentinel-2 really can help differentiate between different elements. And there's a lot of rules, indices, calculations to be done. But actually the first step, open up your data sets in QGIS, for example, and get out a different, or in EO browser, Google Earth Engine, grab your tools and start testing, play around, see what you can see. And based on that, because you can't calculate every index, because I think there's more indexes than anyone wants to ever look at. But having a look can really help showcase, hey, I see a lot of, I see a very steep spike in near infrared. What does that correspond to?
Thanks. Thomas, I want to return to something you mentioned, because as you said in your introduction, you have this huge constraint on a lot of the work you do, which is you don't want to spend money on it the way an institution can. And because of how Bellingcat started as a community of volunteers, many of us are very familiar with that constraint. And I think in the early days of open source research, that also created a lot of innovation and invention in the way that tools could be used to find information and to tell a story. So what are some of the creative ways that you found to still find free data that you can use for projects like this? And do you have any tips on that? Has it gotten harder in the past few years? Or?
I think it's definitely gotten harder in some ways, but the constant new technologies we get. Last night, we had talked about Gaussian splatting a little bit and the kind of horizons that new technologies are making possible within the world of like deriving 3D models from videos and photographs sourced from the internet is just incredible. It's gotten like harder to find certain things, and that's just related to the kind of like degradation of the internet that we're kind of seeing. But the technologies that are becoming available, and particularly for free, are just incredible and absolutely cancel out any of those issues.
What are some of the things you're most excited about in the next couple of years becoming actually tools that you could get your hands dirty with?
I am incredibly excited for like the continuing increases and availability in both the resolution and then cost-wise of satellite imagery. I would not mind chipping in $50, $70 for a satellite image in the same way that I can't afford $250 for a satellite image. The continued pace of innovation and regarding that is just incredible. But also the continued improvements in high performance computing that allow things like Gaussian spotting to be possible are really, really exciting.
Thanks. And Grega, you mentioned one thing you were interested in was using LLMs for analysis or interpretation of satellite imagery. Could you say a little bit more about that and if you see any potential big barriers that will need to be overcome to make that a useful technique?
I mean, I was listening to an interview with I think the Microsoft guy, and he was playing with the LLM and putting in the satellite image of just an image of some Russian airfield to the ChatGPT, and that ChatGPT was able to correctly identify where this image was taken, what is there. I mean, correctly. Again, these are the showcases where you make 10 tests and then one works, and then you show that one. But I mean, this will get better for sure, and this will get. And where I see is that once this becomes reasonably good, so that you can trust it, I don't think we'll ever come past, I don't know, 80%, almost certainly not. 50% is already a good. But even if it gets to 50%, if you can put it to the, if you can plug it to the satellite data and say, look, can you find all the, I don't know, we've seen previously, the ships that are, the two ships that are together. And it will do the same thing as it was shown previously, but not by one expert who, just one expert who can know that. But it can be asked by any one of you, and then the computer will do it by itself. This is where I think it gets powerful, because when you shorten the time between the question and the answer, you suddenly can start iterating much, much, much faster, instead of finding something, then calling someone, hey, can you check this? And then he's spending a few hours coming back, If you can do this in minutes, you suddenly open completely new worlds, because you are focused on that, and you can start iterating and so on and so on. And you can then tap into the innovation of all the people. I mean, again, looking at just ChatGPT by itself, it is an autocomplete. But if you put it in the hands of hundreds of people with imagination but no technical knowledge, they will come up with really crazy and useful stuff with it. And if you integrate this with the satellite imagery, which is, again, very systematic, very objective truth, right? I mean, the text can be fiction, but this is really truth. You can come up with some very, very powerful questions and answers engine. This is what I would hope it happens.
Yeah, very interesting. You mentioned earlier, several of you actually, just the enormous things that are possible once you have a large collection of daily or near daily imagery over an area. And of course, oftentimes, we're really interested in finding the things that don't stay the same day to day, where something's changed for one reason or another. But change detection can be a much harder problem than it seems at first. Lisa, you mentioned issues with seasonality and dry seasons changing things. If you're trying to analyze a conflict zone that also has a lot of agriculture, like, is this area blackened because a farmer burnt his field to plant something else, or is it because there was a skirmish there? It can be very difficult to tell. There's lots of false positives. What are some of the ways that you use change detection and come up with false positives? And do you see things like LLMs potentially being useful for trying to find changes in a more sophisticated way? You can start, but I'm interested in everyone's answer.
Yeah, I think they can be useful. I think a lot can already be done. And that's a bit where I want to be cautious, because a lot can be done by LLMs. It would be amazing to have things queryable directly. But a lot of that can already be done. So let's not wait around for someone to come up with the technology, but rather keep solving the problems that we encounter. And if you look at change detection, if you look at a blackened field, for example, at a field being burnt, you can look at the patterns, because people will burn their field in a specific time of year. Now, that doesn't prove automatically that it's not an attack or something, but if it's happening in a time when you would not expect a field to be burnt, then that would be a very clear indication. And if you see a lot more fields burning than you would normally see in a certain year, then that's again one of the proxies to say, here something is going on. And it might not be evidence by itself as one piece, but it is a piece of the puzzle, and a piece of the puzzle that can be gathered on a very large scale. It can be automatically running and say, give an alert if there is more fires than you would expect at this time of year or at this location, for example.
I think one very important point that you made is that I think that most of what you can see from the satellite imagery, you already can see right now. So the technology is there. I mean, you can use the simple machine learning techniques. If you know the question, you can find an answer. Where I think the AI or LLM will help is when you cannot even phrase the question correctly, it will find patterns that are beyond. We are typically very transactional. Search for where it was forest, but now it's no longer forest. Search for what kind of a crop there is now. And then we try to connect these dots with some business rules. And this typically works well for a well-known process. But if you are trying to just come up with, how come that there is so much of grain that was in Ukraine and now is no longer there, where it is? This is where the LLMs could really connect the dots just much faster, right? This is because it's like thousands, tens of thousands times faster than us to come up and say, oh yeah, we can see that there are ships and these ships are one together. I mean, all these things that was presented previously could be basically constructed eventually by the AI, by itself. Once you have this construct, I think you still need to go through each and every step and validate it in the same way as we've seen previously. But I mean, then it's much faster and shorter because you are just focusing to that specific part rather than all the other opportunities.
I am incredibly excited about the possibility of using AI to be able to quickly search through satellite imagery for the kind of needles in a haystack that we look for sometimes. Logan and I and Asha Javid of the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian spent basically an eternity earlier this year looking for the tugboat Solo Creed, which was involved in that oil spill in Tobago. And we looked for it all over the place before it eventually turned up in Angola, about 5,000 miles away from where the oil spill happened. But the kind of possibility of just being able to go to some kind of AI model and find me boats that match this description and be able to go through all of them without having to go port to port looking and going, oh, does this have a kind of like red deck and XYZ? That's incredibly exciting to me. On the flip side, I'm terrified of the kind of moment that someone goes into that same kind of model and types in, find me the enemy combatant compound and uses that for targeting data without the same kind of like checking that we would do before saying, oh, this is a boat, or that military should be doing before saying that something is a valid target. That's quite scary to me.
Right, which we've already been potentially seeing increasing use of AI in military targeting. So I think that's a very valid, worrisome concern. So Lisa and Grega, you both mentioned that a lot of these tools are already there for things like, you know, machine learning based change detection. And obviously we do have reasonable resolution near daily imagery in a lot of places. I think something that journalists struggle with, and or even data scientists in a journalist context often that don't work with satellite imagery full time, is that our satellite imagery is over here. Maybe it's something we purchased from Planet or another provider. And we have some tools that we know can be useful for analyzing that satellite imagery over here. But connecting those, especially when you want to analyze a large area or over a broad swath of time, can be really difficult. I mean, we saw in the last talk, Ollie had to create a whole workflow to extract tiles and then train a model specifically on those tiles to apply a machine learning technique to these satellite images. Is there anything that you think makes that easier or could make that easier in the future that you're interested in?
Maybe I can comment first. When we launched Sentinel Hub, I mean, that was not a rocket science. What Sentinel Hub was doing could easily be done by each and every person, going to a website, downloading file, importing it in QGIS or whatever, and looking at it. I mean, straightforward. The only thing that was innovative is that you didn't need to do that, that it brought these things together. And because it brought these things together, it suddenly made it useful, interesting worthwhile for many people to actually give it a try who wouldn't bother to do that steps, right? And this is where, so I think this is where the work is going on. Within the Planet now, we are trying to integrate much better the Planet data. I mean, there was previously mention of the Explorer, which, you know, is difficult to use. That's exactly the reason why we are now trying to get this much more integrated with, now it's called Planet Insight Platform, but it's really the Sentinel Hub, to make this connection much faster, much easier. Now, still, this, I would guess that to the level of the journalist, that should be sufficient. To the level of the data scientist, there will always be some specific things that are so complex that they will probably need to do it offline. Because, I mean, you just cannot put everything in the platform, because then it's just a lot of small things and it doesn't work well. But I am quite optimistic that things like will start improving already in the month's time, including for Planet, or especially for Planet, to make it much easier to do this kind of analysis directly, fast. And then when you will need it, you will still get the data and do the detailed analysis offline.
Yeah, it's really on a case-by-case basis, and things are improving really rapidly, which is sometimes annoying because that also means they're changing really rapidly, which means that if you don't use it regularly but want to do a new project from, like, you have your guidelines of how you did it 2 years ago, it's like, oh, but this site is not having new data, or something has changed. And I think for parts, especially if you look at time series, if you look at 3D models, if you look at more different bands over longer periods, then computing is still an issue, and that's dependent on an own setup system or cloud environments. Like if you take 6 hours on your computer to set it up, yeah, if you need to do that, if you have the data for 5 years every month, then your computer is not gonna be fast enough to process that anymore.
And how do you solve this at Space for Good? Have you developed your own kind of custom data pipelines for analysis, or do you use other tools?
Yes, I think everyone has own custom data pipelines, and sometimes that means taking the data. And so I always want to be a bit away. The word pipeline is, I think, very often misused. So we work on cloud systems, and then we use Microsoft Cloud environments.
Cool.
Just to follow up, one of the problems of the existing setup is that everyone has their own workflows, and this is good, but this means that everyone is doing the same thing. If we establish a platform where people can start reusing it, then we are able to go further on rather than always doing exactly the same steps by all the teams.
Yeah, but everyone wants a slightly different pre-processing depending on which use case you have. At least if you work as a data scientist, you want to have exactly that step for that location, for that purpose. And I can imagine having it once for general audience, and that is often for a lot of people enough. But you can't always just say, this is, what color is the floor here?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I still think that there is like, you can have a common way that fits most of the people, good enough, not perfectly, but good enough.
Yeah, most of the people good enough.
Yeah.
That's not good enough for me.
Always an exception.
There will always be room for custom development,
Indeed.
I'm sure. Lisa, something you mentioned at the start was about not only identifying deforestation, but then turning that into action and accountability on the ground. And I think accountability is something that all of us are very interested in here. And oftentimes it's not easy to turn an observation into accountability. So could you say more about kind of how Space for Good works as a company and how you work with local partners to find accountability?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, for our deforestation detection, what we really do is we work with local partners who are either forest managers, sustainable forestry, land managers in some other way, and who have direct benefit from preserving the forest. And what we then do is we work with their security departments or their local people on the ground, forest rangers, whoever it is, and send them WhatsApp messages. We have a very nice platform. We have all sorts of communication ways, but WhatsApp just works best. We send them a WhatsApp message that says, this location, we think something happened there. Then what they do, they open it on their phone, use their navigation software, go there and take the pictures on the site directly to see this is going on. They report that back to us, which you can use for training our model and for validation and for communication purposes, because it's also important. And they take the action either usually with the local authorities, depending a bit on a case-by-case basis, to get people largely out of the land. Usually this is an encroachment issue. So then, yeah, the forest is gone, but we can prevent it from becoming a palm oil plantation, for example.
And just to add that once you have a demonstration that this works, you can actually bring it to the large scale. And for this specific, we have an example in Brazil where the Polícia Federal is actually using the planet data to search for the deforestation in Amazon. And they, like, when they see it, they send helicopters there, like on a day. And they made it, I mean, I think they reduced the deforestation for 40% in a year, because they were, obviously you also need to have a will to do that, right? That's the political part. But just the fact that they were able to do this so efficiently, they started doing it.
Well, I do want to add another point. Expanding, yes, definitely, it can be done on a larger scale. What I really believe in is locally trained. Yeah. The global one-size-fits-no-one solutions are nice for general trends, but then not really for the direct action. And if you need to take the action of sending a forest ranger team, sending drones or sending helicopters, then you want to have quite a high certainty, because that's quite a high cost.
Great. I have one last question, and then we'll open it up to the audience before we break for lunch. Thomas, I find it really interesting that your background, a lot of what you've done in architecture school, has been looking at cultural heritage and architectural preservation type projects, because that's a really important area of research for many open source journalists as well, trying to monitor sites of cultural importance and make sure that they aren't destroyed, or report on them if they are in times of conflict or things like that. Do you think that there's anything in the architectural cultural preservation community that could be useful for journalists, whether it's data or techniques or something else?
One of the things that's really interesting to me and that we're really pushing now across the kind of field of preservation is proactive documentation and monitoring of culturally significant structures. With the 3D scanning that we do at school, we're able to document buildings in whatever state they are now, but we can do a kind of time series of documentation and detect very early on the scale of just like a centimeter changes to the building. So we can say, this part of the roof is sagging very slightly, and we've successfully predicted on a few occasions where buildings are going to fail, where roofs are going to fall in, where chimneys are going to tilt away, and that kind of thing. I think the most important thing to take away from that for open source research is that proactive documentation of cultural heritage sites is incredibly important, both on a small scale, but also on a large scale. Knowing where things are in advance of a conflict allows you to track them throughout a conflict. You're not having to play catch up. You can be like at the forefront of things.
Thanks, and hopefully that data can become accessible and useful to journalists that are trying to report on it. Let's open it up to questions from the audience now, if anyone has questions for our panelists. See in the back there.
Yes. Who's going to go first? Thanks, really interesting talk. I have a question about sort of the political economy of satellite imagery and like analytical tools. So like the past 5 or so years have seen really significant growth in like geospatial sort of geocomputational platforms run by private companies that are made accessible to free for researchers. I'm thinking of Google Earth Engine, Microsoft Planetary Computer. I guess a lot of the work Sinergise does is kind of like in that space as well. And I mean, on the one hand, you have like satellite imagery provided by governments for free that you can process using open source tools like QGIS. On the other hand, you have maybe imagery from private companies like Planet that are provided to you kind of, well, they're provided to you for free, but you have the sense that this is sort of like an act of charity that's being done, and you're not sure how long that charity might last. The same thing is true for like compute that's provided for free by Google Earth Engine or by Microsoft Planetary Computer, and you never really know when or if the latter is going to get pulled up. So like Microsoft Planetary Computer shut down after about a year or two of operation. So as someone who is like very reliant on basically the charity of large companies to do a lot of this work, and is kind of uncomfortable about that, I wonder sort of how you all feel about that and whether or not you have any sort of insights as to the direction that we're heading in with that.
Maybe I can start. I mean, I think here the EU is quite advanced, and they recognize this problem, and this is the point of building this so-called Copernicus data space ecosystem, which is not yet at the level of the Google Earth Engine, but I would say that it is at the level of Planetary Computer as an example. So, and this does come with a guaranteed lifetime of at least until 28 and probably by 32. So this was like 6 or 10 years, the duration. We are now like, I don't know, coming to the midpoint. So things are starting here in Europe. I didn't see anything similar elsewhere. On the commercial side, though, I think your concern is very much relevant. And the best that we can all do is basically to ensure that it's not just the charity, but rather that we find some commercial cases for these companies so that they find value in continuing these kind of platforms. Because obviously, I mean, everyone needs to make a profit. And if we can, and this can be done either by paying or sometimes even more important by showcasing to the others what can be done. And then this being picked up by governments and whatnot. And then, I mean, if we see that there is a business potential ongoing, obviously these platforms will for sure continue. Or you can rely on the public ones. I mean, there are these two options really.
Yeah, so what I would really recommend is try to do as much as you can by own coding, by own tools, and using the different data sets as a way to acquire data, or to use the platforms as a way to do quick checks, because otherwise you have a risk that someone decides, okay, this project, we're going to stop now, it's not commercially viable. And if you then have everything dependent upon one single ecosystem, that is a risk that you lose everything you've done so far. So yeah, the more you stick to the data source as a data source, you can plug in a different, like, of course, it's a lot more work to go for the different data hubs to change that around, but it is feasible, and you keep the processing, the analytics you're doing.
just to add that there are, I mean, initiatives happening again here in Europe to also do this kind of standardization of processing.
Yeah.
One of them has a name of OpenEO, which basically are to guarantee that you can do the same processing at one place and at another place, and you'll get, let's say, almost the same results, right? So this would somehow protect you from the lock-in to one specific platform.
Which is also good because it's more repeatable, and it's always a risk if you can't run it anymore. A different platform gives a different result. Like, what do you trust?
True.
I mean, like I said, I just like making my own data.
Option C.
Yeah.
Hi, Wim from PAX and a Bellingfest contributor. First of all, I want to, since Grega is here, I want to thank Grega because I've already told you yesterday, but how tremendous Sentinel Hub has been for amateurs like myself, and I think for many other people here in the room who've been using Sentinel Hub in exploring impacts of conflicts or human rights abuses. So I'm really grateful for the work you've been doing. So I just want to publicly say that as well. Over the last 8 years, I've been using it. So thanks for that again. My second question was on how there's a lot of work done at the moment on conflict monitoring, looking at environmental damages or civilian harm from strikes in urban areas, and people like Ollie and others as well have been automated a lot of work using like Sentinel-1 radar damage assessments, or the work that others have been doing on deforestation or fire mapping. Where do you see the future on particular for folks who don't have, like myself, have a GIS background, where these sort of low-code or no-code solutions can be implemented faster to do this rapid damage mappings in open platforms, and like in the next 5 years? Because I think that would be really beneficial for a lot of people in the room. For example, looking at Lebanon or Gaza or Ukraine, where you can immediately select an area, do this kind of checks, and where sort of artificial intelligence and other kind of data sets can contribute to fine-tune these findings. So I'm sort of curious on your takes on where this direction is leading. There's like already promising research out there, but it would be really helpful to hear your insights on that.
So what I think is happening and will happen faster is that you'll have this so-called abstractive layers. We call them markers, which basically provide a specific interpretation of the satellite imageries. I mean, you already have these cases. As an example, Planet has roads and buildings. You have the crop type maps. You have the field boundaries, the buildings map around the world, and you'll have these processes that will be developed and operational. And hopefully they will be, let's say 100, probably 100 is order that is enough. And once you have these building blocks, you can then, you can start using these building blocks in a very simple if-then rules, right? If you see there is this in that location, but also that, and that happened in the 2 weeks ago, and you can start combining these things much easier, essentially forgetting that there is a satellite imagery behind. Satellite imagery is just a source for this data, source that provides continuation and, again, objective and systematic approach. But then you really work with these building blocks. So this is where I see that things are working, and there are these kind of markers popping up, and you can get access to it and you can start implementing it. But it's just a start. Important is that we have these things operational. So I don't know, when you develop a deforestation algorithm, that this can be put in a place and run continuously on the large scale, so that anyone like you can use the data either for free or for payment, whatever. These will then be different models.
Yeah, and I think an initial step of a automatic change detection, without classifying what it is, without looking at the how of what, but simply looking at what are the biggest differences between image 1 and image 2, but also what are the differences within this time series? Where are there things changing as an initial way of looking at it? And what I see as a very potential building block is a supervised classification, being able to say, I've got here 10 things, show me what else within this region is similar. That's something that I can expect, that I can imagine within very limited time to be quite widely available, because it's a relatively standardized solution before you go into things like the large language models, where you have always the risk of interpretation and looking at how much you can trust it. But if you say, these are the exact points that I know, where's the rest? That's something that is quite a standard way of analytics, basically.
Just to add that, the last thing actually exists already technically. There is a company in US, which I forgot the name of, which is proudly showing that, and probably you've seen that case where they were able to track the Chinese balloon that was in the US back to that. And they were able to just say, show me all the pictures that had like this, and they were able to track it back. So again, this is now a case that, I imagine that they are expensive because they are so far the only one, but what they are doing is not revolutionary, right? That's something that can easily be replicated, and I would expect that this to become a common technology to be used by anyone.
There's a question over here.
Thanks again. Logan, I was intrigued by what you said about trust in satellite imagery. Is that we're trusting that like we were trusting photographs like 50 years ago. To the panel, how long will it take until we cannot trust satellite imagery anymore?
Don't trust anything. No, I think the great value of satellite imagery is that you can, there's a lot of different systems out there. So you can validate it with other data sources. And I think that's where the trust comes from at the moment, that you can validate like, hey, this is not actually happening. Because in theory, like, I'm pretty sure I can very easily make up a fake satellite image and show it and have it look pretty. Yeah.
ChatGPT can do that. I mean, it can create a satellite image that looks normal. What I think important part of with the satellite imagery is that you have this continuation. So you have data from the past as well, and it's easy to spoof one image, but it's difficult to spoof all. And now, if you can go to the authoritative source, assuming that we still trust European Union, let's say, right? We'll see how long this will take. And you see there, you can download original data plus, specifically for that, ESA has established so-called what they call it traces or something like that, where you can see for each and every product, you can see all the steps that happened, like with the timestamps, so you can really trace back the image to the acquisition. And you can, if you get a product and if it doesn't have traces, you can just not believe it. But if it has, you can go back and see that it has not changed. So this is there. It takes some effort to do that, but it is technically perfectly feasible.
And if you don't trust ESA, you can also compare it with NASA and with other satellite constellations.
True, yeah.
Great. Well, thank you everyone for attending, and thanks again to our panelists for offering their expertise.
See you after lunch.
Thank you.
collaboration, Sarah Setenta. Partners for years, our work with Sarah Setenta has covered violence directed at protesters and journalists in Colombia. Recently, that centered on the story of Indigenous journalist Abelardo Liz.
The army has just left, but the shooting continues. The man who records the soldiers with his camera doesn't run away. He is Abelardo Liz, an indigenous journalist who seconds later will film his own death. It happened on August 13th, 2020, during the eviction of hundreds of indigenous people occupying some land owned by a sugar mill in Corinto, Colombia. The indigenous community claim that but the army denies it.
Es de resaltar que las tropas del Ejército Nacional nunca accionaron sus armas de dotación en contra de la comunidad indígena.
Moreover, they stated they only opened fire in response to an attack by dissident groups from the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC. 3 years later, the investigation into the murder of Abelardo Liz remains at a standstill. Even though there appears to be enough evidence to rule out some other versions. Abelardo Liz was 34 years old. He worked at the radio station Nación Nasa Estéreo and was part of the communications network of the Indigenous Council of Corinto. On the day of his killing, Abelardo, who can be seen here in a yellow t-shirt and rag over his head, was covering with his own camera a land eviction operation in the Quebrada Seca farm, which is 3 kilometers from Corinto and owned by the Incorca sugar mill. The police and the anti-riot squad ESMAD took part in the operation. Corca is a department with a historical dispute over land ownership that has confronted peasant farmers, Afro-Colombians, indigenous people and landowners. In addition to this, there is the presence of illegally armed actors that even after the peace agreement between the Colombian government and the FARC, continue disputing the control over this land. One of the most frequent struggles is the one between sugar mills that have private property rights over the land and the indigenous communities that claim ancestral rights over the same territory. One of the strategies of the indigenous people has been to occupy these lands de facto. They call it liberation of Mother Earth. In the neighbouring farm to where Abelardo was shot, 2 other indigenous people have been killed in similar clashes.
welcome back. I mean, the people that are here now, you know, in this pretty cold room on a Friday afternoon, those are, of course, our favorite people. Thank you for coming back here for a fantastic session about corruption and organized crime reporting, more specifically, betting in the sports industry. Before we kick in, we're going to show a short video, and then I'm going to introduce my speakers. Can we roll the video, please?
Do you like to gamble, earn a little longer whilst watching the game, bet on your favourite teams, perhaps? It's all a bit of fun, right? What about betting on this Squid Game-esque setup? Well, this is what one big gambling company is offering to you. Listen in as we expose the bizarre and sinister gambling practices of one expert, where you bet on players who switch teams and nationalities, where there's no spectators or referees. Just arenas and gyms full of strangers playing senseless matches. The camera is rolling 24/7 live for gamblers worldwide, all brought to you by a company that claims it can turn the enthusiast into a gambling addict. This is Street Teams. This investigation was done in partnership with Geospatial.
Now, what a strange world is uncovered there. Here are three gentlemen that worked on this case. I'm going to introduce them first. Starting over there, Ross Higgins. You
Hello.
like sports, right? You are into sports. You're at Bellingcat.
Yeah. But I mean, compared to other people in Bellingcat, yeah, I suppose I'm quite.
Who could you possibly have in mind?
We'll get into that.
Yeah.
Okay, so my name's Ross Higgins. For those of you who don't know me, I head up our financial investigations team. Thank you. I head up the financial investigations team. I'm a senior researcher and trainer at Bellingcat.
Yes. I had a whole conversation with Ross before I sort of clicked in my head that the last name Higgins could have given it away. I didn't know.
I am his brother. Just to get that out of the way.
Philippe Auclair, you work for Josimar. Tell a little bit about you.
Yeah, I'm an investigative reporter specializing in sports and particularly football. And I write in particular for The Guardian in England and for Josimar, where most of our investigative stuff is published.
This is a publication only about sports, right? I mean,
yeah, Josimar is 100% about
Yeah.
football. It's probably actually the only publication which specializes in investigations which deal with the world of football, corruption, bad governance, money laundering, and for the last 3 years, illegal gambling companies,
Yeah.
one of which happens to be our friends from OneXBet.
more about it later. And then Connor here. You started with Bellingcat not so long ago, and it's quite an interesting story. How did you end up with Bellingcat?
Yeah, so I don't have a professional background in journalism or any kind of research, really. My last
Like a good Bellingcat person.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, so my last job was in admin, and I always was a fan of Bellingcat. So in my free time, I used to just research things that I'd see in the news or hear in a podcast, just follow my own curiosity. And it was doing something like that that I eventually came across a Google review profile of a notorious Irish drug trafficker called Christopher Kinahan Sr. He's sanctioned by the USA. They also have a $5 million reward on his head for information leading to his arrest. So he'd been going around the Middle East and Africa and Europe, leaving reviews for restaurants and cafes for some reason. And he was using an alias. So like I found this profile and I thought, oh, there's a lot of potential for open source research type thing here. So I put a lot of research into it, and I eventually decided to pitch it to Bellingcat as a story. And they accepted it, and we ended up doing a collaboration.
And they realized he's one of us, you know.
Yeah.
If you just in your free time follow, you know, Irish mafia guy all over the world via his restaurant reviews, that's a Bellingcat story.
Yeah, and so we did a collaboration with the Sunday Times Ireland. 2 stories came out earlier this year, and that went well. And since then, I've been working on a couple of projects with Bellingcat, including this OneXBet investigation.
Let's talk about this investigation. You are going to show us what exactly you did, because there's betting going on by a huge company that's also a sponsor of big football teams on amateur games all over the continent. Show us what you did.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just going to walk through how we use geolocation to uncover where thousands of obscure sports streams on OneXBet originate, and how we shed light on the hidden infrastructure supporting the company's gambling operation. So just to give you a bit of background, first of all, OneXBet is a Russian-founded gambling company based in Cyprus, and it's one of the largest online casinos in the world. It's blacklisted in numerous countries, and it's sanctioned by Ukraine for its links to Russia. But it still has partnerships with Paris Saint-Germain and Barcelona football clubs, so it's pretty high profile. So when we were starting to look into this, we thought a good place to start would be on the website itself. When you go on the website, it just seems like any normal gambling site. I mean, you can bet on the usual tournaments and games, but if you dig a little bit deeper, you can find leagues that you've never heard of, like with names like Short Football D1 or USSR Division. And these are streamed day and night. We found over the course of 24 hours, they streamed over 1,000 games of short football alone. This is live streams onto the website. And when you watch these streams, they're filmed through what looks like CCTV in some kind of warehouse or sports hall somewhere. And the names of the teams, they're called like Arsenal or Real. And then when they finish a game, they go off camera, change jerseys, come back on, and then they're called Man City and Barcelona. So it's something very bizarre to see. And we kind of, and when you search these leagues, which would be the first thing, you're like, well, where are these? You just end up, most of the time you end up back on OneXBet or some other gambling website. So it gives the impression that these leagues just exist for the purposes of gambling. So yeah, we wanted to track where these games were happening, get a better idea who was behind them and how widespread this was. So the way we could do that was by geolocating the venues from what we could see in the streams. And this was one of the first places I looked into here. This is a place that Josimar was eager to find because there were multiple games of short football being streamed from this particular hall or warehouse simultaneously. And so when you think about geolocation, you usually think about somewhere outdoors that you can compare satellite imagery to or something. But this is indoors. So what do you do in this case? Well, the obvious thing to do, first of all, is look in the picture and see if anything gives something away. And the first thing you notice in the top right there is there's some kind of advertisement, and you can see some Cyrillic text on it. So that obviously suggests it's in a Russian-speaking country. But, we searched for the ad, we searched for the text, and it just didn't lead back to any particular venue. So the next thing I tried was a Yandex reverse image search. And these are the results here. So these are the results for that search on the right. And these are just random pictures of people playing football in indoor sports halls. None of these are relevant. None of these are the actual venue. But of course, Yandex has this handy little cropping feature within the search screen itself. So you can just drag these corners and select any particular part of the image, and it will change the results based on what you've selected. So I like to play around with this in cases like this, and just select different parts of the image, spend a bit of time on it. And in the next slide here, you see I selected that particular part of the wall with the branding on it. And there was one result in the red box there that looked promising. And just to know here, if I change that crop even slightly in any direction, that result disappeared. So it's worth spending a bit of time on this, and don't give up too early, because sometimes you can find what you're looking for if you just spend a bit more time. So anyway, just clicking on that image, you can see it's got the same logo on the wall. It's an indoor football pitch. It's got the same kind of shutter on the side. So it looked like this could be the right place. And then clicking on this result opened the website of a children's football school in Bryansk in Russia, which incidentally is where the OneXBet founders are from. And from there, we were able to get more pictures from the school's social media and confirm that it was the same venue where these games were being streamed to OneXBet. So that was the first venue. That was indoor venue. The next two places we were looking at were outdoors. And so these are outside. So you can, in theory, you can see them on satellite imagery. So you might think it might be a bit easier, but again, they don't really give much away outside of the pitches themselves. It's kind of a tight shot. But our editor, Bo Donnelly, had zoomed in on the side there, and he got a clear shot of the advertisement, and he Googled the name, and it led to a shop in Bryansk, which is the same place as the last venue. And this shop was near a sports stadium, but we looked at it on satellite imagery, and it didn't look anything like it, So, of course, then we went through all the satellite imagery of Bryansk, seeing where we could find any outdoor sports venue or pitch, but nothing was a match. So we were kind of hitting a wall with that. And so I find like when you're following a certain lead, you can kind of get tunnel vision, and the temptation is to keep hammering away at it. But sometimes it's just better to go back to the source and see if there's any other lead you can follow, anything you missed that might bear fruit. So that's what I did here. I just went to the top stream there, and you can see just above the on-screen scoreboard, you can make out what looks like maybe a warehouse with orange and gray paneling and some windows there, and it looks like maybe it runs parallel to the football pitches. And so this rang a bell with me because I remember the children's football school in Bryansk was in an industrial area surrounded by long warehouses. So I thought, oh, maybe it's in the same area, but of course I checked the football school already on satellite, and there was no sign of these outdoor pitches anywhere. But I decided to check the football school social media anyway to see if there was any other clues. And most of the photos were just of the same venue I showed you earlier, but there was one album in particular that had a picture of some children playing in a venue outside, this one here. And you can see in the background there's a warehouse that looks very similar. It's got the same kind of panels, same windows, and the fencing around the side of the football pitches is also red, and it's the same layout. So this looks like it could be a good match. And then subsequently to that, we found the same advertisement, a picture with the same advertisement you can see in the streams. And then we got more recent satellite imagery from Planet, which showed this was the same venue where the last venue was. So, and this particular football school in Bryansk was the location where hundreds of these short football games were being streamed to 1xBet every single week. So yeah, that's it. Apart from that, we located a number of other venues in Russia, one of which was streaming games involving minors, and then another venue in Belarus and Ukraine. So, and what I thought was interesting about looking into this is that some of these venues seem to have been built fairly recently, which might suggest this is an expanding business model. So yeah, that's it anyway. Thanks very much. And
thank you. Yeah. Fantastic research work. I mean, this is such a strange world to me. I mean, I don't know who I should ask. Maybe ask Ross. Why? I mean, why have amateur people play games? And I mean, I can understand the betting part, making money, but anybody that puts in a bet and sees this will think like, my gosh, what am I betting on, really?
Well, that's an interesting question. So my background is really into looking into money laundering and organized crime, and trying to identify potential conduits for that type of behavior. Mm. And if you think about gambling, and especially if you think about the garbage that's posted on that website, so they've got 2 versus 2 football, they've got marble basketball, they've got all kinds of video games that you can bet on, and the idea is that these are very fast-paced, short games that might last. I mean, the marble stuff lasts about 30 seconds. So people can put on bets very quickly, and it means money can move very, very fast. And this is a company that's global, so it's turning over hundreds of millions. I mean, Philippe will know the exact numbers, but it's turning over a huge amount of money, and there's no kind of accountability. So the reason that searching for these venues is interesting is because for a couple of reasons. So first of all, 1xBet doesn't disclose where these locations actually are, which is problematic. And in all of those countries that we identified, so Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, India, they're either not operational or they've been banned from operating in those countries. So it's sort of dodgy on several layers. I should perhaps explain that the reason we're doing this in the first place is because, have I got time to just go into that very quickly? So Philippe, we get quite a few emails asking if we want to work with other organizations. So Philippe messaged us back in December, I think. He he messaged Elliot, which is so just to explain, in if you look at Europe and perhaps the UK, like Elliot is perhaps the person who knows the least about football in the entire world. So it kind of got passed on to me. I went to London to meet with Philippe because he's London based. We went down the pub, which is always the best place to kind of come up with ideas. And going in, I kind of vaguely knew that there were issues around sponsorship in football and gambling and things like that. 2 hours with Philippe, and I was like, oh my God, this is endemic. This is an absolute nightmare. I hate football, and all this kind of stuff. But what we did after that, I was really keen to do this because I'm always looking for these kind of weak points in systems where this kind of behavior might be happening. And also what's interesting about this is it's really the takeover of these football clubs, which are important cultural institutions by these horrible people who are advertising with them. So it's interesting on a number of levels. But just to test it out, I organized a hackathon in Amsterdam with Bellingcat journalists and Yosemite freelancers and journalists, because it's also helpful to just get people in a room and brainstorm. And we've got so much.
Did you all place bets? I mean, how do you test a site like this? Do you actually go out and try and bet and see what happens?
No.
You don't? Oh.
It's even simpler than that. So what happened was, after we had this hackathon, which went really well, we got along, which is the main thing, right? So we also set up this Signal channel where we just talk all the time to each other. And the most difficult thing is to kind of create an environment where people could be creative and speak up and come up with ideas and stuff. So we're all sitting around going, okay, we've got loads of information on 1xBet, because believe me, this is nothing compared to what we're going to publish next year. But we need some kind of snappy story to get people into this. And the one thing I've found with writing about money laundering is that it's very hard to get people to read about it because people aren't that interested in looking at graphs and figures and stuff. So 1xBet effectively gave us the story because we decided to go on the website, and just like anybody else who's read this article or seen the video, we were like, this is absolutely bonkers. What are these people doing? We've got hundreds of videos of people playing on what looks like surveillance footage in this sort of weird Squid Games sort of environment. This has got to be something we can put into an article. And I thought it was going to be just a really quick knockabout, fun article, but it turned out to be really grim for one thing. And when we start to look into it, we start to understand that this is a very well organized networks of companies in Cyprus who are streaming. I mean, I couldn't count how many games that they're filming in these gymnasiums in Russia and Belarus and things like that. So you get a sense of the industrial scale of this. And ultimately, before I stop talking, what's really interesting about this to me is that what I'm interested in is how ultimately these systems end up exploiting people. Okay, so we all know that the exploitation of people goes on in industry. Okay, but not all of these companies are live streaming this 24 hours a day, so we can show people this is the sharp end of this. I mean, these people are being brought in to work shifts. There was a cricket team in India who were playing cricket in a tent, and I looked up their league table because they actually published it, and they'd played 1,700 games in an 8-month period. Okay, they had like 400 games in hand. There's nothing sporting about it. It's all about just generating content to take money off compulsive gamblers.
All right, let's park it there for a second. I mean, just one quick question: do those teams get any money out of it? Because they work hard, right? I mean, they do get some money out of it. They're in it for the money.
They get paid. We actually managed to track down one of these players, former player, who explained that they were working shifts, as Ross was saying.
Yeah.
Some of them, I mean, most of them are recruited from local amateur clubs. They're not completely useless. They're pretty useless, but they're not completely useless. And they are paid for that. And in fact, if they turn that into a profession, they can make a decent living. The guy we talked to said that he had a friend who basically did almost nothing but that for 2 years.
I tell you, if my son's amateur team would be offered a deal like, oh, you can play, you can get some money for it, they'd say yes as well. I mean, this.
Yeah, but the guy was earning about as much, if not more, than a doctor would in Bryansk. That's a lot of money. But 1xBet was making far more money because apparently, according to our source, 1xBet was making about $15,000 per competition per day, which is a lot. Profit. Yeah. So, and actually, to go back on when you were talking about the amount of money that 1xBet, makes and launders, because it's a money laundering operation as well. We think now we're talking about 10 to 12 billion, and we think it's an underestimate because they're active absolutely all over the world. And what is really, really sad, awful, is that they are particularly active in parts of the world where the people are the most vulnerable. So they're in 2 markets, expanding markets, are Africa and Latin America. In Africa, they're the #1 bookmaker. They're everywhere. And so, yes, people can make money. There is still exploitation because the other thing we should add to that is that those games are manipulated.
That's the thing, they cheat the bettors out of their money because they can say, most people bet on this side, okay, let the other side win.
And the way they manipulate them is by giving the team orders not to score more than a certain number of goals. Exactly. So if you're familiar with sports betting, you've got the over and under market. So you bet, okay, you think this is going to finish 2-2, so you bet more than 3 goals, less than 5.
Yeah.
And the teams there were instructed, actually in the case of the games involving our source, never score more than 5. So which means you are manipulating the market from day one. So you're exploiting that. And also, the other thing is that a case for compulsive gamblers, but these games are a way in, so that the compulsive gamblers will be looking at that. They might not bet on those games, but there will be all these casino games, slot machines, which will be on the same screen, and they will go to those.
Okay.
And also, time difference is not a problem anymore.
Yeah. But I mean, maybe I'm too optimistic here, but it sounds almost like, the betting part is bad. The money laundering is bad, but setting up an amateur competition where people that are amateurs actually get paid money for doing something they love is not in itself terrible.
Well, no, I would disagree with you. It is absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
Because it's basically match fixing on a gigantic scale.
Yeah.
And yes, they have to pay the people. Of course, they have to pay them something. How else would you manage to put this up? The thing, though, which is really strange, that they're organizing, there'll be more coming in the weeks to come, but most of those games are organized in Russia, which is a country from which these people, the 3 founders, Karshkov, Prigozhin, and the third one, whom I always forget, the one who looks a bit, I don't know, he looks like comes out from a spaghetti western. And they were originally from Russia. One of them was actually a major in cyber intelligence unit in Bryansk. So they're really clever people. But they had to flee the country because they were under there was an arrest mandate had been issued. Yeah. And actually an Interpol notice had been issued about those. So they left the country very quickly and set up shop in Cyprus. But obviously, the fact that this is organized in Russia tells us that now they're back in the good graces of the Kremlin.
And now, your insights into how the football industry is organized anyway, because it's not just there's some Russian bad people organizing money laundering with sports betting. They're actually a sponsor of really big games, right? That's where the connection is to the big world of sports and where crime and corruption and the big world of sports come together. So you publish this, and there were one expert, it's actually forbidden in some countries.
Yeah.
Somalia, I mean, I don't know why they forbid it, but they did, together with TikTok. But no response from authorities, no response from the football clubs. What's the result of a story like this?
I would like to talk about this because it really annoyed me. So
media people in the room, listen. Yes.
So when we write an article, we have to send rights of replies to everybody who's involved. Okay, because it's the fair thing to do. We like to send out. We like to have both sides of the story, and we like clarification if we've made a mistake or something like that. So we wrote to all of the venues, and we wrote to them. We emailed them. We had a Russian-speaking colleague phone them. Pretty much radio silence from everybody. We would expect that to an extent if we're phoning some arena in Russia, because we'll say we're journalists and they'll say we're not gonna talk to you. What really annoyed me and what I'm not going to let go is the fact that we've got all this information on these clubs, and essentially what we're saying, because there are children involved in these games, there's I mean, it's been reported in the past that there's human trafficking involved. Mm-hmm. It's a really scummy business. We've written to Barcelona and PSG, two of the richest clubs in the world. Why they need more money from this sleazy business is beyond me. But anyway, we've written to them several times. Barcelona wrote back to us and said, "We do not wish to comment on this article." Okay, which boils my blood enough. But then PSG didn't even give us the courtesy of a reply. And what that says to me is that they know that they're in no way accountable for any of this. They can just do exactly what they want. And I just want to emphasize that these are not the only clubs in the world who are sponsored by really dodgy gambling companies with criminal links. Okay, they have infiltrated, and Philip will back me up on this, I hope. They have infiltrated the highest levels of the game, and the problem I have with that, as I was saying before, is that football is kind of unique in. I guess I'd say it's unique in the sense that if you're from Europe or Latin America or any part of the world where football is played, your club is part of your community. It's culturally important. It's historically important, and we're allowing these clubs to be taken over and to effectively advertise for these organized crime groups and kleptocracies, and the deeper you go into this, the more furious you get about it. So yeah, and the other thing I would say is that on a kind of global political level, it has its effects too, because you've got this Russian-founded company. Obviously, they're operating in Russia. Obviously, they're turning over a lot of money, which is effectively untraceable. It doesn't take wild speculation to wonder where some of this money is ending up. You're not going to operate in Russia without the authorities kind of approving it at some level. So this is why things like sanctions are pretty ineffective, because they've always got ways to make money elsewhere. But what I really disapprove of, amongst everything else, is the fact that it's these established Western brands that are facilitating this and don't even feel answerable when this kind of stuff is raised, as well as regulators and governments that just allow this to keep on happening. It's really dangerous, and it's something that needs to be reported on a lot more, I think.
Now, because I was told this story before it came out, so telling to the football people in my life, there's such a big story coming out on Monday, it will be all over the newspaper, and nothing. It didn't get picked up in a way that you would think it got picked up. Now, Philippe, I know you talk to authorities, you see your readers all read it, and it's, the football community reads it, the betting community no doubt is reading all about it. It maybe is also a little bit of a sign that these information streams are now going different ways, right? I mean, those clubs that you talk about, they probably can only be shamed into breaking ties with a company like this, right? So you would need massive media attention before that happens. But Philippe, these ties between organized crime, football clubs, they are all over, right? There's not just the big clubs anymore either.
It's it's really pervasive. I've got a database of links between football clubs in the 5 big leagues, so England, Germany, Italy, Spain, and France, and illegal betting companies, some of which are actually far, far worse than 1xBet, if you can believe it, who are involved in human trafficking, extortion, torture, murder, you name it. And I found out that since 2006, 38 different Premier League clubs, because there's regulation and promotion, had partnerships with criminal organizations, basically. And the silence is deafening. There's so much money at stake that the clubs themselves, they decide to turn the other way. There are examples of things changing under the pressure of fans. There was one in particular, Norwich City, which is a good community club, famous for being the property of Delia Smith, the famous cookery writer. And the fans found out that their betting partner was actually using pornography, as 1xBet has done in the past and continues to do so. One of their main ambassadors is Russia's #1 porn actress. And
they're not hiding it. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely not. Which is actually extraordinary to see how brazen they are, because it's incredible. But they found pictures which honestly were really nasty pornography, which were used by this betting company called BK8. 3 days after the club announced the partnership, the pressure from the fans and the fans' trust was so big that the club said, we're out.
Yeah.
We're not doing this anymore. But it's the only example I can think of. The rest, they have to be
But it
shamed.
might also mean that in the case that if Bellingcat does a research like this, obviously it would be great if all the major news channels would pick it up, but maybe it's also very good if you just reach out to all the fans of a club and start communicating with them, right?
I think what we're trying to do is, and what we hopefully will do, is foster a sense of accountability somewhere. So in terms of football, yes, it would be nice if pressure would come from the fans. And actually, one of the nice things about this article was I did see it discussed on the Barcelona Reddit and the Sunderland fan forums and the Ipswich fan forums, which doesn't seem like a big deal, but it's just trying to start that conversation, because really this kind of thing is something that we collectively have to say is unacceptable.
Yeah.
And that ultimately has to come from the people who attend the games, who are involved in the games. It's harder to do it from a top-down perspective, where you're trying to teach ethics to football chairmen and stuff like that. And is that going to work? I don't know. But yeah, and the only thing we can do is just keep publishing on this. We have more than enough material, and hopefully, I mean, in my experience in the past, when I've written articles, there are occasions where 2 years down the line, something will happen.
It might take more
because the right person has read what you've written. But in terms of getting mentioned in the media and things like that, it is strange, because it was well read by our own audience, and it did have quite a significant
it's
reach
the beginning.
on social
Just
media.
to turn to Connor, I understand that you found quite a few locations, but not everybody, and you've started to involve the wider community as well in the research, right?
Yeah, we did. There were many. I mean, we we don't know how many venues they have. So we submitted it to the Bellingcat Discord community. The rest of the venues we couldn't geolocate, and they've been hard at work the last couple of weeks, and they've found more than 10 more venues that we're going to be publishing next week, mostly in Russia, but also one in India as well. So it's kind of all over the world this is happening. So that's going to be next week.
So it's such a good business that it's expanding into new territories as well, and involving more people.
They're active in 191 countries.
Yeah. All right, it's a lot of media organizations and fan communities and football clubs to reach. But in the meantime, they're making so much money.
Yep, they're making tons of money. They're laundering tons of money.
Yeah.
They have so much money that they don't know what to do with it. And in Bryansk, where they come from and where many of those games are played, Bryansk, the modern infrastructure of Bryansk has been directly financed by OneXBet to gain political power, to have a political power base there. But they've built motorways, they've built hospitals and things like that. You see, that's great.
So they own the city.
Fantastic,
basically.
isn't it?
Yeah.
And to buy themselves the peace, basically, because honestly, if Vladimir Putin wanted to get rid of those guys would be swimming with the fishes, I mean, that wouldn't be a problem.
So basically, the people that place those bets are funding the war machine, left, right, or center.
Yeah, I mean, it's they are, and the thing is that, on one hand, what we found is that they were so brazen that everything is there to be found. You've seen it. It's on their website.
Yeah. They're not hiding it. No.
And on the other hand, they're totally impossible to catch because they function in a system which is totally opaque, to the point that they don't use email in the company.
Yeah.
They don't exchange emails.
Yeah.
Everything is done through encrypted messages on Telegram.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
So they're super. There are no getting photographs of them is almost
They're used
impossible.
to not leaving any trace and disappearing when they can. Yeah.
When they go to they just received awards in London. It's just crazy. A country where they're banned. People who were there were not executives from OneXBet. They were actors.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, this is just crazy. But they get away with it, and unfortunately, you've got the PSGs and the Barcelona and the Serie A and the Lille Olympique and the African Football Confederation. And I've got to say that, and I should shut up, because when I start talking about them, I'm like, I just can't stop.
Next topic,
Now,
Africa.
They are the main sponsor of the African Football Confederation, CAF. The next tournament, African Cup of Nations, is going to take place in Morocco in 2025, which means you'll have OneXBet on all the perimeter boards and so forth. Now, the slight problem is that in Morocco, they're totally illegal, and not only are they illegal...
Betting is illegal, right?
No, betting is legal, but as long as you do it through the national lottery.
Okay, they just have
that's
the one,
fine.
yeah.
It's one of the few Muslim countries where actually betting is legal. But the thing is that there's even a criminal complaint has been filed in Morocco by the Moroccan authorities themselves against OneXBet. So the subject of a criminal complaint by the Moroccan state will be advertised in Moroccan stadiums in January 2025.
Yeah. It's not a good thing. We have some time for questions from the audience, so feel free. Yeah, there's one over there. Do we have the microphone coming up?
Yes.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. You mentioned money laundering a couple times, and that seems like something where finding circumstantial evidence of money laundering is quite easy, but actually pinning it down and proving it can be very, very difficult. So could you talk a little bit more about the evidence you found for money laundering and how you tried to prove it?
Yeah.
Please.
Do you want me to? Okay. So, it has to be said, I shouldn't be throwing money laundering around because this has been live streamed and everything. But it's very important. I've written quite a lot in this area, and actually my background was in financial investigations before I did this. So it's really important to remember that money laundering is notoriously difficult to prove. Okay, and in order to prove a money laundering case on this scale, you're going to need access to books and records that no human being could potentially get hold of with these types of people. So what we say when we're looking for money laundering is we're actually looking for indicators that it's happening. So within that, we're talking about things like high risk, what we call high risk industries, of which gambling would be one, and also it's about the way that kind of money moves about. So so if money's moving about very, very quickly, and if you've built a system which is designed to move and effectively convert money very quickly, that's very suspicious. Okay, because the other interesting thing about 1xBet as well is that they are notorious for not paying out the people who are gambling on their website. So so effectively, what that means they can do is they can. It's weird. They're a gambling company who can completely control the flow of money in and out of their website. They're also the other thing about the gambling industry as a whole is this adoption of crypto, which is highly risky, and also the territories that they're operating in. Okay, so whenever you're looking at a company, you should be able to tell at the very least who is actually running this, who is working for this company, how does this company work? Can I see a balance sheet for this company? None of this is applicable to 1xBet. So so when we, because I don't want to end up in court, I should say that there are some red flags around this company that we need to be.
They might be.
But
there might
I
be
mean,
some money
yeah, sorry.
laundering involved in this. I mean, you mentioned there's based in Cyprus. Cyprus also, in the meantime, being sort of a crypto capital of Europe as well. And we have Donald Trump now, being good friends with all the crypto people. My feeling is that the money laundering that was really hard to prove so far will sort of disappear from any evidence. I mean, you can track crypto, but it's getting even harder, right? I mean, there's no. Yeah, go ahead.
I was told, I was in Strasbourg yesterday at a Council of Europe meeting with a magistrate specializing in corruption in sport and money laundering and things like that. And one of them said something which I found, oh, that's good. I'll use it again. Actually, I'm going to use it right now.
Go ahead.
And he said, money laundering is incredibly difficult to prove unless you take the definition. Money laundering is basically processing the product of crime. What they're doing is criminal.
Yeah. So
what they are doing is
that,
criminal.
yeah.
They're offering illegal bets. That's a crime.
So then any money coming out of
exactly,
that is
which
money
means also
laundering.
that the people who are taking care of their money are complicit.
Yeah.
And we know a few things. We know that they've got a banker who works for them. I don't want to give away too many details.
It will come out soon. No,
we can talk in private afterwards. But we know they use a certain bank in Liechtenstein. We know some of the financial setup of this company, and every single thing is like a big red flag. It's like being on Monza at the Italian Grand Prix, in the Ferrari stand. There's that many red flags there are when it comes to 1xBet.
Yeah.
So and money laundering, if you take it like that, if it's basically circulating the proceeds of crime,
then you can chase more.
That's it. You got it.
You can put more people in jail. Other questions from the audience? We have about 10 minutes left. So feel free. Anybody? You found somebody? Yeah, I can't see them from here. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Hi. I'm Subtle from the Discord. I was wondering if you've seen any results of the previous articles in the sense of have streams disappeared, for instance, venues pulled out, specifically because there's one in Ukraine. I think the authorities would be interested in that.
Okay, so in terms of in terms of the website, I mean, they don't care. They're just carrying on as normal as far as I can tell. But one thing that was quite amusing was we wrote to 1xBet with the right of reply. We asked them loads of questions, and they obviously decided not to get back to us. But then there's a website called Sigma, which is based in Cyprus, and they are involved in the gambling industry. They run conferences for all types of online casinos, and they had an exclusive interview with the spokesperson for 1xBet, who's a guy called Alex Summers. Okay, so he could refute some of the things in our article. So for example, when we said, "Isn't it a problem that you're streaming games with 14-year-olds playing floorball?" His response was, "There are loads of elite athletes now who are like 14, 15 years old. It's not a problem." Then we pointed out to them that we have Alex Summers' profile picture that happens to be the same picture as a CNN journalist. And we know this because we contacted CNN and asked them for a copy of the headshot. Then Alex Summers' headshot started disappearing off the 1xBet website. And then we got into this argument. So now we're at the stage where we're getting into arguments with imaginary people over this. Because they'll literally make up, and this guy's doing press statements on behalf of 1xBet and Barcelona. So where is the due diligence if we can't even pinpoint anybody who works for this organization? It's absurdity. So that's how you get them to respond. You have to embarrass them publicly somehow. But these are people with no shame, so it's kind of difficult as well. But in terms of their operation, I think unless the clubs start asking questions, they're just going to continue on as they were. So.
But if Philip is right, and the Council of Europe says, processing money that comes from crime, and you can officially say they're a criminal organization. I mean, what they do is criminal. Then accepting money from them as a football club, be it Barcelona or whoever it is, would also be suddenly get contested in court, right?
The biggest thing that could happen to clean up the world of sport is if it would be possible, as was suggested to me by a guy at Interpol, we've got to make not looking at something, decide to look away, a proof of complicity in criminal activity and make people.
It's not just looking away, taking the money.
Because there's also, don't forget, there's all the lawyers, probably all of them British, and usually they are.
Look over at that.
The accountants.
Yeah.
All the people, the kind of ecosphere, which is around all of that. These people are basically actively enabling
facilitating criminal
activity. Yeah. The day that these people become legally responsible, I think we'll see a real change.
Yeah.
I think that's been the ongoing debate for quite a while, is that the people who are easily identifiable are the professional enablers. And that cuts across all kinds of fields in financial crime. So we literally, and I've done this myself, I've literally written articles where I name these people and say, okay, these people are facilitating this, that, and the other, and they're fine with that apparently, because there's nothing that can touch them legally. And you're right, that is what has to change. I've been in plenty of meetings where there's been talk about that at quite a high level, but really it boils down to the political will to actually do something about it, and that's a whole other area that we probably don't.
All right, have to go into. I have one last question, and I'll start with Connor. Connor, I mean, following a mafia guy via his restaurant reviews sounds somehow more entertaining for you to do than checking all those venues. Super important work, so glad you do it. But this is now your day job. What are you now researching in the evenings when you don't do Bellingfest?
Yeah, I'm just, I suppose now I'm doing real work in the evenings, the other way around. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, being able, this is what I used to do in my free time. So now that the fact that I can, do it for a living is amazing. And so
I can see that. But are there new kinds of, finding somebody via the restaurant reviews, I think, is an interesting approach. Are there new kinds of approaches you're following? Are there new kinds of ways you're looking at the information online? Or for now, you're geolocating the venues, that's the thing?
Not particularly. Like, I just think the main thing is to just follow your curiosity. You can easily get overwhelmed with all these new fancy tools and AI and stuff. But I think if you just start with what you're most comfortable with, like if that's a Google search, just start doing that. Just follow your curiosity. That's what I did, and then you learn things along the way naturally. Like you don't need to necessarily do a course or pay for any course or anything, unless it's a Bellingcat course. So just follow your curiosity and do what you're most comfortable with, and you'll learn along the way.
Philippe, I have the feeling that your line of action is now also very much towards regulators and politicians, right?
Yeah.
Because that you don't go to the Council of Europe as a sports journalist; it's for a reason.
I'm actually really happy with that. We were not expecting it when we started reporting on illegal sports betting, but these articles called the attentions of some important people in European institutions. Which is when we talk about the impact that the work we do has, we have to think of that as well. And since then, I've become an expert for them. And I've they've taken me to Argentina to talk to people whom I was telling these people, you're about to give a license to criminals. You can imagine how well that went down. And it is a very important part of the work. And you realize that there is actually goodwill from those people, particularly at European level.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing, particularly at the Council of Europe level. There's one thing I don't know if I get a chance to say.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Because I was hearing this absolutely fascinating panel about shipping, which was honestly mind-blowing. And what was really interesting was to hear how each of the people who were on the panel had different set of skills and were using each other's. And I think that what we're doing between Bellingcat and Josimar is actually a perfect exemplification of what can happen when you bring people from very different backgrounds. We are not at the beginning open source intelligence specialists.
But you're industry specialists.
But we have networks. We know the world of football very well. We've got loads of sources. We have whistleblowers. We know a bit of tech stuff as well. But when you put the two together, wow, it's like nitrite and glycerin. It's a bit more explosive when you put the two together. And I'm so happy that we actually started that. And I hope that Ross is going to confirm that. But it's only the first in the series of collaborations.
I will say, I always try to. I always like to partner up with organizations for that exact reason. So traditional journalism is a skill to itself. And actually, we were talking about this over lunch, where it sounds a bit sad, but we can give them all of these tech tools and what we find and our knowledge from that, and they can actually phone people up and speak to them. Because
it's a separate skill.
We don't always have the skill to do that. But that in itself, like talking to people in a journalistic way, is a skill in itself that we don't necessarily have. And also, the stories that these guys tell us is incredible. But what I would like to say very quickly is I think what this illustrates, and the strength of this organization, is the flexibility in what we can do and the diversity of topics that we can cover. If I had to do geolocation around conflict zones, I would be on the dole. I have no clue how to do any of that whatsoever. But this has really allowed us to pursue what we want and have the freedom to do that and do impactful work. And that is what's going to keep us going for the next 10 years. Is the diversity in the topics that we choose to cover.
Right. I think it's obviously admirable work, and it's also not easy work going after crime, organized crime. And there was one last quote I promised you, even if you want it or not. And this is by James Baldwin, and it's, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced." And I think you guys in Bellingcat are doing all they can to do this. So thank you so much. I am handing over to Charlie, who's over here, for beautiful ways of storytelling, and over to the Bellingcat crew. There you go, Charlie.
Thank you,
Is that okay?
Monique. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to break convention a little bit here, and this is going to be rubbish for the live stream, and I apologize. But everyone in here, in person, has been sat down for quite a long time, and I want to awaken the creatives in you for this next talk. So if everyone would just stand up and have a little shake, just like release some of that tension out, because we don't want this next talk to have tired energy. So, okay, amazing. And I apologize for those watching on the live stream. They can stand up too, yeah, that's right. All right, innovative storytelling. Wow, what a subject. I wanted to ask first and foremost, and maybe you guys can shout out now you have extra energy. What comes to mind when you think of innovative storytelling? Give me some keywords that comes to mind. Anybody brave enough to shout? Immersive, yes, that is one. Anything else? New formats, yes, yes, yes. I'm missing my clicker, that's the problem. Here we are. Apologies, sorry. Okay. Well, when I'm often speaking about innovative storytelling, something that comes up is the following. These are kind of the innovation rules that people expect when they're talking about innovative storytelling. So one of them is, it must use advanced technology. Scary, I know. It must be really complicated, and time-consuming is often one as well. Has to be something never seen before. This is a big one. Often when we're talking about innovative storytelling, people are always like, oh, well, we have to come up with something so out of the box that has never been thought of before. And it drives people like me, who are a social editor at Bellingcat, absolutely crazy. It must take a long time to make, as I said, resource heavy. And it must be down with the kids. And I'm not talking about anybody not born this century. All right. Are you ready to prepare yourself to make content just like that? Me neither. Yeah? It makes me want to scream when I think about all that. Okay, so when we're talking about innovative storytelling, for me, it's more about accessibility, actually. It's about making sure that you're bringing the best format for your specific audience, okay? It doesn't mean that you have to create the new TikTok dance move with like the breaking news that you want to show. It's about telling your story in the best way for your audience, the most accessible way. True innovation is in the way stories connect us to one another and in the way they inspire, change, and create impact in the affected communities. For me, as I said, innovative storytelling is all about accessibility, and it means bringing your story to the audience in the best way for them. So over the last few days, we've heard constantly about how open source research has innovated lots of different sectors, from justice and accountability, to tech, to storytelling as well. Innovation is about breaking boundaries, and through the information we amplify, the perspectives that we bring to the table, and to the spaces that we choose to share our stories as well. So adapting to new tech, and I'm not a technophobe, I'm actually very obsessed with new tech, okay? Adapting to new tech isn't a bad thing. It is one way you can innovate. For example, the New York Times have been leading in augmented reality storytelling for a long time. They've been using it very effectively to tell stories. On the left-hand side, you can race an Olympic sprinter to understand how quick they are. In the middle, I think this one was about a Mars rover, and you could experience what it was like in space. And on the far left, that's how wildfires are creating huge storms, and they were demonstrating climate actions within your living room. So augmented reality can be a new tech that can bring your newsroom forward in innovation, and it isn't something to scare away from, because people are going to be moving into wearable tech. As we heard from Brian yesterday, fantastic speech, augmented reality is becoming more and more embedded in our lives, and wearable tech is becoming a new consumption method. So it is something to actually keep in mind. Another thing that often gets brought up when we're talking about innovative storytelling is gamification. It's something that a lot of newsrooms go to quite quickly. This is one of my favorites, actually, that's come out in recent years. It was done by the Bureau of Investigative Journalism. They were trying to tell the story of how the cheese trade was impacting the rainforest in the Amazon. So they made a game called Snack Man. Oh, it didn't play. Anyway, you play as a rolling cheese, and you avoid Pac-Man, basically. You're being chased as you eat the rainforest, but as you go through, each level gets harder, and also you learn about how much damage the cheese-making process actually has on the Amazon. So these types of adaptation to new tech is definitely something that's innovative and something that I absolutely encourage, but it's not the only way to be innovative in storytelling. At Bellingcat, we have quite a unique problem, actually, when it comes to innovative storytelling, because the way that we tell stories is quite strange and unique. We focus on analysis only, and I think most people who are watching this have some understanding of what Bellingcat investigations looks like, but we hardly ever have sources. And as Elliot mentioned earlier in his talk, that can be actually quite difficult when it comes to competing in social media algorithms, for example, where emotion is key and people pay attention for about 3 seconds. So I like to think about our innovation in different ways. Innovation for us does mean moving into new formats, and it is something that we've been experimenting with, but it's where our audiences are likely to be / consume. For example, for a while, we were one of the only publishers actually regularly publishing on Twitch. And bless his heart, Giancarlo Fiorella was spending once every 2 weeks kind of sitting there and talking for hours on end to a couple of people on Twitch. But it was really, really fun. And we did GeoGuessr games, and it was fantastic. We have also recently launched on Instagram. I know we're very behind. We recently launched on Instagram, and we've been looking at ways to innovate there, bringing geolocation challenges, which are really popular to our audience on Discord, for example, to Instagram for a more beginner audience. So repurposing some of our formats for new places is also something that we're really interested in doing, and something that's innovative for us. It might not be innovative for everybody, but it's innovative for us, and that's what matters. Innovation for us means also understanding how our work intersects with different disciplines. You're probably sick of hearing this over the last 2 days, but I wanted to rehash that point. On the left-hand side here is a series that we did with Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Liberty. The fantastic Agnieszka, who's in the audience somewhere, did a series, a news hygiene series, where it was educating the public about basic steps that you can take to fact-check, verify information on your timeline. These are open source research techniques, but we just made them really, really simple. And we were aiming them at an Eastern European, Asian audience. So we were using kind of real celebrity examples, how to fact-check that the Pope did not wear a big Valencia coat, for example. So that series is really fun, but it's characteristic of our media literacy initiative, which Elliot referred to earlier. In the middle is our recent exhibition in Munich. We actually developed our story with Sarah Setenta, which a lot of the people on the live stream would have seen today. And we actually took that really harrowing investigative story about the death of a journalist and placed it in a gallery, a visual analysis gallery exhibition in Munich. It was a sound experience helped by Dr. Maher, who spoke earlier, and myself going through with Galen Reich and Carlos Gonzalez from our team also helping out with the development. And audiences could go into the room and experience the sound of the bullet as it from the direction of where it came from. So looking at how our work intersects with the art and photography space is also something, and architecture is also something that we're really interested in doing at the moment. And we're going to be speaking a little bit more about that in this panel. And lastly, of course, our Justice Accountability Unit, even though it's separate to editorial at Bellingcat, is still a very innovative way of how our work intersects, and the work there being done is really unique and important to highlight. So when we're thinking about how our processes intersect with art, particularly, we've been thinking about what the Bellingcat process actually looks like and what goes into our actual stories. So we came up with this concept called vectors. And if you've gone up to the people in the room, if you've gone up to the galleries, at any point you will have seen this broken down. But basically, we came up with a set of values and skills that give us direction with every investigation. The first one is visual intelligence, surprise, surprise, which is obviously heavy image analysis, and creativity is so important for us to kind of help bring together those abstract puzzle pieces in investigations. Epistemic humility, so basically we assume that we haven't got the full picture and that there will be more information coming. You can't always get a resolute answer with open source research, and I think that's been very clear from some of the conversations we've had over the last 2 days. Collaboration is key and very important to Bellingcat from the very beginning, and I'll go on about that in a second. And transparency, of course, everything that we do is written out as almost like methodology, so people can repeat what we're doing. Overcoming bias, we aim to allow for others to challenge our work, and oh boy, do they challenge it sometimes. Resoluteness, we have an obsession with detail. Elliot mentioned earlier that the perfect Bellingcat person is someone who will obsessively look at something for hours and hours on end. And it goes into our investigations as well. We want to make sure that we have studied it to the nth degree. And storytelling. Funnily enough, innovative storytelling is also part of our investigative process, but it's also about thinking about it, how we can tell stories in an ethical and safe way as well, with all of the actors involved within our stories. Lastly, and most importantly, innovation for us means fostering our community and also giving the public the agency to take our work further. Bellingcat has been community-focused from the get-go, and it has been, from the very beginning, part of the unique nature of Bellingcat. And I think that's been, again, very clear from the very beginning of these last 2 days. Everything we do is collaborative, and that is absolutely our most innovative feature, and something I've been trying to foster. And after our panel, we're actually going to be talking about community in excess. You'll see how the community focus has been something that's fed into every aspect of Bellingcat. This on the right-hand side is a great example of that. We have a Discord community of 30,000 more people. This investigation on the right-hand side was done in partnership with community members. I think it was mentioned slightly earlier today. And we held Discord stage talks every 2 weeks where we go through investigations that have happened recently, or we speak to outside voices who are experts in open source. So this example of a podcast episode that we've created is a really good circular example of how our stories start with the community and end with the community. We worked with the community to do this investigation, then we bring the investigation to the community and we allow the community to speak about their input. And then we put it out for free for everyone to consume. Our toolkits are also, and our and techniques are also really indicative of this. Welcome to Bellingcat Open Source Investigation Toolkit. Isn't it nice, the new toolkit? It's very lovely. We also have a GitHub as well, which is full of unique tools. And the fact that we create these tools and techniques is also very innovative and part of our storytelling process. On the right-hand side, we've recently done a new YouTube series called the Bellingcat Tech Series, where we go through different techniques and tools that we've created. And in the latest episode, we actually had some of our community members who are working on the toolkit to present the toolkit as well and talk about how they're maintaining it and making sure that the best tools are regularly updated on there. And lastly, I wanted to finish with this idea of the Bellingcat storytelling circle, because everything that we do should be cyclical. And when we're talking about impact and talking about innovation, it's really important to see how all of our moving parts work together. So as I mentioned, first and foremost, we work with our community and other collaborative outlets to make investigations and research. Then we publish to the audience. So we work in different formats. Myself and Mural, who's up in the sky over there, have been working very hard to try to make our very long-winded investigations into very short videos. And it's been a challenge, but it's been very fun. We've also been doing more audio content, but publishing to audience is a really important step, but our stories don't end there. I've worked at lots of different newsrooms, and often you find that when you're doing investigations, your investigation gets moved on from very quickly. We don't have that really at Bellingcat because it keeps going. 3, we develop guides or new tools. So if we found a loophole or a hole in our investigation because we didn't have the right tool, we build it, which is fantastic and really useful. And then sometimes we write guides on how we actually did the investigation if it wasn't clear enough from the first write-up. Then we train people on our tools and techniques, and I think most of the people in this room have received some form of training from us, empowering the next generation of investigators. Sometimes it leads into processes, so the Justice Accountability is an example of this, but also our media literacy work and how we're trying to take some of that training within to schools. And then lastly, often at the very end of the storytelling circle, we then come back and ask the community to help us take the investigation further. So we might say, oh, well, we can't continue this investigation because we're looking at something else, but here's all the materials, everything you need to continue it. Or we want to look into this further, like was just spoken about on this particular panel, and here's the material, can you help us? That part of the investigation for me is the most innovative and the most fun. It's amazing to see how with another group of minds, you can take the investigation a step further. So that's our Bellingcat storytelling circle, and that's how we are innovative. Starting with investigations and research and ending with the community. But at the heart of innovative storytelling is a deep understanding of your community and also how your story can make impact. And I think this is really indicative of how we think about that all the way through our process. It's not just about keeping up with trends. As I mentioned, it's not just about your TikTok dances and learning how to speak to Gen Z. Is part of it, but it's not all of it. It's only number 2. The power of innovative storytelling is about changing minds, shaping the future, and building stronger communities, as is our ultimate aim. Now I'm passing to an individual who has taken key steps to reinvent and reshape his magazine and storytelling for his audience. It's my pleasure to welcome Jakub Gornicki, co-founder of Outriders. Jakub. You need a different thing. So
what? Well, I can already tell you that Outriders Storytelling Circle is embrace the chaos. So it's less complicated and maybe less organized, but that's how it is. Now, if you can pull up my presentation, that would be wonderful. So I actually serve an audience who is primarily located in the great country of Poland. And I personally focus on stories which do not happen physically in my country, but are somehow important, whether they're stories about migration or war or something. Now, for our audience, there are 2 events which have reshaped our public discourse in the past 3 or 4 years. Number 1 is the migration crisis on the Polish-Belarusian border, and the second one is, of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And as such, I have spent months in Ukraine covering this on the ground, and other months in Texas, Arizona, Mexico, and so on, trying to create stories for topics which are not so bomby when it comes, like investigators. Powerful investigations have one advantage over of all the rest journalism is that they usually, when they are released, they make people angry. Anger is a powerful emotion, and as such, usually many investigative stories, very powerful content, very shitty form. So they don't need form; they just, immediately are engaging. So, oh, I have it. Great. Where do I point this up?
You can point it anywhere, but you just need to.
I have to wait. Okay. So, I mean, it's a church, so I should point up. Okay. That's how it works. Okay, so yeah, we started to use a lot of art in order to create our journalism, because migration, war, that's something what people don't want, actually. You know, it's not like, you know, everybody wakes up and say like, today I'm going to do 2 migration stories. No, it's exactly the opposite. Okay, I'm going to time my... Oh, now that's... Oh, thank you. That's slightly confusing, but maybe it was a test. So yeah, I just want to share a couple of projects we have done and basically what was the thinking behind them. And I think the biggest change we have made, it was 2.5 years ago, and I do think it was really, really too late, which is actually we started to embrace mobile properly. And when I say mobile, I didn't mean that our stories were accessible on mobile phone, is that we actually looked at the phone and started to think, hey, what kind of features it has, which are not used by other people, which we can actually try to deliver to our audience. 90% of our traffic was already back then mobile. I am almost 40, so I was raised in the desktop era, and it took me 2 years to like hack my head and start thinking properly vertical and use the phone. So one thing which is super popular these days for us is stories with no ending. You know, as a journalist, I was trained that my stories need ending. So there's another hard process to actually don't provide people with an ending. So that's one of the projects we have done. It's called Kramatorsk. We spent 2 weeks in the city of Kramatorsk, which is 25 kilometers currently from the front line, from the city of Bakhmut. We followed 11 different people, very simple people, whether it's barbers, teachers, post lady, and so on and so on. And we asked them to help us to create what I call TripAdvisor for a frontline city. So it's basically a city which is, you know, close to the front line, and as such is a militarized city. So the fabric of the city changed. You know, people, where do you have the first date? Where do you go to shop? You know, it's like we asked that was the main question. You know, a lot of population left, some stayed, just soldiers, and we just asked them, hey, take us, show us the city right now. So with their help, and I was also playing Elden Ring back then, and I stole the map later from them. So I do steal a lot. I have to come clean immediately, but they say it's a good artist steals a lot, you know? So I follow this mantra. Now I said mobile, I'm gonna switch to the mobile stuff here. So there is 1 hour, 6 minutes of footage here, traditional video or 360 video, and you can just select a character and just follow them through different days and paths. Whether it's a firefighter, we go for a dog with him, you know, very serious journalism. Or the next night we follow him when he goes to save people in a building which was bombed, and so on. So, and we allow people, they can browse the city as they want. Average times, it was released with the #1 digital media outlet in Poland. Average time spent on the story was 22 minutes. Average time spent on the Friends episode is 19 minutes. So, so yeah. Now, what is the key thing which we learned through the story is that people really don't mind taking control of the story. Editors have the biggest problem with this story because they are also trained, like, give me the fucking ending, you know? How does it end? That's what they are seeking, you know? And it's more of a platform through which we allow people to explore how they want. The more interactive it is for them, the more they can create and shape the experience, the more time they spend on the story. Why is long-form journalism so popular? Because once you are like, oh my God, I'm reading this so long, I'm gonna read it to the end, you know? Because it's an investment of time. It's like if you go to a cinema and the movie is really bad, very few people leaves the cinema. You're still like, maybe the ending will kill me, you know? So that's important. The whole experience thing actually started for us when we did the project, which actually was released day by day from those 5 cities. It was October 2022. 3 of those cities are heavily shelled. It's Mykolaiv and Kryvyi Rih and Zaporizhia particularly. And each day, this was the first time we actually used, because when you shoot a 360 video, it works really well on an Android phone. This is just a raw footage, so it doesn't go around. It works kind of okay on iPhone. But you can move around, so people can actually go through different places. Unfortunately, I had to be in the shot, you know, because I couldn't remove myself and I do 360, so I'm here, the least thing. But we also released it with a big partner. Each day, people could unlock a different city. So here it was another really interesting thing for us, which is don't give people everything at the same time. They would then come back next day to unlock a new city, which featured 6 or 7 very short videos, up to 45 seconds, because of how heavy when it comes to simply weight of the file. Like currently, 1 minute of a 360 video in 8K is like 2 or 3 gigabytes raw, you know? So this story are actually, if you want to actually go through it, it's gigabytes of mobile traffic. I mean, luckily people have unlimited and so on. We partnered with local journalists. They take us through different places here and so on. which takes me to this thing with embracing mobile. We started to play around. This is a story which we quick released about the Syria-Turkey earthquake with vibrations on the phone. You can actually access vibration from your browser. You don't need a special app. This is not a special app. This is just like Chrome or Safari, which we are using. This freaks people out when you're like, what the fuck? Who's calling me? You know, because you don't expect simple vibration, and you can actually do it. So those are very simple things which makes you stay there. Yeah, we can talk a lot about AI, but I do believe, you know, as a field reporter, that there are certain places where you just have to go and be yourself, especially places where with lack of access. One of the stories which we'll be releasing, we had a reporter who spent 4 months this year in Myanmar and brought shitload of content, which we are going to soon release in 4 different stories, including a lot of VR footage. So we'll give you a story which is also, this is not Call of Duty. This is actually a reporter. You know, this is a mid-evac situation in Myanmar from like a couple months ago. And we have this all in VR video shot. So we are currently working on delivering it to mobile browsers and actually VR headsets. And it's called Myanmar 360. And it's been a while since a reporter has spent so much time in this country and actually went so deep. So we have a lot of stuff coming up. But again, it utilizes this kind of an experience approach. And you probably see, I don't say story here. I don't use the word story because it combines a lot of this, like what you were saying at the beginning, immersivity, having people stay and so on. And one of the things we learned is that what actually makes people stay is giving them a space to actually create their own emotions. So a lot of this, what you see, allows people to actually go through places which are usually described by reporters like, oh, this is so destroyed and so on. No, you see, you choose your path through it, you follow different people, and you kind of develop your emotions. That's another, probably we'll discuss it, you know, that too often emotions are immediately given with the content, which is like, this is a fact, and this is how you're supposed to feel. And I think one of the reasons why people abandon journalism, and I think actually majority of people doesn't give a fuck about journalism anymore. So it's because we tell them how to feel immediately. That's a project again, which we are going to release soon. I copied Spotify here, as you can see. It's a collection of different sounds, but not just explosions, really. Music, text, speeches, like around 80 clips from Ukraine. From the 3 years I have covered it, you know, and I have been there from day one for many months and so on, just to give people a kind of a playlist, what is war? And for me, war is sounds. In a way, it's explosions from far, it's people crying, it's people escaping, it's sounds. It's sounds which create fear or create emotions. It's not the visual. Actually, when it comes to war, visual is for people on Twitter. But when you're on the ground, it sounds actually what you hear. So it's a totally different experience. Yeah, and finally, migration. I have spent too much time on the borders of countries which have walls, to be honest. I've just concluded the project 2 days ago. That's my country. We have a beautiful wall, one of the highest in Europe. Very proud. We wanted to have something most European, and we have one of the highest European walls, you know. Hungary, the mother of walls, you know. Bulgaria, slightly too short, problematic. It's very easy to jump over it, you know. So much time and money spent. In Bulgaria, it's also, there I have some photos when there's the old wall, you know, like which was supposed to keep people inside the communist bloc. And then there's a new wall, which is not people letting in. So, you know, whatever the political system, wall is there, you know, just a different role. Spain, of course, very picturesque, not on the European continent, but they were in 90s built. They have this nice system. Look at the technology here put just to keep people away. Well, Slovenia was the only country which, like, you know, solutions journalists, they actually taken down their little fence. When I say wall, I mean, you know, fence, barrier, whatever, because those are actually not walls from the, I don't know, standpoint. So we released this story. It's great, but then we started to work on different stuff, especially this year, working on the ahead of the U.S. elections on the border of the Mexico and U.S. Really embracing the 360 approach here and trying to find different points, people. We have a lot of the immersive galleries which are coming up. This is one here. We have Mexico. Here you have the U.S. side with the 360 camera, and there's many spots like this. Found places, but I want to get to a couple of stories we have done. Oh, this is the wall which wasn't used, you know, from the drone. So if you want like a wall for yourself, I can point you to a direction. Maybe you have like a summer house where you want to just have it, you know, bring it to the office. That's the story which privately like fucked me up the most. It's a mother on the US side and a daughter on the Mexican side, which are divided, and the mother reads the book to the daughter 2 hours on special occasions, and they are waiting still a couple months to be together. That's this shot again from this. That's another story. And we've done this project in the partnership with the Dallas Morning News and Seven Foundation. But the coolest project which we have not released, is like we had a reporters for a couple of weeks in a center in the city of Yuma. 46 degrees Celsius. For a Polish guy, this is like definition of hell. But yeah, I developed a concept there. So we couldn't take photos. Migrants, they arrive when they arrive into US. They go to different welcome centers, and that's one of them. They spend their couple hours before they are sent away. At least for now, we'll see what happens after January 20th. So what we did is that we actually asked these migrants. It was like a date. Don't look at this. Is just one story. I want you to look at this one. So we had a reporter who was. We collected their mobile phone numbers or messengers, and we stayed with them for weeks chatting. And this project is going to be called Migrant Messages. It's currently in Polish, so I didn't want to spoil it. Maybe there's someone who speaks Polish besides me here. So there's another idea. So we are giving people the experience of WhatsApp. So when you're in the story, you receive messages. You can talk to migrants. Like, hey, have you been? Where are you? And we got the stories from just by spending with them 20, 30 minutes on each, and we got a lot of people to talk. Some didn't reply. In the end, it's 20 different people whose stories we have, and they shared with us the journey from the moment they arrived, and then after they went into the US to different cities, plenty of places, and we managed to gather it together, and it's going to be released basically like our own messenger. So you get to be engaged for this. And finally, what I want to finish is that, after working so much in digital, it was time to develop some crisis and going analog more, which is more arty and so on. So especially with the walls, no one cares about the walls in those countries, except people who actually live close to them are usually mostly affected. So we thought the best way actually to inform people would be to try to bring the walls to people. So that's just the first arty experiment we have done in the city of Szczecin. We blocked some cities with the walls replica. We wanted to piss people off. For me, the best function of art is provocation. And I think we have to provoke people more and not being afraid to be so gentle these days. So yeah, we blocked part of the cities. There was some people coming together and so on. It was wonderful. I would like to do this more, this kind of stuff, because it's really powerful and it creates really interesting emotions for people. And I think, as journalists, we have sometimes trying to be too safe, let's make people not so angry or something. So in order to do this, we actually built a theater. I call it like this. This is our own physical space in Warsaw. So if you are there, please come. We're still experimenting with different formats. It's here, here is the very nice burger place and a kebab place and a 24-hour alcohol shop, which I'm trying to get shut down because it attracts a certain clientele. I mean, it comes handy at some points, but so yeah, we have the full spectrum, but this is our place where we actually experiment with forms. So it's like a news cafe / museum / gallery where you go inside, we show you our stories. Sometimes we go live and we prepare special spectacles. So yes, thank you very much. That's it. Oh yeah, that's one of our shows, actually about the walls. Lots of people is coming to it, Nights of the Museum and so on. So it's highly multimedia, super techy, like 10 kilometers of cable, 40 screens, even in toilet. Even when you are peeing, you are being immersed. So thank you very much. That's it from me. There we go.
Okay, wow, that's amazing. I feel a bit inferior now after that. Okay, so now we move from innovative magazines to academia. As journalists and researchers, particularly in using open source techniques, we're often used to taking material, different and varied materials and putting them together to create or find a complete picture. And that's actually what artists do as well. Marijke is one such artist who believes in focusing on the method of how you got there rather than the finished format. And she has had experience within the journalism industry as well, which makes it her perspective a particularly unique one. She's now looking to see how she can innovate within the academic sphere and portraying typically nondescript research processes in an artistic way. So I'm going to pass over now to Marijke Foken.
Hello. Okay, I have to get used to the sound a little bit, talk a bit more. Okay, I think I will, you will think I'm a kind of dinosaur now in this talk after these two very innovative and very like tech-based people. But I thought I'm going to tell the story how I got here and how I got into using images and research in a certain way. So yes. Part one, I'm going to talk a bit about my work because I want to explain how I have filled my toolbox as the artist and professor I am today. So this is a sculpture I did in art school. And I took the inner parts of a television set and placed them under heated plexiglass and deep drawn them. The plexiglass shimmered blue-gray like the screens of tube televisions at the time. Back then we read Willem Flusser and Paul Virilio. I don't know whether you know them. Willem Flusser was about very early, 83, writing about technical images, and Virilio about speed. And so this really represented my experience of mediality back at the time. So it was a short way from molding reality with material to molding reality with a photographic camera, and to show the photos as photo prints and not in installations anymore. This is the portrait of a friend, the musician Toulouse-Lautrec, and it is taken without artificial light. This type of photography was shortly afterwards called authentic photography, and I think we heard the word authenticity today already in another context. Based on my interest in music and musicians, I first photographed for subcultural magazines. And just out of my own interest, for example, the Office of Reflex label. And then got booked for music magazines like Brand 1. Authenticity and authentic photography was an important driving force back at the time. And then I also was booked for advertising campaigns, like here for Microsoft. Suddenly there was a great demand in editorial and advertising for this kind of authentic photography. The authentic style that I took for granted coming from art school became a style that matched the new digital devices and the style that came with the sneaker t-shirts and hoodie wearing business people and developers coming from Silicon Valley. So not wearing ties and suits, but wearing hoodies and trainers. So hang on. Okay, somehow this doesn't work anymore. Yes. Oh, cool. Sorry. So this was Microsoft authentic style. Okay. Yeah, from analog to digital. So I worked like this for many years. It was a good time because there was no social media and people had lots of money in magazines and publishing companies. And editorial needed good content. I did reportage and I worked in kind of celebrity photography, politicians, and also economical magazines, lots of different things. And then came digital photography. Hang on. Then came digital photography and everything changed. Especially in advertising, people were not taking photos in one shot anymore, but they took image options. Like if they would have taken a space, a room, they would have taken photos there, and later just stick them together in Photoshop. Like this, they could easily be adapted to various formats, which was now very necessary because you had the analog billboards, but you also had the devices, right? So you needed different formats. And jobs in editorial context were now prepared more like advertising shoots. Okay, yeah. And finally, the aesthetics and the specifications for the use and production of the platforms became more important than the images produced by professional photographers. I moved to university to teach a critical view of these media changes and to research digitization and the handling of images in the process. I started exhibiting again, working on these themes, images and digitization, and went back to installations. The interest was really to go back and show images away from the small screen, but really big and analog again, and meet people and talk to them, right? Yeah. And I started to work at the university, and I remembered Willem Flussers Towards a Philosophy for Photography, in which he wrote Visionary about technical images back in '83. The camera as an apparatus, and about the transformation from a textual into a visual culture. And this is how my first research project came about. I noticed how in early 2010, a strange photographic aesthetic suddenly developed for images of politicians. Yeah, hang on. Now, some examples. So, and back then I did a talk about this at the Chaos Communication Congress, because I had the feeling I really wanted to show these images and talk to people in a technological context about this, because I was really confused how could this happen that politicians were showed like this. The faces of politicians were in these images completely embedded in abstract color fields. On the left, they simulate the colors of the national flag. In the middle, the face disappears into a yellow and blue color atmosphere. And on the right, even more bubbles. On the left, the person disappears behind colorful bubbles. On the right, it becomes dramatic. We see black shadows. This is an example which shows the advantage of this type of visual aesthetic. The images are very easy to adapt to different possible formats, like portrait formats or landscape formats. That wouldn't be a problem, which would be much more difficult for images with a clearer image information in the background around the person. Similar motifs with a similar visual aesthetic were also used in the following years. Black, for example, was and is often used when dealing with critical or difficult content. Hang on. Or sometimes the color wheel also stands for the party, as here, Annalena Baerbock from the Green Party. And this is an image I found yesterday, and I wonder why her head is in a red bubble. Was this there for real? Yes, and they're still used today like this. Sometimes they become even more illustrative, and the photographic character of the picture almost disappears. And the funny thing is that in this photo, I have the feeling I see an artwork by John Baldessari, who started to use photographic images and put dots on that. And if I just published a book on emotions in connection to society and politics, and I think this is kind of this atmosphere of emotions being more important than serious political content, is really very well pictured in these images. So I wrote an academic paper, but it was too long for the journal, who initially was interested, and they reduced it, and then they used a lot the media, and I thought, oh my God, now it's turning into some kind of strange direction, which I really don't want, and I just said, no, I'm not publishing it. So I didn't publishing it, and in 2018, when I was in Silicon Valley doing a research semester, and I photographed a project on the past, present, and future of Silicon Valley, the central question was, how did the technology, where is it coming from, and where did it create it? And that really created these changes in the use and production of images. So where does this come from? And when I came back, I decided to show it in an exhibition, and luckily I was invited to show it there. And the travel diary was shown in the same way as the photos. So the text wasn't published, but just shown in an exhibition as well. Yes. And it was called, I'm looking at Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is looking at me, because I was walking around with my Hasselblad. And whenever people saw this, they totally freaked out and said, oh my God, you got a Hasselblad. And I said, yeah. And they never saw me, they only saw the technology. So yeah, of course it was on the moon, so I do understand, but it was kind of funny. Yeah, and as this museum show happened during COVID, and the museum was closed, and then I used video talk technology, and I showed people who I met there and who I had photographed several photos, and I talked to them about the photos, and so created 4 stories on Silicon Valley with 4 totally different people: Fred Turner from Stanford, Roberta Ahlquist, who is an activist and really hardworking for people who are in need in Silicon Valley, and Sajif Shahil, who was a senior marketing vice president at Apple, and James McNiven, who opened a restaurant there. very important restaurant, Buck's restaurant. Okay, so based on this experience, I became more and more interested in how research can be visible as artistic work and how it can be communicated. I started an artistic research class in 2021 and worked intensely with a group of students interested at the interface of intensive research work, which then materializes artistically. For me, it is the solution to combine theoretical work and research with materials, images, sound, and space. Secondly, I believe academia has really to find new ways with AI being on the rise. I mean, I learned in a kind of workshop in my university how I can write a bachelor thesis in about 15 minutes or something. So I think it's really necessary to think about what to do about that and how to find new ways to work also with academic research. So this is the first show we did with this group, artistic research group. It's this is a sculpture which works on cultural appropriation. And this is some rendered architectural images and more theoretical text. It's about architecture and power. And then we were invited by the Düsseldorf City Museum, and it's not an art museum. They have things like a ring which some knight brought back in 1500 something from Jerusalem to Düsseldorf as a present for a woman, or some really odd kind of strange things. And at the beginning we thought this is a really strange museum, but then it got more and more interesting. And for example, one student found some photos of playing children in the museum really, really interesting. And he deep dived into the photographer. The museum got the whole archive of this photographer when he died. And he realized that he was a highly political photographer working in the Algeria war. And then he moved to East Germany to live there because he was politically convinced this was the right move. And so he really showed this person in a totally different way than the museum showed this person before. Or in Düsseldorf, Joseph Beuys, the artist, is a big myth, and this student really kind of decoded the myth and worked on that. So with Bellingcat, I found that Bellingcat, they reverse the process of constructing images from image options, which I experienced in the early days of digitization. I invited Bellingcat for a talk, and this is how our collaboration started. It is interesting how Bellingcat constructs a reality from various sources of information, and like this deconstructs narratives and creates information to publish. This is what's really interesting for me and also for the artistic research class. And they really go into depth when they're interested in something and combine various bits of images and information. And this is how we work too. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I'm really bad at this. Okay. We worked specially on the methods of Bellingcat. We immersed ourselves deeply in their processes, their methods, and their way of seeing and thinking. The tools they use, and each of us found our own theme and subject that we wanted to approach artistically. For example, one student got really interested how Camo is created, and he digitally worked on the digital process because these days is created digital, and he created his own Camo, and in the end he created carpets from that because he wanted to create something really peaceful and nice for someone to lie down instead of Camo being used in a war situation. Or someone created from the toolkit of Bellingcat a kind of map, and in an analog way showed how, if you have several cases, how they use several tools. Yeah, and okay, so this somehow doesn't work. Yeah, and each of us tried to find the right way to realize this, and it wasn't about a medium, or not about the technology, but about finding the right medium for the research interest. And I think, and I very strongly believe, if you have a strong conceptual idea and important research or complex information to convey, you can choose any technology, any material, and any visualization. So we first concentrate on the idea and gather lots of information, and then discuss how we want to visualize it. It's just very important to use the technology to tell your story and not to get used by the technology technology to tell the story the way they want you to tell them, I think. And this is actually, I follow the theory of Willem Flusser. It's not my idea, but he wrote it in. And this is really interesting, I think, how towards the philosophy for photography, and photography is a really good example and metaphor for a lot of technologies and for a lot of things which happen around digitization. So I'm going to stop here, as I'm sure Charlie will ask further questions, and I'm sorry for the mix-up with some of the slides. Thank you. Where should I sit down? There?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Marika. And if people in the room haven't been up to the top gallery, please do check it out. Marika and her students are exhibiting some of the artwork she just talked about. They're doing the innovative storytelling for us, basically, upstairs. So please do check it out. I wanted to ask both of you, actually, just to start off with, what is your definition of innovation in your work? Earlier, if you don't mind, Marika, starting with you, me and you were talking yesterday about how a lot of photography now is actually the preference for photography, particularly with young people, is now actually going back to those analog kind of old camera days, actually. Yeah. So what does innovation mean for you in photography? And then Jakob, I'll come to you in terms of in media.
Okay. Yeah, it's really weird because in my university, a lot of people always say we have to digitize things and we need more digitization. Then I always say it's not my problem because we are already digital since a very long time. And so for me, innovation is always starts with an idea, actually, and then with the need to transfer this idea in a certain innovative way. So I think it doesn't start with a technology which is innovative, but it really starts with why do you want to communicate something? And for example, why do you want to communicate it directly to a certain group of people? And it's not so much about how you do it, but why you decide to do it in a different way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's quite aligning with what I was saying about Bellingcat earlier.
Yeah.
Jakob, how do you see innovation in your work?
Well, I used to, so when I started this maybe like 10 years ago, I used to think of this work as innovative storytelling, and it sounded really cool and was very good for my ego. But I no longer think about this way, because I think when you think about innovative storytelling, it pushes you into like this focus that you innovate the story. Which is good when you're like in a lab or you're experimenting and so on. But in the end, this is journalism, so it's about just reaching people. So I started to think more about it like impactful storytelling, and which is, at the end of the day, the number one thing is to reach as many people as possible. That's it, and it's not about like, fancy fireworks and so on. So for us, it was like, okay, we have to line up all the tools and all the technologies or whatever approaches we have in order to actually maximize the potential of the story reaching people. Because it's of course harder these days because of how platforms are constructed. We partner a lot, and when we made that shift, and that was this mobile stuff, that was this crazy ideas, but also partnering. All of those projects have big partners with big reach. They bring this pipe of traffic, we bring the fancy toys. And together that actually works very well, because we can test this, not like, a couple thousand people will go to the story, but 1 million people will go. And then I can say, okay, 15 minutes from average spend time or 20 minutes from such a big traffic, that gives me some very credible data, rather than like me and my mom who spend a lot of time there, So, and that also allows us to do it. So that may be a little, like, I changed this in my head, and it was very good for the stories we do. Just so it's not about, because sometimes I'm like, okay, I want to take the camera and experiment on the story, but then I don't think about the audience. It's just me geeking around with the story or technology or something like this.
And from a practical standpoint, obviously you were showcasing a lot of very cool projects with 360 cameras and things like that. And you talked about how you're bringing kind of the toys to the collaboration. Is that collaboration key in terms of making these innovation moves cost effective? Because a lot of the people listening perhaps come from smaller newsrooms and are always thinking about the costs when it comes to innovative techniques.
Well, so I'm no longer,
that?
so I'm not only a reporter, I'm also a fundraiser, leader, and just many things which you do in many small organizations. So for many years, I was trying to solve all my problems by just hiring more people. And that didn't work in the end. It was actually just creating more problems, So, and then we started to think, okay, if we focus we have to scale the impact by not hiring people. That was the innovation. So we started to bring in partners. We started to, I don't know, be better at selecting story ideas, really thinking about distribution of stories. And that, with the smallest team, we have produced our best journalism.
And how big is your team? How
Right
many
now,
people
it's
are
around
working?
6 or 7 people.
Wow. Yeah.
In the prime, we were 17.
Yes.
So, yeah. And during the war, because of different extra funding coming in, like the first year of the war, on the ground, we had a team of, I think, 12 people, but that was different freelancers and so on. We were the biggest media organization on the ground in Ukraine,
Wow.
which is not good for the media industry when I say that,
Mhm.
at all. It's very good for me when I say that. But so, yeah, but it's more like, you don't need so many people. I think the mindset here is that mindset is needed for proper collaboration when you work on such stories. The stories which I have shown, they are dealing with tough topics or sometimes unsafe topics, and we are on the ground. So that's another layer. Like you have to work with very funny people in such stressful situations. That's a key. That's a number one thing. And later on, partnering with different partners is key for us right now. Like we always do those projects in collaboration with different organizations, and that has been very good for us.
And we're talking about collaboration. Marika, how do you communicate what you're doing to other academics? And is it hard sometimes to persuade them and discuss kind of your attitudes, your perspectives in terms of the research process and demonstrating the research process?
Yeah, very much though. I had a funny experience with our vice president for research. We have vice presidents for all kinds of different things, and we went to a show, and afterwards he said, "Yeah, but that's not artistic research." And I said, "Yeah, I define what it is, right?" And he changed his mind now. Luckily, that's nice, but it was an interesting process because artistic research is a kind of, anyway, it's a kind of strange thing, and I myself define it the way I want to define it at the same time, because my position is I'm an artist, but then I also worked in journalism, and then I'm a photographer, and then I'm interested in theoretical academic content, and then I'm also it kind of all mixes and interweaves. And I realize that now young academics and scholars are really interested in these kind of more innovative formats. And so I think it's maybe I'm a bit early with this kind of way, trying to define a new way to work with research. But I think it will be coming with a young generation. They feel the same. They feel the tight, scientific research or academic research is a really, really tight construct, and I feel that they really want to find new ways themselves now.
I think it's really interesting to have both the media perspective and the academics perspective on the stage, because often when we're talking about innovative storytelling in conferences or wherever, we usually only focus on one of those sectors, right? And I think it's quite unique, this particular talk, to have both perspectives, particularly when we're talking to a group of people who are from our experience of Bellingcat, who really intersect both of those fields quite consistently. I wanted to ask, how do you think, what are the kind of future trends that you're seeing that might change innovative storytelling going forwards? Particularly, like, for example, for you, Marika, how art and photography might be pushing storytelling going forwards. And Jakob, earlier you said that you wanted to do a little bit more analog exhibitions. Perhaps you can talk a little bit about why you want to invest within that space particularly. Marika, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I don't know whether storytelling, okay, it can be innovative, because now when I read news like New York Times or Süddeutsche Zeitung in Germany, there is a different way to tell their stories and their articles, right? And I don't know whether that's really so new. It's just the images are different and the technology is new, but people have been sitting and telling stories in the Middle Ages even. It was really important. And it's just always a question of how do you do it according to the time you live in. And I think the innovation for me always comes from the concept, or from the way how deep you, how can you tell a certain story to really bring it across? And it's not about the technology, and it's not about the way you use the images, but why you use them in a certain way. So for me, it's always more the why than the how, because the how comes after the why.
Definitely. Jakob, you want to talk a little bit?
Well, why analog? So I actually want to take the gloves off. So Separatita Outriders, I'm working on the new initiative
Okay,
with
go ahead.
many artists, where we want to take stories and facts and create emotions around it and really piss people off, like really provoke people. But I cannot do this within the frame of Outriders because it has this journalistic anchor. And I don't know whether there's going to be art. I don't know whether there's going to be journalism. I just know that when we give facts, it creates emotions, and that's great. But for the old media system, currently everybody else gives emotions, especially spikes anger. So for me, the number one thing which I'm thinking right now is how do we fight with fear, with the feeling of insecurity, which happens in many societies, and it's a global problem. And this feeling of unsafety and insecurity is a very prime feeling, which I think makes people less receptive to just typical information, given by journalism. Because in Poland, security is number one problem, because of the war, because of the migration, because of the global instability, for example. And if you are feeling like kind of insecure, and you don't, it reevaluates your priorities. So I think that's something what we have to adjust for. And I think that's a lot, we will see that a lot coming out of research why Trump won, which is this feeling of unsafety, insecurity, instability, and so on. Those are very primal feelings and emotions. So I'm not even going to start on his style of campaigning and so on. But there is something to it, and anger, unfortunately, is a very strong emotion, one of the strongest emotions. And it's very hard to combat it in a way. So that's what I'm thinking about. Maybe not, I'm not going to give you like a direct answer to your question here, but analog is also something which, what I like is creating those collective experiences. So all the theaters, cinemas, art, like galleries and so on, they bring somehow people together. And I think this is why it works so well in this manner. Not just you can touch something and so on, but it's kind of creating this somehow people being together, and individually consuming it, but also looking at how they consume it, discussing it, maybe, digesting emotions together. That's what I like mostly about this analog approach.
It's bringing the story to the audience, as we spoke about earlier. I wish we had 1 billion more hours to talk about this, but we don't, and I need to hand over to the next panel. So thank you. Oh, we need to go to coffee break.
Okay.
But thank you so much for
Thank
both
you.
of you for coming and chatting about your work. And if you haven't had a chance to go see the gallery, I think the University of Brighton's work is now taken down, but the top floor you can still go and see. Please do within this coffee break. Thank you so much, both of you. And thank you for listening.
Hi, this is Peter Gabriel in London, and I'm here to wish you a happy birthday, happy 10th birthday. 10 extraordinary years. It's an amazing story for Bellingcat, and I think the way you approach human rights campaigning is very fresh and inspiring, and I hope it will be things we'll be able to do together. But congratulations, amazing work. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Bellingfest. We are celebrating 10 years of Bellingcat this year, and we're very happy that you're joining us in that celebration. Over the course of 2 days here, we'll be unpacking how open source research has developed over the decade, and what the future of our practice will look like going forward. For Bellingcat and our collaborators, it all started with the Syrian war and MH17. But our techniques have been adopted and developed en masse since then. Many of you in this room and online were with us at the beginning, and we wanted to thank you for your ongoing and overwhelming support as we've grown. Let's take a look at what open source research made the headlines.
Oh, are we on? Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. First of all, thank you so much for sticking until the end. This is the last session of the last day of Bellingfest. So you guys are the diehards here in the audience. Thank you for making it to the end. I am Giancarlo Fiorella. I'm the Director of Research and Training here at Bellingcat. And the last session is a really important one in the sense that it involves directly a lot of people in the audience right now. And that is the people that we consider to be our community. All of you are our community, as obviously. But I'm thinking, for example, of Thomas's presentation earlier. We're going to hear from Stephanie in a little bit. We have some Discord friends over here as well. The Bellingcat community is, in many ways, our audience. And so what we'll hear about today from our panel here, which I'll introduce in a minute, is how that came to be. How is it that Bellingcat today is so fundamentally based on this idea of community, of bringing people in, of creating spaces where people can come together, people from different backgrounds, be they regional, ethnic, educational, experience backgrounds. How is it that we are so enamored with this idea of creating spaces for people to come together to do good work and to publish, to make findings about things that are happening out there and to publish them not just with us but with other organizations as well. So I will be moderating this session. It will be a fun, casual conversation. So what I'll do is I'll introduce each one of the panelists in turn, and then they'll each talk for about 5 minutes. I gave them the prompt of, pick something that speaks to you about your experience with crowdsourcing investigations, and then what I'll do is I'll ask them a set of questions, and then I will invite you also to please ask questions as well. So I'm going to go in order here, in the order. So also I don't have a pen and a paper. So if you see me on my phone, I'm not checking my blue sky. I am reading the notes and making notes to ask. So, okay, our first panelist here is Victoria Ignatievičić. I'm so sorry I said that incorrectly. If you saw me talking to myself earlier, I was practicing and I totally choked.
I appreciate determination to pronounce my Lithuanian surname. I'm just going to say for everyone, Ignatievičiūtė.
I'm very sorry, thank you. Victoria is a community builder and strategist with a mix of nonprofit and enterprise community building background. As a community professional, she's passionate about cross-functional impact and creating a strong sense of belonging within communities. Victoria is our community lead. She'll tell you all about that in a couple of minutes. We're also joined by Stephanie Liddell. Stephanie was a Global Authentication Project Fellow in 2023 here with Bellingcat. And she also volunteers with other organizations, including OSINT FR and Open Facto. Stephanie's work focuses on verification of geolocations concerning civilian harm in Ukraine. And she also helped us to develop methodologies for verification at the Global Authentication Project. She's recently also worked on a project with a partner, Outlaw Ocean, where she was involved in an investigation uncovering the breaches of labor law, human rights, international law, and environment in ports and seas around the world. And we are also joined, finally, by Eric Toller. Eric Toller was the Director of Research and Training at Bellingcat since its inception until last year. There's no part of Bellingcat that he didn't directly shape and mold into what it is today. Eric worked on name a high-profile investigation that Bellingcat published. He was there. The Skripal investigation. I can't name them all. All of the big ones. He has a master's degree in Slavic language and literature from the University of Kansas, and he currently works at another place called you may have heard of it. Yeah. It's called the New York Times. So he's been there for about a year. So the idea that we had, I'll give you the context for, is that, again, community building, crowdsourcing, Bellingcat's relationship with its audience. What we wanted to do was present it to you, maybe in sort of a chronological order. So Eric was there from the very beginning, Bellingcat's first forays into crowdsourcing and community building work. Victoria is now the lead of our community efforts at Bellingcat. And then from Stephanie, we'll hear the experience. What does it feel like to be a person who joins Bellingcat in this way and contributes to important research? So Eric.
Great, thanks for having me. And yeah, so I've seen so many faces here that I haven't seen for a really long time. And I was thinking back to the beginning, because Bellingcat is at its core is a crowdsourcing platform from the beginning. I mean, it was, I think someone said yesterday, I think maybe it was Daniel, that if Bellingcat didn't exist, someone else would become Bellingcat right in its place. Maybe it'd be better, maybe worse, probably worse, but something would take its place, right? Because it was inevitable with all this like this disparate energy of online, enthusiasts or whatever would come together in one place, and just happened to be Bellingcat. So Elliot was able to kind of harness it at the right time. And yeah, I mean, like when Bellingcat started with the MH17 investigation, we just kind of like broke the mold and got us money, right? If it wasn't for that, Elliot would have be working for the BBC right now, probably after the funding didn't come through. I remember Elliot, he messaged 5 of us. It was me, Veli-Pekka, who I don't know if he's still here, Timmy, who was going to make it, but unfortunately couldn't make it, Iggy, Andrew, and then who am I forgetting? There's one more.
It was Daniel?
And no, not Daniel, actually, no. Anyways, it was 6 of us. And yeah, and from there, we all were just posting on Twitter, the predecessor to Blue Sky, we should call it now. And he just like emailed us like out of the blue, like, hey, you want to look into this thing? And 3 or 4 months later, we had a report, and all of a sudden we were flying around the world and doing this stuff. And yeah, I mean, that's crowdsourcing, right? Just some idiots on Twitter who figured something out. But we think about crowdsourcing, like in my mind, I think like it's basically a layman, right, who are trying to picture and trying to solve something, right? So I think when I was a kid, like Unsolved Mysteries, if anyone watched Unsolved Mysteries, right? Or America's Most Wanted, right? Like you call in a tip and you know who this person is, can you solve this mystery, right? And it takes a lot of forms. If you're an old school internet head, like web sleuths, if anyone's ever on web sleuths, a bunch of mentally ill people for the most part who try to solve cold case murders and things like that very unsuccessfully. Twitter, right? And now, you have Reddit, now Discord is now emerging places. And there's a lot of really cool crowdsourcing platforms out there, for good and for bad. Like one of my favorite communities on Reddit is r/whereisthis. Has anyone ever been there? r/whereisthis? Yeah, it's basically people post photos and just, where is this? That's the whole thing. And so it's usually people posting old family photos, and then people kind of group together, and it's like, this is a photo of my favorite one is like, this is a photo my grandpa took, and it turns out it was like a Nazi camp in the background. It's like, oh, your grandpa has some questions to answer for. But usually it's like, oh, like this is like my grandparents were taking a vacation. Where were they? Right? It's like, it's a nice thing though. It has a dark turn once in a while. So you get crowdsourcing for little things, but also for big things like who shot down MH17 or that sort of thing. So yeah, the early crowdsourcing efforts, like it was much different in some ways, but also kind of similar. Like we used this thing called Checkdesk. Did anyone ever use Checkdesk? Anyone know what it is? Okay, yeah, Nick, of course he did, yeah. And it was like a very proto like online platform for like group verification of photos and videos. We did crowdsource efforts to geolocate videos of Russian convoys going into Ukraine back in 2014 and into 2015. And it was like this giant, Veli-Pekka, he was the one who kept this more than anyone. He had this huge database. If you go back in the old 2014 archives, if the website goes back that far nowadays, after like 20 redesigns, you'll still see those ancient articles that you can see, like the crowdsource efforts to geolocate like dozens and dozens of convoys, and it's still there. But now, Discord, is you guys are going to be talking about, it's taken on a new life, right? With a much more intentional community, because before it was a lot of unintentional communities, I guess. So like you would have a thing, people kind of all pitch in, and sometimes you got something, and it was kind of hard to focus the energy and direct it, which is what GAP, stuff that you do now, try to harness it and try to keep the harms down as much as possible. But crowdsourcing, and I'm now in the the crusty old legacy media, right? And a lot of times I think about how we could leverage this. And so if you look at a lot of times the stories I work on at the Times, and even like not just us, but like the Washington Post, look at the bottom of the stories, you'll see like thanks to @Fedoff21 on Twitter and Anonimo and blah, 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 right? Like these people who are just like geolocated, like anonymous people or pseudonymous people who are just like geolocating for fun and posting. And, we use that, right? It's free labor, and we take it in, and we're going to use it in our article, and we're going to thank them for it. But also, like, even if I geolocate it, they got it first, right? They're faster than I am. So this is now, what is crowdsourcing at its core? It's lots of people pitching in with their own unique perspectives for free labor, just for the economics of it, and it's solving a problem, and that can be used for, and it is increasingly used by legacy media. But also, on the other side, crowdsourcing is not always so great. I mean, QAnon at its core is a crowdsourcing exercise. Like, what is, like, if you track back to QAnon back in the 2015, 2016, 2017, and 4chan, it's crowdsourcing. It's people like reading into these clues, and they're all pitching and trying to find out what it is about. And that's how Pizzagate became a thing, right? And that's how all these crazy conspiracies, it's all crowdsourcing. It's evil crowdsourcing, but it's crowdsourcing. And if you go to 4chan or QB Farms, like, you have people who dox people they don't like, and they crowdsource that information. The same way that we investigate corrupt politicians and all that stuff. We don't dox them, but we investigate their details. But here you put it off for the whole world to see. So this is a kind of a when you say crowdsourcing, we have all these like rosy utopian ideas of the masses helping to uncover the truth, and sometimes that happens, but sometimes the masses are wrong, or sometimes the masses don't have the best of intentions. So I'll transition to the people who are dealing with the nasty harm mitigation and the community aspects, because that's something I don't envy you to be working with.
Thanks, Harry.
sorry to
Okay,
shut up like
that was a
Yeah,
very
sorry.
smooth transition, I guess. Right. Thank you, by the way, for all that you've done. And yeah, we all know you, definitely. I still keep as quite a new member of Bellingcat. So I've started like about over a year ago, and I still keep hearing about you, although I first time meet you in person now. So it's a pleasure. Right. So just before I start talking about what I think or about myself, I wanted to just give a shout out to our community members who are here with us today in person, and those hopefully watching live stream or recording later. Thank you for just really being part of this work. Without you, it wouldn't really be possible, regardless if I was hired or not. So yeah, thank you. And if we could just give a little round. Thank you. Right. So as Giancarlo mentioned, my background and my experience is in community building. So I guess I'm a little bit of a black sheep in the room. I don't have open source research experience. I don't have journalistic background. So that means that many times I feel like I'm an outsider. But I believe that at the same time, I bring quite an interesting or different angle and perspective when it comes to community work to Bellingcat. And the way in community profession, because it's a whole field and there's a whole bunch of geeky people building communities online and offline around the world. We call it oftentimes like a science of belonging or a business of belonging. So it's an interesting place to be in. And the way I guess I could enter a little bit in our today's topic is that, communities, or I guess crowdsourcing and communities in general, always existed out in the wild. So I could put like a parallel, like in wild nature, it's very beautiful, very powerful. But at the same time, you can't really direct it, right? It's the beauty is that it's wild. And I think the aspect, or kind of where I step in, is turning that beauty in a little bit more structured and maybe controlled environment into more intentional, perhaps, building, and giving it the direction, providing some structure, creating processes, and essentially creating platform and space for people to meet, for people to connect with one another, work not only with researchers or journalists at Bellingcat or other organizations, but also with one another, share their skills with one another. And one kind of also maybe analogy that I like is imagining a garden. So kind of you could have again a wild landscape with beautiful flowers, out in the nature. It's beautiful, you enjoy it. But then if you want to kind of like, build a garden maybe to for a certain purpose, right? For maybe creating kind of giving space for bees in your city, or community garden, or kind of a beautiful garden in your home, or Japanese garden, you know what I mean, all the different kind of gardens you may know of. And yeah, so all of those really are very distinct. They require a certain approach, right? You need to think, what is the goal of my garden? What am I building? If it's a Japanese garden, what kind of plants should there be? What kind of conditions they require to grow and to flourish in that environment? What plants work being seated next to one another and which don't? And what resources it requires to maintain that garden? If I want to invite visitors to that garden, or is it for a different purpose? And on and on and on. As you can see, I kind of probably like gardening, but I know that's not the topic of the panel. But what I'm trying to say is that in the end, very similarly, I think with the communities, you always have to keep in mind, why am I doing it for? What is the purpose here? Any decision, any idea, any new project program you would be implementing, is this in line with what we're trying to build? And yeah, a lot of my work and a lot of my time comes into thinking about these things exactly. But at the same time, like a garden, it's not about a gardener, right? So there's a lot of work that goes into it, a lot of thought that goes into it, but you never, when you enter the garden, you're like, wow, this garden is so powerful, it's so beautiful, it's amazing. You never see gardeners, in the spotlight, right? It's not about them. So I think it's not about me, and maybe not even about Bellingcat in a way, but it's about the community that comes around that. And yeah, lastly, so perhaps global authentication project, what is our formal volunteer community, is kind of the attempt to build a garden like that for open source research. I would want to say supporters, hobbyists, and professionals as well. So we have, of course, people in our community who are not necessarily a researcher, or even don't want to become one. Maybe they're technologists, right? So they bring all the different complementary skills to the space. And that's pretty much my, I guess, mission. I want to think of it this way, to build that space with intent for them, for you. So that's about me. And maybe Stephanie could continue. How does it translate?
How to be a flower in the garden.
Thank you. You're.
Yeah, I will try to introduce myself by explaining how I became a volunteer at the Global Authentication Project at Bellingcat. I'm a person that think about what was the question yesterday. People say I only believe what I see. Experts and judges say, be careful of the confirmation project, and don't see what you believe. And me, I'm a person that is really comfortable in two occasions in my life. I appreciate when I doubt, because I'm not sure. So it's a comfortable place, because it's not a weak assumption that you're right. And I appreciate the moment that I have solid clues, evidences that makes me sure of things. And that's when I discovered the work of Bellingcat. I was like thousands of people fascinated, because they have demonstrations that are precise and that are reproducible. And that's when I became not just a reader, but I became a learner, because I tried to reproduce each approach. And another part of my personality is I think I can learn a lot from others, and I think it's a big part of open source researcher to have this part of personality. I don't know if it's a quality or a defect, because you are not productive when you are reading others, or you are listening to others, or you are not watching. You are watching others, you are reading others, you are listening to others, but you are not productive. And I spend a lot of time reading, watching, listening. And that's when I saw a post, a tweet. It was a tweet that was republished by Elliot Higgins. And it was, in fact, the last post of the first thread of Bellingcat Gap. That was a group that was existing since a year, for a year. They were saying something like, it's just the beginning of this group. To start 2023, we are searching 5 new members for 3 months for our project on Ukraine. And at that moment, I would say, okay, I'm more than 40 years old. I try to speak one language, a part of my mother tongue, which is French. You understood that? This English. I'm not a journalist. I'm not trained as a journalist. I didn't show anything of my open source researches. Tens of thousands of people want to work with this land generative to have impactful research. So I have virtually no chance to be one of the 5 lucky ones, if I can say that. But people are not that rational, so I fill in the survey. So, and well, I don't know why, but I just tried to put my chance on the desk. So I filled in the survey, but I was realistically, I think I have virtually no chance. But I was contacted for the recruitment process, the vetting process. And at that second moment, I said, well, okay, Stephanie, you have virtually no chance to stand out from the crowd. So I was unable to prepare answers or keywords, so I didn't prepare anything. And I just answered the questions genuinely. And that's how I began to work at Bellingcat 2 months after that. And it's now 7 times 3 months that we're working together.
Yeah, I mean, you're too humble. You're making it seem like we just sort of randomly went through the list and said, let's grab this person. There was a selection process, and people were not selected, and you were for reasons that are obvious to us now, because you are not just a member of the GAP, but you're really a leader. I mean, you've taken the initiative to approach us with ways to improve processes, and your work, that you know, the quality of your work is excellent. So again, you're too humble. You're making it seem like there's a lottery and we just picked your name.
I'm part of an orchestra. I don't know how it works, but it works.
Yeah, so thank you for that. You know, and it's a really good sort of bookend to come back to Eric here. I'm going to start asking them questions, and so if you have questions, please feel free to jump in at any time. But, you know, we're hearing from Stephanie here about this process, right? So, you know, Elliot puts out a job posting basically on Twitter, like a formal announcement, click on this link, read their requirements, here's a form, fill it out. And then we heard from Eric that the MH17 investigation just began with like a group DM to like randos on Twitter. Yeah. So that's really interesting, because we're seeing the progression of this sort of process. And Eric, I just want to ask you, you know, Stephanie has done, I think, a really good job at taking us through like the emotions of like, you were nervous and have no chance. What did it feel like? Did you think it was sort of insane that this was happening, that you got a message from this guy and these other people around the Twitter, and then suddenly you were researching this? Did that seem like a radical thing that was happening, or were you aware of how sort of weird that was?
It was kind of weird, yeah, a little bit. I mean, like Bellingcat like didn't have, it was just like a nothing back then, right?
Yeah.
Like I like barely knew who Elliot was.
Yeah.
He DM'd me. I'm like, oh, this guy is emailing me more, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, like I knew, like I followed his Twitter, but I'm like, you know, he's some guy with a lot of, you know, he posts a lot of news, right? Really know much more. So I was like, oh, it seems like a fun little side project, right? This MH17 thing, it's a nice little mystery to solve, right? So yeah, it was me, Iggy, Andrew, VP, Timmy, and Elliot, and yeah, we were kind of pitching together, and you know, I think VP ended up doing most of it, probably the bulk of the work of analyzing all this stuff. And then once we kind of got to the solution, we realized like, oh, wait, we found it. Like we found the actual missile launcher in Russia. We found its whole trail. There's, you know, 17 images of it, and there's a missing letter, and we can match up the side skirts and all that stuff. Like that was kind of like a little, wow, that's really cool. We kind of, it's like it tickles your brain. Like this is a big thing of like why crowdsourcing works, is like tickles your brain in a very certain way. It's like you get a little dopamine rush whenever you figure something out and you're the first to the competition and all that, like a gamification, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so like when we did, like, I didn't think I was going to do this as a job. I was like, you know, it's a little, you my wife's gonna get mad at me for spending too much time on the computer on the weekends, right? And then it just snowballed, right? And then we did this and we published this report, and it turns out we were right, thank God. If not, I'd still be working at a desk job. And then we would get invites to, like, from Ukrainian journals, like, teach us how you did this. And we started doing this, and then Google threw a pile of money at us, and we never looked back.
Yeah, I mean, hearing you describe those first interactions, and again, hearing Stephanie talk about how it's so much more structured. I'm going to ask you about gardening, but also no. My question is to Victoria, because Victoria's challenge in building the Global Authentication Project, I think, Victoria, maybe you would agree or disagree, it has been to kind of turn that kind of magic. You spoke about capturing the wilderness, right? So this kind of secret, I don't know what to call it, the sauce that gets people on Twitter suddenly talking to each other, and then giving that structure and giving that a shape and turning that into a process. Talk to us about the challenges of that. That seems like trying to capture lightning in a bottle. How difficult is that? What are some of the challenges that you faced in building up the gap over the last year? Sorry, the Global Authentication Project.
Right. Well, I think just a slight note to that. I think it's not for everybody. So you mentioned, maybe trying to capture that sauce into bottle. I don't know. I see we are very much into analogies today. So
I'm into hot
bottle
sauce. You're into gardening.
Yeah. So I think it's really not for everyone. So I think that's important to note. So I feel like we're not trying to create something that would be to take it from there and put it into here, like in a different, section in your wardrobe. I don't know what's with these analogies today, but but the truth is that some people, and I hear that, and maybe Stephanie will have something to add here too. So please go ahead in a moment. Is that in not everybody wants that. It won't fit for everyone. This kind of like a more structured approach. I think some people will be happy to continue in the wild and they want to be there, and that's their method and that's their approach and that's their coach. So I don't think that the aim is to pull everyone from the unstructured into a structured. But I know for a fact, and this is what I hear a lot talking directly to our community members on a daily basis, is that many of them actually are looking for how to apply maybe their curiosity or maybe some skills that they already have into a more structured way, into real life projects. So some people actually crave that structure. They find it helpful. They find it having some clarity helps them to actually achieve more. And always there's a difficulty, especially with volunteer kind of contributions, to find time, right? So if you have plenty of time, of course, you probably could be like constantly online and follow everyone and talk to everybody and do that stuff kind of out in the wild. But a lot of people don't have that, I would say, luxury of time. And if they want to support this work, or if they want to transition careers into this field, it's really helpful for them to have that structure and kind of contribute to an extent that they are capable at the moment and still be able to contribute. So I think this way it enables actually more people to contribute by providing such space. So I just wanted to add a little bit to that aspect of creating this structured or the structured approach in general. So it might not be for you. That's all I'm saying. But if it is for you, you know where to find me. And with the challenge, that said, all the things that I mentioned already, right? The diverse backgrounds, the different kind of people that are out there. One of the challenges is in its beauty. So the diverse skills and diverse backgrounds, culturally, socially, professionally, it also means that we're dealing with very different people who have different expectations, different understanding of a topic, different motivation to be there. So when we're trying to build that more structured approach, or like I said before, a platform, a space for them to learn, to connect, everybody will have a different approach to it. Everybody will have a little bit different expectation to it. So it's difficult. That said, you can't really please everyone in the room. That's also true. So I would say that what we're trying to do now is to cater to different needs of those people. And I think that's important to always keep in mind that, the way that you want to do it doesn't mean that that's the best way to do it for people who you want to engage. And like a little bit earlier, I think Charlie was speaking in the storytelling panel, was also about that, right? So thinking about the audience you're speaking to, so in this case, in the community world, is thinking about people you are building the space for, and taking some decisions based on that. So this is, I think, a big challenge, because it's something that you constantly have to be aware of. You also you cannot assume that you know what they need. I think that's as well important. So to tackle this, I always promote kind of seeking for feedback, whether it's a formal survey, to kind of collect that feedback, maybe anonymously. Sometimes people are more willing to share, or of course directly during kind of our more interaction, like one-to-one time. So yeah, that's kind of a big challenge, but also a solution that I just provided for this challenge.
Great. Thanks, Victoria. And as I ask my next question here to Stephanie, again, I encourage you, if you have your own questions, raise your hand. We've got one here from Nick, and then I saw Galen up here. So yeah, let's take a couple from the audience, and then we'll switch back. Yeah.
Yes.
Stephanie, let me ask you that question. Thanks, Nick, because it flows directly from what Victoria was saying, and then we'll go to Nick. Thanks. So, Victoria, you've just told us that, structure's not for everybody. Some people prefer less structure or no structure, and you've created a space where if you do like structure, you can join. And Stephanie, can you tell us, there's people probably watching on YouTube, there may be folks here who are interested in maybe the Global Authentication Project. Can you tell us, what would you recommend to somebody who's considering joining? What would you tell to somebody who asks you, hey, what's it like in there?
I would say, why not give it a try?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe for two main reasons. Victoria is a really sweet person, so it's not difficult to have a discussion or relationship with her. And the second reason is that on 2024, she set up a quarterly onboarding process, so you have much more chances than I had back then. So yes, give it a try and introduce yourself in a genuinely way. That's not one profile that is looked at. So maybe you have your chance the opportunity to work with a great team. I can develop on it if I have the time, because I will take this time because maybe it's important. How can I say that? I appreciated and I admired everything I lived with you, because I found welcoming, respectful, a safe place, safe people that are always listening to your ideas, and I'm serious, and that's not empty words when they say they are there for helping hands if you need to. So from day one, you can work on your own, and you have huge and impactful tasks that are available. But if you want a helping hand, you can ask, and I can name people, and I want to name people, in fact. I can't say all the anecdotes I have for everyone, but I think of several moments I really appreciated. I remembered Miguel from the tech team that once after a group training sessions, because all the workshops you see on the Bellingcat's website, I have taken them for free, and we have in-house training too. So I'm golden now, seriously. And Miguel from the tech team once if I'm polite, I will say a whole hour, but in fact, it was more than an hour, because I was struggling after this session, and it didn't left the conversation before I was managing my business. And I remember you, Giancarlo, because we had several video sessions where you shared tips. And we decided those video moments on minutes before, because I was asking for something, and the best way to explain it was sharing the tips. Remember, I have the right to name him, so I have to say Timothy. He is an incredible fellow volunteer that was there long before me, and he's really committed, he's really friendly. He is an amazing bird that is capable of understanding places from above, and there are a lot of people like that. And the orchestra has excellent musicians, but that's not just about the skills, that's about the respectful, welcoming, attentive, safe place where you can share your ideas and nothing is taken for granted. The famous people, the talented people that always published things are just real person that are attentive and want to learn. It's really pleasant to can work from day one on impactful things, but it's also really comfortable to be a flower in this garden. Because the chemistry is here, but the atmosphere is sharing by absolutely everyone. So you can't be a bad people in there because people are so nice with you and so nice with each other. You can't break that. You can't break that chemistry. Well, I think it's important, that things it looks like a promotional ad, but it's not. They didn't know anything about what I would have said there, so they are very welcoming of all the ideas because they don't know what will come. I don't know so what will come from my mouth, but seriously, it's easy to give as much as we can because we receive at least as much, seriously. And it's a pleasure. It's a real pleasure to know those people. Of course, you know their work, but they're this atmosphere that help to do great things.
Wow. Yeah, that's, well, thanks.
No, seriously.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you so much for that, Stephanie. That's amazing. Let's go to Nick.
Is there a time when crowdsourcing has gone wrong? And I think this might be Eric's question to answer.
With us or, oh yeah, should I tell the story? Yeah. So there was, when was that? Was it like 2017?
What are we?
The Dutch summer house thing?
Was
it Dutch? I think it was. Yeah. So this is very fuzzy. I'm going to misremember this, but it was like 2016, 2017, something like that. We were looking at some photos that were from like a guy who was like an ISIS or something, if I recall. Were you around then? It might have been before you.
No, yeah, I was from.
Yeah. It was some guy who was like some ISIS guy, right? Some terrorist, whatever, right? And he had posted some photos, and we were going to try to geolocate these photos. So it was, this is at this time there was like this social media campaign running where they were posting photos of them like in cities like in Europe, and they would they were promoting some ISIS speech, right? So it was like hashtag al-Baghdadi or whatever it was. I don't remember what it was. And they were posting from the streets of Paris and Munster and whatever. And there was a photo from one of these ISIS guys, and we didn't know where it was. So we were gonna turn to the community. We on Twitter, crowdsource this. Can anyone find this ISIS guy? And boy, oh boy, they found him, and it led to a panic in it was like some village. Do you know the town? It was like some village, like summer village, some holiday village in the Netherlands. And it led to a panic in the village. And the police were like inundated with like calls of people thinking like ISIS had invaded this Dutch summer village. It turns out the photo was years old. He wasn't there anymore. He'd just been visiting. But that's crowdsourcing gone wrong. Yeah. Fuka did I miss any details, or is that basically right? Okay, got the high part. Got the low parts. Okay, I got it. Okay. Yeah, so that's when for the Discord mods and the Discord community members, it's reining in the energy of the crowd maybe sometimes is also good. It could lead to some public panic. Yeah.
I clumsily deleted my notes. So we're really sort of off the rails here now. All the questions I had are gone, so I'm looking nervously at the clock. We have 20 minutes. I do have, I'll try to keep it going, but if you have a question, we'll go to Galen in a minute. I was going to ask if I could read my phone. I guess going off of this idea of the energy of the crowd and things potentially going wrong, I know that was a big consideration for us. I can't remember what year it was. It must have been, I don't know, 2020 maybe, that we said, hey, you know, there's so many people out there that want to help, like yeah, right? But we want to do it in a maybe more responsible way. So maybe going on Twitter and going, hey, where's this? And then you know, going for a jog and then coming back and things have happened and suddenly there's a panic. And that was one of the considerations that we made when we said we got to have a formal space to kind of control this a little bit. And my question is to Victoria. Part of that process also involved wanting to give back, and you spoke a little bit about this, Stephanie. We said, look, we want to build a space where we can harness that energy, put people to good work. People who want to do good work, we want to give them a space to do that responsibly. And we also want to be able to give something back to them. We don't just want to keep them on a Twitter thread and you know, we want to bring them in and give something back to them. So can you talk a bit about that, Victoria? How much that idea of let's come up with ways to give things back to them, to the community members, to people like Stephanie. What does that look like in practice at the Global Authentication Project?
Yeah, I think this is very, very important part of community work in general, and especially when it comes to engaging kind of people on voluntary basis. So thank you for asking this question. I think we oftentimes maybe don't even spend enough time to honestly think about it because we're just like so busy, and especially in this space, things are happening every day. There's always next hot thing, and these are real issues, right? Very important issues. But yeah, so I kind of feel like this is a thing to which I would always like to bring some of the attention back, and perhaps we could still do better, I think. But one of the ways we do is something that Stephanie mentioned, which is training related things, not even really like practically like strict like training. Now we're delivering a training to you guys, but it kind of is broken down into smaller pieces here and there. We do have members only events, so these are sessions, learning sessions that we host for them. They are sometimes, or most of the times, perhaps led by Bellingcat staff members, but also Stephanie hosted one herself, sharing her acquired knowledge and skills with other peers in the community. So I think it's one thing is to provide those learning opportunities, but also provide the space and opportunities to grow and further develop. So maybe even sharing your skills with others, supporting other members. So recently we launched a little buddy program initiative, so trying to peer kind of more junior maybe folk with more experienced community members, and I think supporting them in that way is part of that member experience. And within the community building as a practice, a lot of thought goes into that. What is community experience for the member particularly? So since the beginning of how they learned about your community, how they applied for your community, what was the process of them joining, all that is really about also respecting the person joining, right? Is showing them respect and care and attention to really think for all those little bits and pieces. And essentially, of course, how it feels once they join, right? What's up? You join and there's what? So I kind of want to focus always on sharing resources with them first before putting them to work and free labor. I'm gonna make a stump here. So I think this goes like member experience goes first, and the way they can contribute to our work goes second. Sorry if I wasn't supposed to say that, but for me, it's like that, and I'm kind of in the space of, I guess, advocating, for organization, but also being that link and that chain and advocating for the members and for the community. So learning experiences, networking experiences, hopefully more occasionally in-person experiences like this one as well, and time, giving them time, giving them care, creating exactly those opportunities for them to be heard. And so thank you for Stephanie that you said that it feels that way, because it's really, really important. So I think if you are, you know, in a space where nobody cares to hear what you have to contribute to the conversation, then you're in the wrong space. So this is, I think, at least one of a few kind of like key aspects, the way we try to create a welcoming, I want to think, and caring environment for people. So not just giving back, like I give you a notebook, I give you water, you know, everything I can give you back, but actually making it feel like it's worth their time to even be in that space to begin with, because they're contributing with their time and with their intellectual and kind presence.
Yeah.
So
yeah, thanks for that answer, Victoria. And I think now's a good time to also say that Victoria is also very humble, and that the Global Authentication Project, that structure, that wing of Bellingcat is really, really important to our strategy. It's really central to what we want to achieve. And you have single-handedly built it over the last year into what it is today. So if we can give a big round of applause to Victoria. I was one of the people who interviewed Victoria, and I told you this before. Like, we knew instantly after you said your first answer, we were like, wow, this is a really special person. The way that you think, the way that you care about the community, and we knew right away that we had to get you, because the proof is in the pudding. You've done an incredible job. One question for Stephanie, and then we'll go to Galen. Sorry, I keep deferring.
Mine's quite relevant, if that's
okay. Go ahead.
I can jump in. So because you kind of gazumped my question, Giancarlo. Come on, man. So I really wanted to ask the same question, but to the rest of you, because I think it's fantastic to have on the panel like such a range of folk with a range of different communities that you work with, right? So, and for me, it's really important that, you know, we're not exclusively extractive, and Victoria's answer to your question kind of illustrates some of the ways that we try to address that in the Global Authentication Project, which is, you know, that walled garden, perhaps, where that structure can exist, and we produce some fantastic work through the folks like Stephanie. But we also have other community spaces, right? So we have our public Discord server, which is, you know, much, much larger. And Giancarlo, I think probably for you to answer is like, how do you think we can give back to that space? And to just give the whole question, for Eric, I'd like to ask, like, now that you've gone to self-described crusty legacy media, how do you think that crusty legacy media can do better at engaging with community and not being extractive, not going for the free labor? I think that's really important.
We're not really crusty. We're innovative. Yeah.
Should I go first? And then? Yeah. So the public Discord server, I think, has been really important for us. It has been really important for me personally. Well, you started it. Yeah,
I technically started.
Yeah. So a bit of a backstory. If you're in the Discord server, like, how many seconds do you think we put into from the moment that we said we should have a Discord server to like the moment that we had, was that like 30 seconds maybe?
Basically, however long it took to type in the registration. Yeah.
We had no plan for it. So it was like, should we have a Discord server? Yeah, that'd be fun. And then we made the server. And what we found was that immediately it started to fill up, because I think you tweeted it out, and you know, the Bellingcat name is like a bad signal for good people. And anytime we put the Belling signal, I guess, out there, people come, they'll show up. Like, very little marketing, people will show up. And so it took us about 2 years to kind of, I think, ask ourselves that question and say, whoa, there's actually like 20,000 people in here now. And it was, I remember it felt like having a party, like inviting people to your house, and then there's like no chairs or like drinks anywhere. So at some point it was like, we should lay out some chairs and maybe like, I don't know, hand out snacks. And so, you know, there's a couple of things that we do. We definitely do more. But there's a couple of things that I hope people take advantage of and sort of like about the server. One of them is that we have a Stage Talk series. So the idea for that is it was essentially a guest lecture, is how I imagined it. So every 2 weeks we have a special guest who will come to the server and give a talk for an hour, and it's public, anybody can join. I used to do them. Now Charlie and Meryl do the stage talks, and they do an amazing job at picking, individuals who are, open source researchers, not exclusively. Maybe you're the author of a book on a topic that's sort of relevant in the news, and those are really well attended. We have a Q&A session, and folks participate, and the chat is always fun. People are sort of joking around in there. And so I hope that people go to those stage talks, so they listen to the podcast after, where we put them and they're learning from them. And then the other thing that I think we've done, and I hope it shows, is when we were setting up the server correctly, I was really trying to kind of emulate our internal Slack, which is where we do our work, and where a lot of the research that you see on the website, it happens in the Slack. And so I wanted to kind of replicate those spaces and say, I want the way that the Slack works, and I want that energy and that friendliness to kind of also be in the Discord server. And so, what does that look like in practice? We have a really good moderating team, just moderators, who do a really good job, I think, at enforcing. I mean, this is going to sound like, they enforce the rules very sort of heavy-handedly. But that's important, because we're trying to channel energies, and we're trying to channel excitement in ways that are productive. So, for example, in the Discord server, we don't allow research on individuals, because we don't want like a Boston Marathon bomber situation where people are like, hey, I think this guy's a mass shooter, and it's like some random person has nothing to do with it, right? So I hope that the structure and the sort of the thinking that went behind in putting the Discord server together as a space that is like the space where all of the Bellingcat research happens and then goes on to be published. I hope that people kind of also take from that, and they take on that ethos. I heard from Stephanie that I think it's working, because the Gap Discord is modeled in some ways with lots of improvements by Victoria on the sort of the ethos of the public Discord. And then the Krusty Media.
Not Krusty. Should have caught me. No. Yeah, so we're a bit more limited in how we can give back in a way. Right? We don't have a public Discord server at the New York Times. We don't have a volunteer team and a Discord server. I mean, I guess we have fellows and stuff, but we pay them. So, but one thing we have done, like with our team, the visual investigations team, like Mal, you heard from Mal yesterday, Maliki, is we do try to be very, very generous and transparent as we can where we get information from. This has been a problem with a lot of legacy media in the past. That like it's a black box, right? Like we had this information and you got to trust us. That's the end, right? So we're not going to pay people when they geolocate stuff. Like when they tweet out a geolocation, we're not going to like send them $500. Like, thank you for that, right? It'd be cool, but we could afford it probably, but yeah. But we, especially at our team, we do our best to be very transparent and like to credit everybody who got it first, because we can usually figure who actually got it first and who got it right, and link to their tweet and thank them and all that. So a lot of times if you look through our articles, like at the very, very bottom, like we have like the methodology and reporting credits. Like I remember I worked on a story once, and like at the very end, there's just like a list of just like you see the the New York Times with like our special font and all that stuff, right? And then these random ass like Twitter handles at the back, thanking them all, right, for their geolocations, right? So yeah, I mean, we're a little more limited in our tool set for how we can engage with these people, but we do what we can. And I know that in the past few years, in particular, in a lot of legacy media, they take stuff from like the OSINT community and they just present it as their own work. Though to be fair, sometimes the way we work, like I may come to something independently, but I because of just the restrictions, I can't tweet it out immediately because of the competitive environment and all that stuff, right? Like I may have something and then someone tweets it out a day later, and like I technically had it first, but like should I thank them for it? Should I credit them even though I got it first, but no one knows except for me in my head, right? So you get that once in a while, but we are trying to do a really good job of crediting the community when they come up with something first, and shout outs and all that stuff. So that's our toolbox. We try to use it as much as we can.
Great. That clock is wrong. We have 4 minutes. So maybe 1 or 2 more questions. Oh, that's Miguel. Did you see him? You were talking about him. Hey, Miguel. Oh. But you did raise your hand, right? Yeah. Okay.
That's the helping hand, as usual.
So I wanted to ask what the demographic breakdown was in the Bellingcat community at the minute. And I know that like OSINT has kind of been kind of notorious for having a very male, very young community, like a young male gaming community. And so I was wondering what the demographic breakdown was at the moment and what you were doing to like actively broaden that out.
So I'll do really quickly, the big Discord. So Discord is we've talked about it, but it's like a chat app. It's reminiscent of like a pre-social media, like an ICQ, not ICQ. It's a chat app. It's a Slack, but it's public. It was originally created for gamers, and you can build a space in it. And so that's the tool that we use for the big Discord. Discord doesn't collect a lot of data. So as a server owner, I can look at sort of the back end, and I think they tell the geographical area where people are connecting from, with all the caveats of like, VPNs and whatnot. But that's it. I don't really see, Discord doesn't tell me beyond that, just geographic region, and that's it. But at the GAP, the Global Authentication Project, obviously we have better information. So Victoria.
We have data.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Again, a good one. I think that what we definitely look at is also this, among other things. So I would say that we seek overall diversity in all the aspects and all the understanding of it. So I would say that usually it's half and half, roughly. Honestly, right now, I'm even thinking that we may have a lot of not men representatives of our community, because when I think about like the most key people, a lot of women also come to mind. I think we also look at, for example, a regional breakdown too, and kind of making sure that every cohort, like Stephanie mentioned, this year we started bringing in kind of quarterly cohorts on board to the community, that every cohort has that mix and that balance of level of experience, of maybe, different background in terms of technical, less technical. So kind of always having that mix. So I would say that no particular persona, let's put it that way, is overwhelmingly dominant in the community. And I think the beauty comes really from having that kind of not homogenous space. So yeah, we do that, I would say, fairly tactically, actually. We want to achieve that to keep that balance in that diversity in the space.
Great. And I think is my clock? Yeah, we're done, right? It's 6, I think. Yeah. So we're done. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The schedule says that I have 15 minutes to give. I'm not going to talk for 15 minutes. Closing comments. You guys can be here, or you can, it's over. So
I'm outta
feel
here.
free. I just wanted to really quickly.
Am I the only one leaving? Okay. No. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Why don't we? I'll go over here. No. I just wanted to just really quickly. I swear, I'm not gonna talk for 15 minutes. I just want to thank a bunch of folks. First of all, thank you to all of you for making this such a special event. So congratulations. Thank you for attending. I've been to a bunch of staff retreats already. So I know everybody who works here pretty much, and being here these past 2 days felt a lot like my first time meeting people from Bellingcat at an event, because there were so many new faces, so many people that I knew only online, and meeting people from the internet is so much fun. So, thank you to all of you. Organizing a conference, it's one of those things where if everything goes perfectly, as I think this one went, you don't think about all the work that went into it. If it had been a disaster, we'd all be wondering, like, who did this? Who's responsible? But everything went so well. And I just want to thank the organizers, so, Carlos, Olga, Charlie, Meryl, Anna, everybody who helped at Bellingcat to put this together. So thank you very much. I'm forgetting lots of stuff. My brain is mashed potatoes right now. I just want to end with saying, the sort of the idea of the Belling signal getting sort of, blasted into the sky. You all answered it. You're all really good people, and you all came together wanting to think about how to make the world a better place. So thank you so much, and I'll see you at dinner.